Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Be seated. Received correspondence from the Minister for Economy. She's unable to be in the chamber today. The Minister for Infrastructure will move the relevant items of business on her behalf, and she will also respond to the UUP motion on clean biomethane for Northern Ireland's energy, food and environmental security. I have a number of remarks that I wish to make today on issues that I have to deal with. Firstly, in recent weeks I've had to write to a number of members in relation to our sub judice rule Standing Order 73. It is clear that a member shall not, in any proceedings of the Assembly, refer to any matter in respect of which legal proceedings are active, except to the extent permitted by the Speaker. This rule exists to minimise the risk of prejudice to active proceedings arising from statements in the Chamber. It also ensures that the Assembly and its members respect the distinct role of the courts in constitutional settlement. Members will be used to guidance being given from the Chair at the start of a debate if a motion involves any active legal proceedings. Should a member wish to refer to a matter which is subject to active proceedings, they must inform the Speaker's office in advance so that we can consider the extent to which this would be permissible. This is particularly important for members' statements, but applies to any intended reference. Advance notice allows the Speaker's office to take a decision based on legal advice as to the extent that members can make reference to a specific case without there being a significant risk of prejudice to the proceedings. I therefore remind members that if they intend to make reference to current legal proceedings, they should engage with the Business Office, who will consult with legal colleagues and advise me accordingly. This will allow me to issue any guidance to members if necessary to keep the members right, and most of all avoid any interference with the role of the courts. Secondly, I informed members in February that I was engaging with officials and reflecting on a range of issues that arose from the last mandate to consider how members can be given additional support to strengthen the legislative culture in the Assembly. I intend to communicate with members in more detail in the coming weeks, but I'm mindful that we've had some amending stages in recent and future sittings. And I've made clear to members on a number of occasions that we have to learn lessons from the last mandate and manage things differently in this one, particularly in the context of the Media House ruling and the Hospital Parking Charges Act. I'm therefore ensuring that I take time to reflect seriously on my decisions in relation to legislation, to do what I can within my remit to avoid subsequent issues. Members will have entirely legitimate political objectives they wish to pursue, but members also need to carefully consider whether, how and when these are best addressed in legislation, and this includes tabling amendments. Our standing orders are clear that amendments have to be relevant to the bill under discussion, and this serves the aim of ensuring an orderly and coherent statute book and is an important part of the Speaker's role. However, there is also a broader onus on members to recognise that significant risks may arise if amendments seek to introduce complex new areas of law to any bill at the amending stages, particularly when committee scrutiny has already ended. At consideration, and in particular further consideration stage, there are limited opportunities to return to tidy up and address any flaws in amendments the Assembly has made. Therefore, members have a significant responsibility to legislate with care and to get it right, and this includes reflecting on the appropriate use of primary and secondary legislation. As I say, I intend to return to this in detail in future weeks, but I ask members to reflect as much on how they legislate to achieve a political objective rather than just the objective itself. Finally, I regret that I need to return to the issues of challenges to the authority of the Chair. An exchange last week between Deputy Speaker Aiken and David Honeyford. Samuel Holland asked that I review this, but I would have to return to it in any event. One of the matters the Deputy Speakers and I have to judge is whether members are addressing the matter at hand. The scope of the debate is determined by the thrust of a motion. In this case, it was climate change. Members address the central themes of a motion. The Chair will normally give some latitude. However, it's not a matter of members seizing on one or two words in a motion to focus their contribution on other topics. And in this instance, Deputy Speaker Aiken had only moments before given a member guidance on the scope of the debate. Yet, despite this, Within the first minute of Mr Honeyford's contribution, he went beyond the ruling that had just been made. The Deputy Speakers and I often reflect on our decisions. However, standing orders are clear that the rulings of the Chair are final, and it is out of order for members to challenge them. Once the Chair has made a ruling, whether members like it or not, there is no debate to be had. Members should acknowledge and simply adjust their focus of their remarks. Deputy Speaker Aiken then dealt with the issue in a way that was fully in line with our procedures. He indicated that if Mr Honeyford wished to continue speaking, he should focus on his remarks as he had already been directed, but that if he had other views on that, he should not continue to speak. When he indicated that he had not, Deputy Speaker Aiken then called the next member. Mr Honeyford strongly and directly challenged the ruling of the Chair a number of times and stated that he is not here to be directed by a Speaker about what I can and cannot say in the Chamber. That was an unacceptable challenge to the authority of the Chair, clearly in the contravention of the standing orders. Reference to being elected from Lagan Valley does not change the standing orders for the member for Lagan Valley. The standing orders apply to every member of the Chamber. It is of concern that Mr Honeyford then posted the exchange on social media and in comments sought to make party politics out of the incident. I have been clear previously that upholding the authority and indeed the impartiality of the Chair is an issue not only for the Deputy Speakers and me, but for all members. When the Deputy Speakers and I rule on the scope, it's not about preventing members from expressing their views. It's about ensuring that any debate remains focused on the topic of the motion. There will always be other opportunities for members to express views that fall outside the scope of a particular debate on a particular day. In fact, the previous day I had selected a matter of the day deliberately to allow members to discuss the cost of living and rising energy prices, something which Mr Honeyford took the opportunity to speak on behalf of his constituents, which was his right. The Deputy Speakers and I may at different times reach different judgments about scope depending upon the circumstances. However, it is essential to the business in this Chamber and its good order that I uphold the authority of the Chair, regardless of whether it is me, the Principal Deputy Speaker, or the other Deputy Speakers making those judgments. There is very clear precedent for I have dealt with these matters in relation to a number of other members. I am therefore very happy to give Mr Honeyford the opportunity to apologise to the House and we can move on. If such an apology is not forthcoming, I will be ruling that Mr Honeyford will not be called to speak in the House today. I leave Mr Honeyford to reflect on that, but I want to make clear to all members that the authority as the Chair is final. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. While not challenging the judgment of the Chair, I do wish to ask under standing orders for guidance on why two specific amendments were not selected for debate in the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill, which was drafted with a very wide scope. We submitted a number of amendments as opposition, but two were particularly critical and have wide consensus. One is the creation of an independent environmental protection agency. The other is the provision for minimum unit pricing in Northern Ireland. Both have significant degrees of political consensus. Indeed, there is a degree of urgency with both, particularly the EPA. So with respect to the Chair, and while not challenging the judgment, it goes back to some of what you were saying earlier on, it would be helpful if the Chair and the Speaker's office at some point could offer more guidance in this, because there will be very real concern in the public about our inability in this Assembly to make these vital changes to deliver environmental protection. Thank you.
I'd respectfully advise the member to consult with the Business Office, and the people there will help him with amendments if he needs assistance with it. The amendments were clearly out of scope. The recommendations to me, and I'm only going to say this once because I don't get into whether how recommendations are made to be in the Speaker's office, but I'll do it on this occasion. We're very clear that they were out of scope. So there's nothing political about this. This is quite clearly a member seeking to include something which was entirely inappropriate for the legislation ahead. So I would encourage the member to engage with the Business Office, who will give him the appropriate assistance if he looks to put in amendments to legislation in the future. Kate Nicholl has been given to make has been given leave to make. Point of order, Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to respect the ruling and that you've just given and apologise. I want to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honeyford. Mr. Carroll, no. Oh, okay. Sorry. Kate Nicholl has been given to make a statement on the potential job losses at the University of Ulster, which fulfils the criteria of Standing Order 24. Members will be aware that urgent and important issues that fall within the remit of an Executive Minister are normally dealt with in the form of an urgent oral question, and that's what I have chosen to do. But however, as the Minister for Economy is unavailable today, I've selected this as a matter of the day, as I thought it was an important member that members from a number of parties had asked on both formats to raise. So I call Ms Nicholl. All other members will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your selection of this very important matter. On Wednesday, the announcement of 450, the loss of 450 jobs at Ulster University came as an enormous shock, and in the days that have since passed, I have been contacted by many people, and that's where I want to start with my statement. With the people who are impacted. These are people who are worried about their jobs, they're worried about their mortgages, they're worried about what the future holds. Already during a cost of living crisis, when people are struggling, the prospect of not having employment has come as a huge concern. And what they say to me is not just about their jobs and their worry for their future. They're then worried about the workload for the staff who may be still have their jobs. They're worried about the impact this has on the student experience. They're worried about what the impact this has on the skills pipeline, what impact it has on our economy. So the ramifications of this are enormous. And in Ulster University's statement, they have said that they will be engaging with trade unions and staff representative bodies. This is the right thing to do. But we have to be really honest about how we got here. And higher education institutions in Northern Ireland have been under severe and growing financial pressure for a number of years. The Department for Economy knows this. And a review of higher education funding has been initiated, but let's be honest, it hasn't moved with the urgency or the ambition that this crisis demands. It lacks ambition, it lacks long-term vision, and critically, it seems to lack the buy-in, the trust and the confidence from the very stakeholders who are needed to make it work. A review that doesn't bring people along with it won't be successful, and we need a thriving higher education sector. It's critical to the delivery of our programme for government commitments, and it can't keep going on with less year on year. So to fulfil our ambitions for our economy, we need to take a generational perspective on the role of higher education and avoid being caught up in annual budgetary shortfalls. It's not a sustainable position for our higher education institutions, staff or students, and it doesn't support a strategic approach to future investment that's required to fuel the research and innovation that our economy needs. And my colleague David Honeyford and I have been pushing for real progress on this, and we won't let up because our universities, our staff and our students can't be left behind, and they deserve a clear vision and fair funding. There will be various perspectives on who is to blame for this, and there will be fault across the board. And I've written to Ulster, I've requested a meeting. I'm going to be meeting with UCU tomorrow. Any members who wish to join that online call would be very welcome. I think it's really important. Jerry Carroll and I have been engaging with the union. Very important we hear workers' voices. But it's really important that as an assembly, we're ensuring that the Department for Economy is doing everything it can.
Time's up, Kate.
Sorry.
Thank you. Philip Brett.
Speaker, and like the previous speaker, my first thoughts are with the staff at Ulster University and their families who have been impacted by this announcement, because behind every post at risk is a person, a family and a future now placed in doubt. And they deserve our support at this time, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, they deserve answers, and those answers lead directly to the Sinn Féin-controlled Department for the Economy. The party opposite on this issue cannot plead ignorance. They were warned repeatedly that failure to deal with higher education funding would lead to exactly this outcome. Universities have been raising concern, staff themselves have raised concern, representatives from across this House have raised concerns. The warnings were clear, the risks were known, and the consequences, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, were entirely predictable. Yet the Minister chose inaction on this issue. She chose delay and she chose spin over solutions. And now hundreds of workers are paying the price for that fact. And they cannot blame anyone else for this. The Minister owns this. The Department for the Economy is under the control of Sinn Féin. The responsibility for supporting ministerial direction in universities lies with Minister Archibald, and she cannot now point fingers at anyone else. And let us be clear that the impact will not just be felt by those 450 members of staff. Students will feel the impact through reduced services, not just in my constituency of North Belfast, but in East Londonderry, in Coleraine and in Foyle, with the McGee expansion now clearly at risk. Those are not my words, they were the words of the Permanent Secretary of the Department for the Economy just 3 weeks ago. So it is disappointing, Mr Speaker, that we have not heard from the Minister on this issue, and I hope that when she recovers she is able to come to this House, because this matter is of serious consequence. And it points to a litany of mistakes and a litany of failures within the Department for the Economy. 300 jobs at Cantor Fitzgerald lost by the Minister. Legislation opposed by every major business organisation in Northern Ireland coming from this Minister. A department that doesn't even know that it has £81 million. Northern Ireland needs strong leadership in the Department for the Economy. Our institutions need strong leadership, and unfortunately, Mr Speaker, this will not be the first job announcements that have been lost under Sinn Féin, but this House needs to hold the Minister to account. She is failing the people of Northern Ireland.
David Loughlin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as others have said, this is a really, really serious issue. We are dealing with a university that is about to shed 15% of their workforce, and the impact that that will have on staff, on students and the wider economy, and particularly the North West. What makes this situation so concerning is the contradiction at its centre, because the Department's own financial needs assessment, commissioned by the Minister, states that Ulster University is not facing the kind of imminent financial crisis which is the case for some of its counterparts. And yet, we now find ourselves facing the possibility of hundreds of job losses. The same report states any significant risks to quality or breadth of provision are more likely to arise in the medium term rather than the short term. This report was just given to the committee a couple of weeks ago. I mean, it's so out of date, it needs to be put in the bin. That raises the obvious questions as to how we have reached this point, because either the assessment does not reflect the reality facing the sector, or the warning signs that were identified and the necessary actions were not taken in time. Universities themselves have raised concerns about that assessment, but even taking it at face value, it is clear that these pressures did not arise overnight and have been building up over and over a number of years, in fact over a number of mandates of this House, with funding under strain and costs increasing. This matters really particularly for the North West, where Ulster University plays a vital role to the economic development and opportunity of my constituency, and where we continue to hear commitments about expanding McGee to 10,000 students alongside the ambition set out in our city deal for Derry City and Strabane. It's vitally important that we deliver on these ambitions, but it is really difficult at this very moment to see how that can be delivered if it's workforce, and the workforce that we need to actually expand, the additional workforce, should that be administrators or those looking after the faculties and the new builds, is reduced on the scale that has been suggested, because growth and expansion depend on people, and to say otherwise is simply incorrect. There is also a wider issue, which is that too often ministers seek powers of office, but when difficult decisions are required, or when problems that have already been identified, there's a tendency to delay any action that is needed. We needed action on this issue a long time ago, and there was nothing coming forward.
Carroll.
A former past pupil of the University of Ulster. I think there might be some students in the gallery as well, and a former sabbatical officer of the Students' Union there. We have to say unequivocally, Mr. Speaker, that the proposal by Ulster University management to sack 450 workers is a mistaken, ill thought out and regressive move. And I'm calling, and I hope others will support the call, for the management body of Ulster to reverse this really disgraceful decision, which will cause untold harm for students and communities across the north who are facing, as has been said, a cost of living crisis, the price of fuel going through the roof, skyrocketing fuel prices as well, and what is expected of these 450 workers, where are they expected to go, and where is it that they are expected to go to work. And unfortunately, this decision, Mr. Speaker, is the predictable outcome of what happens when universities and institutions become more wedded to marketisation, when universities are more treated and used as factory lines rather than being about uplifting communities, educating people about history and the world around them more generally. It seems to me the management of Ulster University seem to be more concerned about shiny new buildings, international flights, celebrities and balancing budgets rather than students and workers on campus. It says a lot, Mr. Speaker, about our society and the type of society that we live in, that the University of Ulster, or any institution, any building, can overspend on a building to the tune of £350 million with Stormon's acquiescence, but also at the same time divvy out hundreds of P45s for the actual people who will be working in that building, who will be making education possible for people right across our constituencies. What's the point, I would say, Mr. Speaker, in shiny new buildings if staff, hundreds of them, are laid off and people left are forced to do the jobs of 2, 3 or 4 people, overworked and stressed to the max as well. I'm also concerned, like a member for South Belfast, I've been contacted by people in recent days appalled by this decision, Mr. Speaker, but also been contacted by staff who are scared about speaking out, and that says a lot about the kind of culture that is in place at not just Ulster but many places across the north. They're scared about speaking out, they're scared of ramifications if they raise their head above the parapet. From our assessment, Mr. Speaker, blame in this debacle lies with the University of Ulster management, but also with the Stormont executive, who have had a head in the sand approach when it comes to properly funding higher education, who failed to invest in higher education, who have forced students to pay more year on year for education when it should be free. And I want to say just finally, extend my solidarity to the UCU, University and College Union, and the students who will be fighting and pushing back this decision. It may have been predictable, but it's certainly not inevitable. And I think with the will coming together of students and workers and people in this House, we can defeat this decision. Thank you.
I would like to begin by also declaring an interest as a former student at Ulster and also as someone who had a close family member who was employed at Ulster as well. My thoughts, like others, are first and foremost with the staff at Ulster at this incredibly difficult, challenging and indeed an upsetting time for them. So I want to extend our solidarity to them, to their union colleagues and to their families as well. The Executive has consistently made the case to the Treasury in London for proper and secure funding, and the failure to do so has resulted in the financial uncertainty across our education, our community sectors and our wider society. Aligning tuition fees to those in England is not the answer, because further and higher institutions in England are also facing job losses, redundancies and cuts to their funding. They're also facing a number of the challenges that we see here today, 13,000 roles in the past year alone, and this has been the case for very many years. So what we need to do is actually to look at the review of higher education funding to try and alleviate some of those pressures which universities face. And the Department of Economy under Keith Archibald has made significant investment in Ulster over the last number of years, in the last 2 years in particular. but difficult financial situations of the university and of all third-level education institutions has been experienced for many years prior to this. The North cannot be a mudguard for cuts from the British government. We need a consistent and a collaborative approach here from all parties, from all sectors, to demand better, to demand stability and to demand proper funding from the Treasury.
Anna Armstrong.
The news that Ulster University is considering up to 450 potential job losses is deeply concerning, and I would urge all parties involved to do everything possible to avoid compulsory redundancies. Should these cuts proceed, it would represent a bitter blow not only for the dedicated staff and the families affected, but also for students and for the wider higher and further education sector across Northern Ireland. However, it must be stated that this situation did not arise in isolation, and it must prompt a much wider and more honest conversation about the long-term sustainability of higher education funding in Northern Ireland. Ulster University has made clear that the failure to uplift tuition fees in line with inflation, combined with the real-term erosion of the block grant, has left institutions operating with very little financial flexibility. It is the UUP's belief that the current cap on student numbers is actively limiting our university's ability to grow, to innovate and to diversify their income streams. These are structural pressures that simply cannot be ignored, and the Economy Minister must seriously consider how our universities are funded and supported into the future. At the same time, we believe universities themselves have a responsibility to manage their finances prudently and transparently, and they must demonstrate to staff, students and the public that every possible avenue has been explored before posts are placed at risk, including a clear examination of expenditure and financial decisions such as those associated with the Greater Belfast campus. One of the most significant challenges, in my view, is the Stormont-imposed cap on the maximum number of students our universities can enrol. This policy is not only restricting growth, but it's actively contributing to a brain drain, driving many of our brightest students to study elsewhere. We believe the Minister should urgently review this cap, explore additional funding options and take responsibility for delivering solutions rather than deflecting blame. The figures speak for themselves. Our universities are becoming increasingly dependent on higher fees from Great Britain and overseas, simply to remain financially viable. Non-domestic student numbers have risen sharply in recent years, and while internationalisation has its place, it cannot be the foundation upon which our higher education system survives. Universities should be centres of learning and of opportunity, not institutions forced into unsustainable financial models. And you have only to look at our university's social media to see their determined push to attract international students. We continue to see large numbers of local students leave Northern Ireland to study in Great Britain, many of whom do not return. At the same time, we are filling places with international students who are equally unlikely to remain here after graduation. That is not a sustainable approach to building our workforce, to strengthening our economy, or securing our future prosperity.
Members' time is up.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
Now, Timothy Gasson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Regardless of what some people in this chamber may claim and try to spin, the public know the uncomfortable truth for this executive. Higher education has always been a devolved issue. For Stormont to try and pass the buck to Westminster when it comes to this matter simply will not wash. For years, nationalist politicians have campaigned for the focus of their attention to go to Magee, resulting in Coleraine being neglected. Let's look at the facts. Even in the aftermath of the devastating news for Colerane's Ulster University, a spokesperson for the department said that the expansion of the Londonderry campus remained a clear ministerial priority. This is something the whole executive cannot wash their hands of. This is a Belfast issue, not a London issue. The Sinn Féin minister can't blame the Brits when this has happened on her watch. The current programme for government committed the executive to working towards expanding the campus at Magee to up to 10,000 students. By way of contrast, there is a vague commitment to support Coleraine. I asked all the executive parties today, where is that support? You cannot blame London when the reality is the power is devolved and expanding one campus is a priority, and that leaves Coleraine as the poor relation. Rather than washing its hands of the matter, the executive must provide the necessary funding required by Ulster University. Last week's news was the result of policies pursued by this executive. This isn't a funding crisis in Westminster. It's a political choice taken here in Stormont.
Boris Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Ulster University, and my thoughts are with the staff who are under redundancy threat at the minute. Mr. Speaker, Ulster University has now confirmed the 450 redundancies across its campuses and saying that it tried to hold off redundancies while engaging with the Department on possible changes to higher education funding model in Northern Ireland. It now says that a sustainable model is not going to be forthcoming. And I would ask the Minister, did she remove £7 million from the higher education budget and some months later allocate £7 million to Magee? And I would like clarification on that. At the same time, the Minister presents Magee expansion as a flagship priority. In January, she said that she would continue to prioritise Magee within her budget. But her own department's evidence to the Economy Committee was that current year spending on the Magee expansion is £7 million, and that getting Magee to 10,000 students by 2032 would require either increased student fees or an additional £40 million a year in resource funding. Ulster's own accounts show a 2025 operating deficit of £20.2 million. They say that there has been no inflationary growth in the teaching grant for almost 2 decades, and state that the funding model has not properly reflected the added cost of operating a multi-campus university. So, will the Minister now level with the House? Where is the fully funded plan for Magee? And what assurances can she give that the pressure created by this underfunded model will not fall on Coleraine through drift, contraction or managed decline? Mr. Speaker, I and colleagues have been meeting for the past 2-3 years with the university to try and ensure that this scenario does not happen. Unfortunately, we are where we are, and I blame the Minister for poor planning, poor financial planning, and she should come here and address the issues. Thank you.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, universities aren't just places of learning, but they're absolutely vital to our economy and the engine of our economy. They're a catalyst for so many businesses that we are rightly proud of right across Northern Ireland, businesses that create jobs, drive innovation and build prosperity, where the intellectual property is owned here and increases our export and our viability. And that's why it's deeply concerning that University of Ulster have looked at or put 450 jobs at risk, and behind those number of people are lecturers, researchers, support staff, and those dedicated their careers to educating the next generation to help build our economy. And we deserve, and they deserve, better than the uncertainty, and they deserve a system that works. But this isn't a one-off issue. We've repeatedly heard from both universities here that funding is not working, and yet the department came into committee repeatedly in recent years, and it's just simply more of the same of the decade before. There's no long-term, clear strategic plan. And at a time when we talk about growing our economy, building skills and attracting inward investment, we can't afford to undermine the very institutions that deliver the skills and deliver all three. If we're serious about opportunity, then we must be serious about our universities and the opportunities they create for our economy. And that means sustainable future. It means giving our young people and those who go back in later life and want to reskill real and accessible pathways into good jobs. Because this has got to be more than the balance sheet. It's got to be about protecting those opportunities and protecting and backing our local talent. It's about the future of this place. It's the future of the region and building lives and careers and businesses here that can excel. We need less talk as we move forward, and we need more delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Ulster University campus was relocated from Jordanstown, where I attended and studied, and anyone else in the chamber who studied there, you'll remember the stark difference from that compared to what is now at the Belfast campus. We in North Belfast were promised a reinvigoration, a revitalisation and a connection to our communities within that part of the city, and we looked on with the new build coming on for years and the stalling of it, with anxiety, with stress. But when it finally happened, we were thankful that this was relocating to the north part of the city and the opportunities that it could bring for local people, but also opening the gateways to connect North Belfast with the rest of the city. So unfortunately, when we hear about those 450 job losses, and my thoughts are with the people who are affected by that, it's also affecting a wider community who are concerned about what this means for the future of the campus. I want to say about the particular people at Ulster University who have been in contact that our thoughts are with you, and we are concerned as well for your future. We have to be realistic here. Northern Ireland has only 2 universities. There are not many opportunities for people, whether you're in academia or in management level at universities, to go. We will lose people to across the water again. We will also lose students, because there is no doubt that as we lose staff, that there will be courses that will be cut as well, and therefore our students and our people here in Northern Ireland will again look across the water. And I do echo my colleagues' comments regarding the fact that this is happening in universities right across the UK, but we do have specific issues here in Northern Ireland that have not been addressed. Where is the review of higher education funding? Why have we not seen the Minister forthcoming with what the department can do in that respect? We need to actually deliver for people here that will drive the economy. We have people who work in academia at Ulster University who not only collect data to enrich policy here, but it drives legislation, it drives changes that can be made, and ultimately it also drives the economy. We have students here who are applying for university in the next few years who are now wondering whether that will affect them too. We need clarity around that. So whilst our thoughts are with the staff at Ulster University, our thoughts and our action should also be in sustaining our higher education system across Northern Ireland so that our people here can benefit. Thank you.
Matthew Till.
Speaker, I wasn't going to speak on this because my colleagues have covered it off fairly comprehensively, but I just wanted to reflect for a couple of minutes on where we are with the situation at Ulster University. My thoughts, first and foremost, are with those directly affected at the institution. Number one, staff who are worried about their jobs, their livelihoods. I stand in solidarity with them, and I know University and Colleges Union will be campaigning hard, trying to establish the position, trying to defend against mandatory, compulsory redundancies, and trying to give those staff the maximum help. But also with students. I met a group of Ulster University students from their Students' Council. Just last week, they came up to Stormont and I sponsored them to have their Student Council meeting here. I met with them. They talked about a range of issues. They talked about their own prospects. They talked about very passionate, brilliant young people who we want to, if we can, keep here in this society to grow our economy, contribute to public services and grow this society. Some of them thinking about perhaps leaving for either onward education or employment. Everything about the announcement from Ulster University goes against those priorities, and it goes against what the Minister and her predecessor have said about the priority being placed on higher education here in Northern Ireland, both in relation to the expansion at Magee, but more generally in terms of building a high-skill economy here in the north. And the problem is the failure to take responsibility. We have had successively ministers claim credit for and take photo opportunities when it suits, whether that's at Ulster University campus in Belfast or whether it's whenever progress has been made in Magee, and we welcome that, but then fail to support higher education where it matters. As was said by the previous speaker, we have been promised a review of the funding of higher education, but it still hasn't arrived. We don't know where it is. You could add that to a long list of other things here at the Executive and at Stormont that we've been promised but haven't been delivered. A plan for NI water so that houses can be built and Lough Neagh can be defended. A plan, an investment strategy to set out to the public and private sectors the infrastructure and investment priorities of the executive over the next number of years. The list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker, and of course, perhaps prime among them is a multi-year budget. All of these things, all of the things we want to build in the long term in our public service and economy can't be done without a multi-year budget, but the executive has failed. The Minister has not stood up and accepted responsibility, because the culture within this executive is to shift responsibility to someone else. The students, staff, faculty at Ulster University, and indeed our economy more broadly, deserve better than that. They deserve proper accountability, and we in the opposition will be pressing for it.
Thank you. Now move to member statements, and I call Emma Sheeran.
Concordia, and I rise this afternoon to speak about something that troubled me all weekend, and that was the CNN investigation into the so-called Rape Academy, an international rape ring, an online forum where men shared tips and tricks as to how to drug and abuse their wives and partners whilst they were most vulnerable, whilst they were sleeping, oftentimes filming the footage and sharing it with others. And everything about this story is vile and disgusting and should sicken the stomachs of everyone who encounters it. And some of the reaction to it has been equally troubling. I've seen the phrase "not all men" used liberally in response. And it's something that I can understand the rationale for, because it's not all men. Most men are good. I consider myself lucky. I grew up in a loving home with a mother and father who loved and respected each other and who demonstrate partnership every day. I'm blessed to have a dad who made it his life's work to protect and provide for me and my sister, and I know that I'm lucky that I can say that. I'm a member of a movement that cherishes men and women equally. I work with good men every day. I know them, I call them my friends, and I trust them. But even with that said, I have not been sheltered from the worst of men. And that is true for every woman. And that is what we all have to consider. Because while most of the 62 million hits in February and 81 million hits in March might have come from the United States and places apart from here, none of this happens in isolation. And this is the most dangerous place in Europe to be a woman. It is these disgusting videos glamorising violence and normalising the abuse and assault of women that plants the seeds in our young people that leads to women being murdered. And we see that abuse and that bullying even in this chamber. Not so long ago we had tributes in this place to a woman who had been murdered from a man who had spent the previous weekend circulating souvenirs of his own abuse of a female colleague. And it's not appropriate, and it has to be challenged and called out. And I would call upon everybody in this chamber to think about what we endorse and think about our behaviour. Because it isn't all men, but it is some men. And as women, we don't know the difference. So if you're not part of the solution, you become part of the problem. And I would urge everyone to consider that and our reaction to these events holistically.
Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Many of us in these benches today, when we watch the debacle in Westminster, will be hoping that this is the last day for the current Prime Minister in his handling of the affairs of his government. Particularly if we look at Lord Mandelson and how Lord Mandelson's appointment to such a high office as the UK ambassador and how that has unfolded over this last number of weeks and months. It seems, by what we read now, that protocols are put in place to protect our government from the interrogation of the high security requirements for that has been set aside to allow their pal to hold such high office. Of course, one would wonder why we're speaking about that, but I want to bring us back to this House, Mr. Speaker. Many of us will be aware when the last Ombudsman was in office, and of course many of us will also be aware of how that went for that particular individual. Of course, many of us will be aware about how that appointment taken place at a time whenever there was no devolution here in Northern Ireland. And the appointment process rested solely with the Northern Ireland office. And following the necessary procedures and departmental clearances, including those with the Department of Justice, rested with the then Permanent Secretary, Mr Peter May. Concerns have now been raised with me and others regarding the integrity of that appointment process, something we should all be concerned about. Mrs Anderson, nevertheless, was deemed appointable and subsequently appointed to the role, which carries access to very highly sensitive information regarding senior policing personnel, and something that alarmed us then and should alarm us more now. And if such claims are accurate, they raise deep and serious concerns about the robustness of the vetting process, the safeguards that were put in place at a time, and the decision-making that led to her particular appointment. Later today, Mr Speaker, our party leader will be raising this as a matter in Westminster and seeking answers from the Northern Ireland office as to whether Mrs Anderson successfully passed all the security requirement vetting processes prior to her appointment in May 2019. And if the concerns that have been raised during the vetting and have now been assessed and addressed, given the sensitivity of this office of the Ombudsman and the importance of maintaining public confidence and its independence and its integrity, of course, it is essential that full transparency is provided on this matter. And this is something that us as a party here on these benches will continue to push until we get all of the answers to all of those questions.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've stood up many times in this chamber to celebrate constituents and clubs and sporting clubs and their success, and remembering who we are here to serve, and almost has to be at the heart of what we do. And so I want to take a moment to place on record my sincere congratulations to Liston Garvey Hockey Club as their outstanding achievement this weekend in winning the EY All-Ireland Hockey League for the 5th time in the last 10 years. The league sat in the balance going into the final week of the season, but on Saturday saw Garvey come through and take the incredible win. A club that is, as I said, no stranger to success or silverware. But to keep that remarkable success going year after year is a testament to the dedication, talent and hard work right across the club, from players, coaches and the volunteers and supporters who give so much of their time behind the scenes. And for me, there's a personal part of this as well. My daughter started to play hockey at Garvey way back, and we have great memories, like so many families, of being there at the club. It's a club that develops not just sport and ability, but confidence, teamwork, and they've built a real brilliant community spirit in Hillsborough. I've also really enjoyed being able to support the club in practical ways with grant applications and working alongside the people there who are involved, and genuinely it's so encouraging to see that investment and commitment translate into the success that gives them the results at the highest level. So Garvey continue to set the standard, not just in results, but also how a club can be rooted in the community alongside striving for excellence. And I wish them every success as they progress to the EY Championship final, the trophy final weekend in May, and I've no doubt we'll be here celebrating more silverware. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Well, John Burrows.
On Friday I met with Kenny Bradley, who is a businessman, owns Kenny's garage, with other business persons and local people to discuss Kilrea Bridge. And Kilrea Bridge is an historic bridge that's been serving the people of Northern Ireland since before the French Revolution. In fact, it was built, it was over 120 years standing before the first car drove over it, but as a bridge that has not been properly inspected and maintained. And last September, that bridge had to be suddenly closed. It was closed for 3 months. It caused devastation in that area. It delayed public services in their important work. It delayed school, children getting to school. And vitally, it decimated local businesses who lost hundreds of thousands of pounds. That bridge is a vital one, and it really connects the people of that entire region in Antrim, Londonderry and Tyrone. One farmer I spoke to lost £10,000 during the 3 months that bridge was closed. And there is now a real demand that this executive gets its act together and sorts out a new bridge for Kilrea. The people of Kilrea are proud of that historic bridge, but alongside it they need a new bridge. And they need that new bridge commissioned, a feasibility study done, and they need progress to get that bridge up in place. Today I'm calling for 3 clear actions. One is that on the existing bridge, which I'm glad to say is back open, that there is a better inspection and repair regime to ensure that it stays open for as long as is needed until there is a new bridge. Second of all, that the Department for Infrastructure starts developing a contingency plan now to scope out what a temporary bridge would look like if, for unforeseen reasons, we had to close the bridge again. Let's plan now so you're shovel ready to get the temporary bridge in place. And third of all, the Department for Infrastructure needs to take immediate action to begin stage 1 feasibility study for a new bridge. People across Northern Ireland are looking at this executive, dithering and delaying, unable to agree a multi-year budget, arguing about all the wrong things. And actually what they need to be doing is listening to businesses, to local citizens, to local farmers who rely upon them to get their finger out, get this bridge sorted out, and start delivering for the people of Northern Ireland. So I'm calling on the Department of Infrastructure Minister, in particular, go and visit Kilrea, speak to the people I spoke to, and let's get this bridge built for Kilrea.
Justin McNulty. Mothers and families will rest assured that their babies can be born in Daisy-Hill Hospital, in the same hospital as they were born and where generations of their families were born. I warmly welcome confirmation from the Southern Trust that elective caesarean sections are not due to be ceased at Daisy-Hill Hospital. This confirmation was provided to Armagh amid rumours that there were proposals to end the provision at our hospital's brilliant maternity ward. Especially given the context of the birth rates in Newry, South Armagh and South Down being higher than anywhere else in the north, this rumour caused considerable worry and concern. Over 800 caesarean sections were performed at Daisy-Hill in 2025, which just further demonstrates how important it is to protect this vital, life-saving and life-giving service. The news will be very reassuring to the dedicated and extremely professional maternity teams, not only at Daisy-Hill Hospital, but also at Craigavon Area Hospital. We all know the service that is provided in every ward and department at Daisy-Hill Hospital is extraordinary, despite resourcing challenges often faced by teams in our brilliant hospital. I want to thank all of the hard-working midwives and maternity staff at Daisy-Hill Hospital and at Craigavon Area Hospital, who have always seen only demonstrating such a powerfully positive esprit de corps and extraordinary expertise, along with genuine care and support for expectant mothers and their families. I recently spoke to the Southern Trust Board about the importance of improving staff recruitment numbers to ensure that maternity teams experience the highest possible level of support in their jobs. And I hope the Trust will implement plans to bolster staff recruitment. I want again to express my sincere thanks to all the maternity workers at Daisy-Hill Hospital for all you do to care for mothers and babies. The importance of the work you do and the expert level of care you offer are felt by everyone who walks through the doors of the maternity ward. You're worth your weight in gold. With the news that elective caesarean sections will continue at Daisy-Hill Hospital maternity ward, mothers and families will rest assured that their babies can be born in the same hospital as they were born and where generations of their families were born.
Last Friday, April the 17th, was Palestine Prisoners' Day. There are nearly 10,000 Palestinians in Israeli prisons, and among them are 350 children. 3,500 of those prisoners are on remand. A similar number are in prison as a result of what's called administrative detention. We would know that better here as internment, where people are thrown into prison without any due process. And the rest are by and large called unlawful combatants who have been captured in Gaza and thrown into prison, again without any due process. Israel and its supporters often claim it is the only democracy in the Middle East. Of course, that isn't true. Israel is a genocidal state, as we've seen in recent times, whose leaders are wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes and crimes against humanity. It's also an apartheid state, and we saw evidence of that recently when the Knesset introduced a law which would give Israel the right to execute Palestinian prisoners. Not Israeli prisoners, not Israelis who are serial killers or who have been found guilty of some of the most heinous crimes, such as killing children, just Palestinians. And one wonders why they even need it. When 87 Palestinian prisoners have died in Israeli custody in the last year, 2 who died were raped. One of them had the muzzle of an M16 rifle shoved into his rectum, which tore his intestines to shreds. He died not long afterwards. Another prisoner had the nozzle of a fire extinguisher forced into his rectum and set off. He died shortly after that. In another incident, CCTV cameras caught a number of Israeli prison guards raping a Palestinian prisoner. What happened to them? They were let off and they were feted in Israeli society as celebrities and heroes. So genocide hasn't just been a graveyard for thousands of Palestinians, it's also the graveyard for international humanitarian law and human rights law. And why should we be surprised when the Israeli Minister for National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, was seen recently going into the prisons with TV cameras to berate, humiliate and verbally abuse Marwan Barghouti, who has been in prison for 23 years and is known in Palestine as the Palestinian Nelson Mandela. He hasn't been broken in 23 years. He continues to resist, and Itamar Ben-Gvir couldn't lace his boots.
I call Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, people across Northern Ireland are being squeezed from every direction, and the sad reality is that too many in politics are making the situation worse. Families are being punished every time they go to the petrol pumps, small businesses watching on as costs are spiralling, and farmers being hit by soaring costs and tighter margins. It is no wonder that across Northern Ireland people are out protesting. When hardworking people feel ignored, anger grows. The police must be cautious, proportionate and focused on keeping people safe while respecting that fundamental right of our democracy, that of the right to protest. But these people, Mr. Speaker, are not asking for sympathy. They are asking one simple question: how can they survive? And that's why it was important that last week the Executive supported the proposal from Minister Gordon Lyons. £100 of direct support towards fuel bills for over 300,000 households across Northern Ireland, including those families who earn too much to qualify for help, yet nowhere near enough to keep up with the rising cost of living. There is much more, Mr. Speaker, to do, but that is an important first step. We will continue to hold our national government's feet to the fire and demand action on a UK-wide basis, but responsibility also rests with those in this House to act in the interests of the people that we represent. Sadly, too many here are playing the same game, voting for things through this House that they know can never be delivered. Last week, parties backed proposals for free school meal payments for some children over the summer period at a cost of up to £30 million a year. Now, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, everyone wants to support those in need, and this is a noble cause. But when the proposer of the bill was asked how this would be funded, we were met with silence. When other parties were asked who would pay for this, met with silence, because they know the truth, that when money comes from the education budget, that is less support for children in the classroom and less support for our children. And the same fantasy economic politics is happening with net zero politics. Targets are announced, motions are passed, but when asked who pays for these, silence again. The A5 life-saving project blocked by a result of votes in this House met with silence. That is gesture politics, Mr. Speaker, and ordinary people pay the price. People are fed up with this charade. People need to realise that you need common sense in politics, and this party will continue to stand by that principle.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to talk about a topic that I talk about a lot, and that is on artificial intelligence. About a year and a half, 2 years ago, I was attending a number of economy conferences, and I realised there was always a panel on AI, and it was something that I didn't really understand but realised that I needed to. And so I started to speak to experts in academia, in business, in safeguarding. And it became very clear to me that we needed a strategy. We needed an AI strategy. And this has been worked on. A draft strategy was given to the Executive Office in December, and we're still waiting for the publication of this. If you look at the work that's happening in Scotland, they're on their second iteration of their strategy. They have issued specific guidance to schools in relation to AI. If you look down south, they're on second, third iteration, and we are still waiting. In a place where we are world leaders already in medical software, in cybersecurity, when you look at our skills, our universities, you look at our links with business, we are primed to be world leaders in this space. And that's what businesses are telling us. They're telling us that with strategy, with support, we could be leading the way in so many areas within this. And the opportunities are enormous. In the Northern Trust, there are already success in relation to the fracture clinics. In Queen's, they're looking at how they could cure motor neuron disease. There are amazing opportunities. But we also know there are serious risks that come with AI, and we see the darker side of this in so many ways. ChatGPT and some of the awful things that have been happening in the world. We need to understand this. And we need to have a strategy, we need to have a vision, and we cannot put our heads in the sand. And I feel like I'm one of the few people that is constantly talking about this, but it is so important. Our young people are going to have to imagine a completely different future, a completely different world that we don't know. They don't need software development skills, they need critical thinking skills. And when we're looking at a new curriculum, it has to take into consideration the advances of AI. So I think in Northern Ireland we have enormous potential. But so often we just lack the ambition and the drive. We need to ensure that we can be world leaders in ethical and responsible use of AI, and with that requires an AI strategy from the Executive Office. There needs to be a strategy within education, specific work in education, and there needs to be real meaningful work within economy. I welcome the meeting of the AI advisory panel with the Minister last week, but that was too slow. If we're really going to capitalise on this, really ensure that our skills are, that people are upskilled and are able to utilise this and mitigate against the risks, we need to have a plan, and it's important that the Executive acts with urgency on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I call Militia McHugh.
Margaret.
Thank you, Principal.
Corla.
Deputy Speaker.
This
month is Stress Awareness Month. It is a reminder for us to stop, take a breath, and reflect on the most stressful elements of our lives and how we can manage those stresses. The theme of this year's Awareness Month is Be the Change. It encourages people to break the cycle of stress by setting boundaries, taking breaks and building healthier habits. I encourage everyone to take heed and take part in those steps, as it is important for us in this room as policy makers and as elected representatives to acknowledge that we can be part of that change. Financial stresses are often some of the heaviest stresses that weigh people down. The cost of living crisis is impacting everyone, and many families are struggling to make ends meet. Last month, the British government's home heating oil funding was an insult to struggling families. The support package does not scratch the surface of what is needed to help people. As elected representatives, we must collectively work to lighten the load of our constituents whenever we can. We must also be mindful of our own stresses, be they personal, work-related or financial stresses. It is important that everyone take a moment to identify, tackle and manage their own stresses to become the best version of ourselves. Thank you very much.
On Thursday last, at the appeal court ruling on the Coke Inquest, the Lady Chief Justice Damien Siobhan Keegan confirmed that the coroner was right to find that the actions of the SAS soldier, known as Soldier B, were justified when responding to an IRA attack in 1991. The court was clear that he acted proportionately in what was a deadly and fast-moving situation. This decision highlights why so many veterans are deeply worried about the current legacy process. These cases have been allowed to drag on for years, placing huge pressure on veterans and their families. The Lady Chief Justice also made it clear that the arguments used in this challenge are not what judicial reviews are meant for. Put simply, the legal system is being used in ways it was never designed to be. We also need to be absolutely clear about one thing. Those terrorists who set out to murder that day in Coke had one objective: to kill and terrorise. They were not out to make a citizen's arrest. Some people have the mindset that when a terrorist is heavily armed and has carried out murder in the past, that you can somehow have a chat and make an arrest. That doesn't happen. That day, as always, he thought they could murder innocent people and run back to their safe house, but that didn't happen. Was this attack filed in the IRA filing cabinet for all to see under Coke in the future? No, it was not. Those terrorists and supporters thought they were at war when they were successful with their murdering campaign, but were innocent men when killed by the British Army. A terrorist is a terrorist that day meet Coke, Westminster Bridge or the Manchester Arena bombing. Was that justified? Was there no alternative? Please don't try and dress raw murder here or anywhere as some form of glorification. It doesn't wash. There is no comparison between the men and women who were sent to uphold the law and those who tried to destroy it through violence. Principal Deputy Speaker, I think it's high time that some people here in Northern Ireland and across the world need to understand right from wrong. When you drive into a village to murder innocent people, that was wrong and that had consequences. Thank you.
I call Timothy Gosson. Timothy, you've just 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. The fuel protests we have witnessed over this past week have not appeared overnight. Tension has been building for many months as a reaction to the government overreach. For many ordinary working people, the alarm clock workers who keep our economy moving, enough is enough. The rising cost of fuel is the final straw, adding to the already significant pressures on businesses, with the UK having the highest industrial energy price and endless red tape. Today, working men and women are watching closely to see whether the Labour government and this executive is prepared to take action to ease these burdens. There is a growing belief that the government is wanting to save the planet for future generations, but it fails to realise it's killing this generation in the process. That is why we've seen such strong public support for last week's protests. Anyone who spent a few minutes on social media could see the level of appreciation and support for those taking part. Farmers are the backbone of our rural and wider economy. Time and time again, they go above and beyond responding to the needs of their economy. They clear the trees after storms. They clear the roads after heavy snowfall and help during flooding. They work long hours, often for below minimum wage, to produce high-quality produce that feeds our nation. I believe the police response last week to the Sydenham bypass protest was heavy-handed and excessive. Think of it. Driving on a dual carriageway with no minimum speed limit merited the police visiting the homes of the drivers that evening to impose a £100 fine and 3 penalty points. This over-the-top response from the police It was it that created the 2 nights of protest seen at Ballygully roundabout. I have no doubt that unless action is taken by those in Westminster and here in Stormont, these protests will grow in number in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you, Timothy. That ends the time for member statements. The next item of business is a motion to suspend Standing Order 10(2) to 10(4). Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That Standing Orders 10(2) to 10(4) be suspended for the 20th of April 2026.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark to move the motion on behalf of the Business Committee.
Moved.
Thank you, Trevor. Before we put the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't have any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So there's ayes from all sides of the House. I'm satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. So we can potentially sit beyond 7 o'clock this evening if needed. Okay, members, the next item of business is the introduction of the Utility Regulator Support for Decarbonisation Preparation Bill. I call on the Minister for Infrastructure, Liz Kimmins, on behalf of the Minister for the Economy, to move the first stage of the bill.
I beg to introduce the Utility Regulator Support for Decarbonisation Preparation Bill.
Clerk, would you please read the long title?
A bill to confer functions on the Northern Ireland Authority for Utility Regulation to assist the Department for the Economy in developing plans for the decarbonisation of the energy sector.
Thank you. So that constitutes the bill's first stage and it can now be printed. Thank you, Minister. The next item of business on the order paper is the second stage of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill. I therefore call the Minister of Finance to move to second stage.
Moved.
So the second stage of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. So I call the Minister for Finance to open the debate on the bill. Minister, thank you.
I'm pleased to move this bill. I believe that changes included will be beneficial for our citizens and make important reforms to the current law on marriage and civil partnerships. The first of these changes relates to the age at which a person can marry or form a civil partnership. Our law, as it currently stands, permits 16 and 17-year-olds to marry subject to the relevant consent, usually parental, being in place. In the last century, indeed well into it, it was not that unusual to see marriages take place where one or sometimes both parties were under 18. But times have changed. In my view, it is important that we reform our law, both to reflect modern life and, even more importantly, to safeguard children. The first aim of this bill will therefore be to raise the minimum age of marriage and civil partnership to 18. The second change proposed in the bill relates to non-religious belief marriage, more commonly referred to as belief marriage. A belief marriage is a marriage ceremony for people who follow a particular non-religious philosophy, such as humanism. The Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill will amend the law to place belief marriage on equal footing with religious marriage, giving statutory recognition to the temporary arrangements. In doing so, it delivers equality between religious and non-religious believers. I want to set out why, along with my two previous finance ministers, Conor Murphy and Kiva Archibald, and my executive colleagues, believe these changes are necessary. The current marriage law dates back to 2003, when it brought in several important innovations, notably the creation of a single preliminary process for civil and religious marriage. In 2003, marriage law has, in my view, worked well. It has allowed couples with much greater choice and freedom in terms of how and where they can marry, but it's now more than 20 years old, and over that time there have been changes in the way we live. As I mentioned earlier, teenage marriage was once common at a time when young people moved quickly into adult life. Today, the teenage years are more about preparation, education, training, work experience and personal development. We actively encourage 16 and 17-year-olds to stay in education or training or to enter work that develops their potential. And we support those who are not in work or learning. Allowing marriage or civil partnership at an age now sits uneasily with that approach, particularly given respected strong and evidence-based international opinion about permitting marriage under the age of 18. To give one high-level example, the UN Committee responsible for the Convention on Rights of the Child has long advocated that all jurisdictions set at 18 as the minimum age for marriage. It is advised that 16 and 17-year-olds are children, and that if they are legally entitled to marry, then that is child marriage. The UN also says that where under 18s are allowed to marry, there is a risk that they may be forced into marriage, or they may become trapped in a marriage they regret. Moreover, even if there is no coercion or regret, even if under 18s marry entirely of their own volition, a 16 or 17-year-old who marries may, by very fact of being committed to an official long-term relationship, miss out on opportunities, particularly opportunities like education and training, or they may simply miss out on the final years of childhood. These missed opportunities can adversely affect the rest of a person's life. It's also the case that where people under the age of 18 are permitted to marry, more girls than boys marry. That is certainly the case here. In every year, decade after decade, markedly more girls than boys marry. In 2004, for instance, 37 girls married here compared with just 7 boys, and that was in step with all the previous years. That is one of the reasons why the risk and potential adverse consequences of child marriage fall disproportionately on girls, and why there's a greater equality aspect to this changes we wish to make to the minimum age. When we consulted and reformed marriage law in 21-22, it was interesting how much support there was for increasing the marriage age to 18, and how diverse that support was. Virtually everyone who responded to our consultation online wanted to see the minimum age raised, and most of the written responses were also supportive. Support came from faith groups, from the Commissioner for Children and Young People, and other children and young people stakeholders, from the Youth Assembly and legal specialists. Relatively few people here marry at 16 and 17, and no civil partnerships to date have involved people of that age. Most marry in their 30s, and only a few dozen each year are under 18. But even a few dozen a year adds up to hundreds over time, and each year we tolerate the risk that some young people may miss out on the opportunities that could shape the rest of their lives. We tolerate the risk that some people will be coerced into relationships they do not want. We tolerate the risk that they end up in a relationship they soon regret. On the other hand, by raising the minimum age to 18, we immediately reduce the risk. Mr. Speaker, Príomh Concordia, these are principal reasons behind Clause 5 of the bill, which raises the minimum age to 18, and Clause 7, which does the same for civil partnership. I draw your attention to Clause 6, which amends the Human Trafficking and Exploitation Criminal Justice and Support for Victims Act, NI 2015, by extending the forced marriage offence to make it a criminal offence for a person to cause a child, someone under the age of 18, to enter into a marriage here. Many jurisdictions have already raised the minimum age to 18. In the South, they raised the marriage age from 16 to 18 in 2019, and in England and Wales they did so via legislation in 2022. Scotland too is consulting on this issue. With this bill, we are bringing our law up to date. In the last 5 years, most of the 16 and 17-year-olds that married here came from outside this jurisdiction. The majority of these came from jurisdictions on these islands that have already increased their marriage age. It is very likely that they came here to get marriage, the marriage they could not get closer to home. I am not comfortable that people from jurisdictions that have ended child marriage can come here and marry because we have not ourselves ended child marriage. This bill will close that particular loophole. In doing so, it will affect the plans of only a few young people who actually live here. The way it will affect them is that they will have to put their marriage plans off for about 12 months on average. That is a small inconvenience, I think, given the wider and long-term benefits of increasing the minimum age. I want to turn to the second stage of this bill, which will introduce, as I mentioned earlier, my views that the 2003 marriage law has been operating well in the 2 decades since it entered into law. Its principal drawback, the only aspect of that, of it that motivated a successful legal challenge is that it permits two forms of legally binding marriage: civil marriage and religious marriage. The statutory framework has not catered for belief marriage. This has meant that humanists and others who have deeply held but non-religious beliefs could not have marriage ceremonies that reflected those beliefs until the courts intervened a few years ago. The 1991 census was the first that enabled people in this jurisdiction to say that they had no religious belief. In 1991, there was about 60,000 people with no formal religious beliefs, around 3% of the population. In the most recent census, in 2021, that total had increased more than fivefold to more than 330,000, 17% of the population. In other words, there's a large and growing community of people who have no religious beliefs. The current marriage law does not take proper account of that community. It does not give them the same opportunity that it gives to religious believers. The opportunity to have marriage ceremony reflects their particular and sincerely held outlook on life. While not all the 330,000 people plus on the 2021 census who said they had no religious beliefs will want a non-religious belief marriage, it is likely that some of them will. Given that, it seems reasonable and proportionate that the law should be amended to give them that option. Nearly 10 years ago, this inequality in the marriage law was brought home to us. In 2017, a humanist couple successfully challenged our marriage law in the courts. They wanted a humanist wedding ceremony, a ceremony that reflected their humanist views, a ceremony that presided over by a humanist celebrant. And they claimed that because the law did not permit humanist ceremonies, because of the 2003 marriage law recognised only civil and religious marriage ceremonies, their rights under the European Convention on Human Rights were breached. The courts took the view that a humanist celebrant should be able to conduct the marriage, paving the way for further belief marriages. We have therefore, since 2017, been permitting belief marriages, but always on a temporary basis. That was the only way we could address the issue raised by the courts until we were in a position to legislate. These temporary arrangements were put in place on a clear understanding that the legislation would follow to create a more permanent and satisfactory solution. The bill in front of members today does just that. There have been more than 5,000 belief marriages since the temporary arrangements were put in place. The 5,000th was in October 2025. That means that more than 5,000 couples have been able to have a type of ceremony they wanted, the type of ceremony that was not available prior to 2017. It is clear from these numbers that there's a sizable share of the population that wants this type of marriage. Additionally, in my view, and despite some concerns raised by humanists, the main humanist body in the North, around other smaller groups or temporary arrangements, have been running smoothly. The ongoing temporary inclusion of belief marriage has not disrupted the functioning of the marriage law. In fact, belief marriage has easily slotted into it. What we are doing now with this bill is making the temporary arrangements, which have operated successfully for several years, formal and official. This is what clauses 1 to 4 of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill set out to do. One change that some people have said they would like to see is a stricter system of approving belief groups to perform marriage ceremonies. It has been suggested that a group should have, amongst other things, a minimum number of members, or have been in existence for a specific number of years before it can be allowed to conduct marriage ceremonies. However, if we were to do this, it is my view that we would have to apply it both to belief and religious groups. It would be a major change to a system that has been working well for more than 20 years. This is one of the reasons I am not currently minded to introduce it. I recognise that NI Humanists, the largest of the local humanist groups, has articulated concerns around the system, how the system is likely to operate. I therefore believe that it is prudent that our statutory framework can reflect an agile manner if the evidence shows that practices are getting out of hand. The bill, in several relevant places, allows my department to bring forward regulations to set qualifying requirements that will apply to both religious and belief groups. My officials are already undertaking early preparatory work, engaging with colleagues in the GRO's office and taking note of the current consultation on the issue in Scotland. I will reflect on that work as the bill proceeds. I want to touch briefly on the issue of independent celebrants, an issue that was consulted on during the process. Independent celebrants provide marriage ceremonies that are not legally binding for people who, for whatever reason, want a ceremony. They are typically profit-making, sole trader businesses that provide their ceremonies for fee and sometimes offering in addition a wedding planning service. During the consultation, some stakeholders suggested that we legislate to enable independent celebrants to provide legally binding ceremonies. To do so would require a lengthy consideration of the current arrangements, and in particular that part of the 2003 legislation that prohibits marriage with the sole aim of making a profit. The question of independent celebrants and the implications of any change to the current law that might benefit from them are things we will keep in view. But I do not wish to delay progress with the current changes, and amongst other things, the impact on civil marriage and role of registrars would need to be very carefully considered. In concluding, I wish to commend the two main changes that this bill will make. Amending the law to put non-religious belief marriages on the same legislative footing as religious marriage is essential for equality. The courts have pointed to this, and a clear majority of the organisations and people we consulted have agreed that it is a necessary change. As for minimum age, international opinion is that as long as we allow people aged 16 and 17 to marry or form a civil partnership, there is a risk of forced marriage, of coercion within marriage, and of young people losing out on key chances, opportunities in areas like education. Once again, a clear majority, close to 100%, of a diverse group of stakeholders agreed. There is clear and diverse public support for these changes. There is legal imperative that we make the change in respect of belief marriage, and a strong ethical case for making the change in respect of minimum age. I therefore ask that you support this bill, and I commend it to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I will speak first to Chair of the Finance Committee, and then I'll make a few remarks in a party capacity. Let me thank the Minister for his comments. I welcome the fact that we are debating the second stage of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill today, and obviously the committee looks forward to scrutinising the bill in detail, and I thank the Minister for giving the committee advance sight of the explanatory and financial memorandum. I would hope that, as we have actually with three previous bills thus far this mandate, we would be the constructive engagement continues between the committee and the department on the legislative process. The committee notes the importance of this bill. The committee has been kept up to date regularly on the bill's progress. Officials from Civil Law Reform Division, who are a small but busy team within the department, and I acknowledge them, they're in the box today, first briefed the committee on 17th of April 2024. Excuse me. That briefing focused on the proposed bill which, as the Minister said, will see the minimum age for marriage raised to 18 and will put into law temporary arrangements around non-religious belief marriage, putting these on the same footing as civil and religious marriages. The worldwide campaign against child marriage is now well known to most of us, including to all in the Assembly, and it's of the utmost importance. This bill needs to deliver that change and provide clear, robust and enforceable protections to prevent child marriage in all circumstances. Now, regarding belief marriage, the committee noted that in the department's consultation, approximately 70% of online and all written respondents who commented on this development were supportive of it. None of the three churches that responded to the proposal raised any objection. As for increasing the minimum age of marriage to 18, 97% of online respondents were supportive of this potential change. Members also discussed the potential sanctions for breaking of this change in the law whenever, assuming it passes, and enforcement of the minimum age of marriage in the future bill. Sorry, this was discussed whenever we discussed with the officials back in April 2024. Officials indicated that these would be broadly similar to that which existed in GB legislation on forced marriage, which deals with minimum ages of marriage. The committee received a further briefing at its meeting on the 23rd of October 2024, And during this meeting, the committee was informed by officials that they hoped the bill would be introduced prior to summer 2025. The committee obviously would note its disappointment that it's taken nearly a year after the introduction, after that first indicated date, for the bill to be brought forward. But we, in broad terms, welcomed the contents. Now we look forward to our meeting on Wednesday forthcoming, when departmental officials will be briefing members on the contents of the bill, including the two broad parts that the Minister has talked about today. The committee has noted interest in the bill from church groups, humanist bodies, the Children's Commissioner, the Equality and Human Rights Commissions, and the committee will seek their views, assuming the bill passes its second stage today. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, members in broad terms support the principles of this bill and its passage through second stage and referral to the committee for detailed scrutiny. Members look forward to working with the Department and other stakeholders and to undertaking in-depth scrutiny of the bill. I look forward to hearing other members' contributions during the debate. I'm now going to make a few remarks as Leader of the Opposition in a political capacity, but I will also welcome in a political capacity the introduction of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill. As the Minister said, there are two broad parts. I think there could and should have been three broad parts, but I'll come on to discuss that. The first part is obviously changing the law around where one of the partners is under the age of 18. As the Minister said, there is now a broad and, in a sense, overwhelming consensus that this change in the law needs to be made to make it effectively illegal for 16 and 17-year-olds to be allowed to marry. This is a development which is welcome. The Minister talked about the UN Convention and the widespread global work on ending, reducing child marriage and the various kinds of exploitation and inequality that are furthered by the existence of this form of child marriage. Societies move on, understandings of what is appropriate in a marital context move on, and it is welcome that this Assembly is somewhat belatedly, but is now moving to end this. As the Minister said, there's a relatively small number of people in Northern Ireland who are in this category in any case in 2026, but that doesn't mean that the law should not be changed to properly make it illegal, and we in the committee obviously will want to see precisely how that is going to be managed. But I welcome the fact that that change is being made. Now, the next part of the bill relates to the putting on legislative footing belief marriage, and I should here declare an interest, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, as someone who 10 years ago, just before the temporary arrangements were put in place, and my wife were then still living in London, but we actually sought or explored or investigated the possibility of having a belief marriage here in Northern Ireland in 2016, and it wasn't possible. But we had a registrar marriage, and it went very well. And 10 years on, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we're still. She hasn't kicked me out yet, so it's proof that. Well, she certainly, and more than that, Minister, and much more than that. But I think for those who do want a belief marriage, first of all, they have been able to seek one over the last 9 years in the North, but this is putting it on a proper statutory footing. I welcome that, and I think it's overdue. I would congratulate those who had to litigate in order to address this anomaly. And the truth is that too often people do have had to litigate, campaign, and pressurise in order to get social change and social reform in Northern Ireland, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. But it's welcome, and we will, in the committee, obviously understand all the various impacts and hear from the various people affected. But I welcome that this bit of progress is happening, or is being formally enshrined in law. Now, there is one slight, as it were, drawback or issue with this bill that I do have to raise today, and that is the absence of no-fault divorce. I think it would have been very much welcome to have seen progress on no-fault divorce and no-fault divorce to have been included in this legislation. Almost exactly 2 years ago, there was a debate in this chamber brought by the Minister's party, in fact, in which the then Finance Minister Keith Archibald indicated her broad support. Now, she said that work would have to be ongoing with officials, and her broad support for including no-fault divorce in this bill. This is the only part of these islands where fault divorce persists, and it's a fairly archaic system, and it perpetuates certain problems. One problem is obviously that it can create an adversarial situation in a often very sad and regrettable situation. Yes.
Matthew, my understanding is just from reading the guidance that this isn't about no-fault divorces. I understand you're making the point that it should be there, but you can't go into it substantially.
This is really vital. This is germane. This was we were at one point there was an expectation that this was going to be in the bill. I think it's really important that I'm able to bring this point out, Madam Principal Speaker. I'm not talking about something utterly irrelevant. No-fault divorce is critically important, both because it makes divorces. It has the possibility of making divorces less adversarial. Whenever assets, and particularly children in custody, are being dealt with, it can make for much less adversarial and difficult situations. But it can also be a vital tool in ensuring that women who are in situations of domestic abuse can be freed from very difficult marriages without having to go through the adversarial and difficult and exhausting and often traumatic process of a fault divorce. I think it is highly regrettable that when we are trying to prioritise ending violence against women and girls, that we have missed the opportunity of including no-fault divorce. I appreciate the Minister's predecessor had wanted to make progress in this area. It would be helpful to have an update on why it isn't in the bill, because I would simply make the point that we're now the only part of these islands, the only part of the UK or Ireland without no-fault divorce. Those are the only points I wanted to make, Madam Principal Speaker. This is critical stuff. We support the bill. But
Matthew, take your seat, please. I let you make your point. I give you a lot of latitude. But don't be telling me that you're going to make a point because you feel it's important. It's up to me to allow that to be expanded. I believe I've given you a lot of latitude. I must return to the substance of the draft bill. Thank you.
The draft bill and say it would have been a much stronger bill had we been able to include no-fault divorce in it. It was a majority of people in this Assembly supported it. This was the obvious legislative opportunity. I think people will reflect that it is unfortunately another failure of this Assembly to deliver timely progress. But the bill itself, as it's drafted, everything that's in it, we are supportive of, and we look forward to scrutinising it. I think it's regrettable that the no-fault divorce reform was not included, but otherwise we look forward to scrutinising it, and we will obviously be supporting its passage today at second stage.
Thank you. I now call Gemma Dolan.
And I welcome progress on this legislation, which, as the Minister has said, will raise the minimum age for marriage and civil partnerships to 18 and make it a criminal offence for anyone involved in causing a child to enter into that arrangement. This aspect of the bill is particularly important as it will provide a safeguard for children who are at risk from being exploited and forced into marriages which the United Nations have consistently reported as a violation of individuals' human rights. The other part of the bill will provide for equality for couples who wish to have a non-religious belief marriage and religious marriages. It puts temporary arrangements that have been operating for several years and saw thousands of marriages conducted successfully on legislative footing. This is a piece of legislation which has equality and human rights at its core and is therefore a positive development.
Thank you, Gemma. I call down for South.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank the Minister for giving the committee the advance sight of this bill, and also like to thank his officials for their continuous updates on the progress of this and being available to us in committee. This is a very serious and important piece of legislation and should be approached with that in mind. And as we work through it, I hope that a solemn and dignified tone remains throughout. As was said, this bill has two main purposes. Firstly, raising the minimum age for marriage and civil partnerships through clauses 5 and 7 in Northern Ireland from 16 to 18, and secondly, seeking to formally include the non-religious belief marriages within the legal framework of the Marriage Northern Ireland Order 2003. In terms of raising the minimum age for marriage and civil partnership in Northern Ireland from 16 to 18, it reflects the evidence that child marriage can be harmful and recognises strong public support for reform, with the bill removing the possibility of under-18s to marry or enter civil partnership, even with parental consent, and introduces the new criminal offence relating to actions causing a person under 18 to enter into a marriage here in Northern Ireland. And with the worldwide campaign against child marriage known to all in this Assembly, it is very important to see this progress. 97% of online respondents to the consultation on this legislation were supportive of this potential change, increasing the minimum age to 18. And it will be good to hear more evidence on this in committee, now that we have this drafted bill and we have the opportunity to consider any potential sanctions or tariffs, the enforcement of the minimum age of marriage in a future bill, including consideration of the Great Britain legislation on forced marriage, which deals with minimum age of marriage. In terms of the move to make current temporary arrangements permanent by including the non-religious belief marriages within the legal framework of the order, it will be important that we review the details of the legal case which led to the current arrangements which are being formalised through this bill. The definitions of the organised groups of people needs to be scrutinised, and we need clarity in terms of the definitions around this. In the Department's consultation, approximately 70% of online and written respondents were supportive of amending marriage law to put belief marriage on this equal footing with religious marriage. None of the 3 churches who responded submitted an objection. Where the legislation is described as formalising in law practices already happening on a temporary basis, I look forward to scrutinising the detail of this further within committee. I have spoken with the Christian Institute around this piece of legislation on an ongoing basis and will continue to engage with them, with the churches and all of those interested in this bill. I am very keen that when this bill is moving forward to formalise and future-proof marriage law, to explore options to strengthen aspects of it too. I would be keen to see amendments considered which would, if added, strengthen the message of what marriage and civil partnerships mean, legislating for a requirement for a dignified and solemn ceremony to be defined and to be carried out. I also welcome the Minister's comments as in his opening, where it gives us an opportunity to bring forward further amendments and potential to remove the ability for profiteering from the solemn aspects of the ceremony. Inclusion of the option to bring forward a requirement for those officiating to complete a qualification is welcome, as I believe there is a clear need to define and remind people of the serious and solemn nature of the ceremony and all that it means. I look forward to exploring this further in the committee scrutiny. And this Wednesday, when department officials are scheduled to attend Finance Committee, we will commence the briefing on the contents of the bill. The scrutiny of this bill, as with others, is extremely important, and alongside a wide range of stakeholders, church groups, humanist bodies, the Children's Commissioner, Human Rights, Equality Commissions, all have expressed interest. It will be so important to hear from them all, to set definitions that are firmly scrutinised as this progresses. And as was said, this bill has 2 main objectives, but it also has potential to strengthen marriage law here in Northern Ireland. And we support the opportunity to bring this forward, to scrutinise further and make the best legislation possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna Cullohan-Tennyson.
You, Principal Deputy Speaker, and like others, I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to support the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill before the Assembly at second stage, and look forward to supporting the bill through its legislative stages over the remainder of this mandate. It has been a long time coming, given that the bill was first consulted upon in 2021 and 2022, albeit there was an abeyance of the Assembly which has delayed proceedings further. But I do want to place on record my thanks to the officials in the department who have been working throughout that period. They are a small but mighty team and have lots of work streams and have put an incredible shift in to get the bill to this stage. It is overwhelmingly clear from the consultation responses that there is widespread public support for raising the minimum age of marriage to 18. It is a step that is overdue and will undoubtedly strengthen protections for children and young people against forced marriage and pressured marriage in particular, as well as bringing us into line with the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child's recommendations and also with our obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights. The reason for raising the age, or the reasons for raising the age, are multitudinal. We know that before the age of 18, younger people are much more vulnerable to coercion from family members, from peers, or indeed from their partners. And given that marriage is a lifelong commitment, it is right that we raise the age to 18 in line with the generally accepted age of adulthood to ensure that those young people are making a fully informed and independent choice. It's also significant that the UN High Commissioner described child marriage as a form of gender-based discrimination and violence, because evidence has suggested that, first of all, it is more common that it is young women who are being married under the age of 18, and there's evidence to suggest that those young people are subject to unequal power dynamics, are more susceptible and vulnerable to domestic abuse, and more likely to become economically dependent, as they are much more likely to leave school early and then miss out on a raft of economic and career opportunities as a result. Significant evidence also exists to suggest that people who are married in childhood are more likely to experience mental health challenges throughout the course of their lives. So support the steps taken to raise the minimum age, but also I'm very supportive of the steps that the Minister is taking to criminalise those who would arrange child marriages. In relation to the second element of the bill, placing belief marriage on the same legal and permanent basis as religious marriage, I think it is a long overdue and important step forward for equality. And it is regrettable, as I think the Leader of the Opposition mentioned, that progress in this space had to initially be secured through the courts rather than through this Assembly. But there is an opportunity today to remedy that position and to legislate for the outworkings of that case in 2017. This isn't about elevating one worldview over another, but it is about treating people of religious belief and of non-religious belief equally in law. And for us in the Alliance Party, that is a no-brainer. We believe in an open, respectful, plural and inclusive society where the state does not privilege any one group in society over another. I also am supportive of the approach the Minister has taken around registration and eligibility. It is a delicate balance, but I think the more pragmatic approach that the Minister has taken to deal with that and take the flexibility to deal with that through regulation is welcome. In respect of the challenges facing independent celebrants, I would be keen to hear from the Minister in his mind whether the current review that's ongoing in England and Wales has informed the Minister's thinking, and if he has any plans to come back to that issue in future mandates. I am conscious, in the contact that I've had with independent celebrants, that there are some couples who don't fit neatly either into the kind of belief marriage or religious marriage space. So where couples want to come at life with different religious views or different perspectives, some do wish to have ceremonies which incorporate, non-religious and religious elements, and find that independent celebrants are often the only route that they can do that, and get married in accordance with their own values, respecting the views of both partners in that relationship. And so if the Minister has any plans in the next mandate in respect of making that more accessible to people so that they don't have to visit the registry office first before having a ceremony that reflects their values, I think that would be really welcome. And like the Leader of the Opposition, would be keen to hear if no-fault divorce is not going to be part of this bill, when we're likely to see progress in that space. But absolutely welcome the bill. I think it's an important step forward and look forward to supporting it through its remaining stages. Thank you, Principal Deputy.
Thank you, Owen. I call Deirdre Hargay.
Just to echo what everybody else is saying, just to welcome the second stage of this bill, and it is important that our legislation is routinely updated and is fit for purpose, and obviously Sinn Féin support the changes that have been brought forward by the Minister. So again, just to reiterate, to thank the Minister and indeed the team of officials as well. And when you're looking at the minimum age for marriage and civil partnerships, it is important that we do raise the age to 18. As has been said previously and by the Minister, this will be in line with international best practice, and it is also consistent with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, who also recommends setting the minimum age to 18. As the Minister said, these changes are supported by the majority of respondents, so it is in line where society are on this issue. And it's important that our laws empower young people, but importantly also protecting them from coercion, from inequality, and from decisions that may lead to lifelong negative consequences. And I suppose that was one of the concerns that did come up through the engagement process. This change would ensure that there are those protections, and that there's also a clear equality dimension that Owen had touched on there, that we know under 18 marriages disproportionately affect girls. And as Matthew says, particularly when you're looking at a scenario of ending violence against women and girls, this is a really important aspect of this legislation. So we support these measures that strengthen the rights and protections, and we also welcome the provisions relating to forced marriages in terms of Clause 6 of the bill, extending the forced marriages offence. We do believe that this is an important area, again, of tackling human trafficking and exploitation, and that is an area of concern that has been raised within communities here also. In terms of belief marriages, we support the changes also. Again, we believe that this is putting this on a correct equality footing and is actually addressing an inequality that was highlighted in the courts, as was touched on back in 2017. And we do believe that this is an issue of fairness and, importantly, treating people who are humanists or who have non-religious beliefs, treating them with the same respect that we treat those with religious beliefs as well. But it is important that we're now putting these rights on a firm legal footing through the amendments in this bill. Whilst I know there are broader issues that we do need to consider in the future, I think it is right that we do move forward with the changes that we have here now, that we don't delay this progress, because, as many said, it has been 10 years from the last court judgment that was done. So I do believe that this bill is a step in the right direction. It protects our young people, it advances in equality, and importantly it modernises our legal framework in a fair and inclusive way. So on that basis we're pleased to support the Minister's approach to this legislation, and we look forward to the next stages. Thank you.
Thank you. Timothy, you're the next speaker. Before you take to your feet, we are going to maybe cut off before question time if you're not concluded by then. You won't be?
Enough that it'll be finished within the 7 minutes, Principal.
Great,
Deputy Speaker,
that's
just
great.
a few points. I want to make a number of general points about the bill and seek some further clarity from the Minister as to why it's being brought forward. At a surface level, there is much that will find favour with the House. There is a degree of common sense in Clause 5, which raises the minimum age of marriage from 16 to 18. Although we arrive at a curious position where a 16-year-old is deemed sufficiently mature to vote in elections, yet insufficiently mature to enter into marriage. Northern Ireland is indeed well behind Great Britain when it comes to making this change. The Minister confirmed in his opening remarks that the Commons reached this stage back in 2022, with the law being changed in both England and Wales in 2023. In the Department's consultation response of November 2021, paragraph 13 states, stakeholders have also questioned the utility of the parental consent requirement, since it might be the parents who have proposed the marriage and exerting pressure to make it happen. If that is the rationale, then I ask the Minister what assessment the Department has made of the scale of forced marriages involving under-18s here in Northern Ireland. Is this an issue concentrated within any particular section of our community? Has the Department identified specific cultural or societal contexts in which this problem arises? If the legislation is being driven by identifiable patterns, whether cultural or otherwise, then this House is entitled to clarity. We know that overseas child marriage is a feature of Islamic countries. Has the growth of the Muslim community here in Northern Ireland seen an increase in this problem in the province? The Minister raised during his opening remarks a concern of people coming here to Northern Ireland from countries that have changed the age of marriage from 16 to 18. All legislation should be grounded in evidence, not assumption, and it's on that basis I asked him if arranged marriages within the Muslim community here in Northern Ireland is indeed a concern for him and his department. Moving on to another topic, I also note that the passage of this bill, the age of consent for sexual activity and the age for marriage, for the first time, I believe, diverge. The law will permit a 16-year-old to consent to sexual activity, but prohibit them from entering into marriage. That represents a significant shift and a departure from the historic Christian understanding of marriage within our society. I myself personally regret that development, and that brings me to a broader point. Marriage, as a lifelong union of one man and one woman, has historically provided not only personal stability but social stability. It has been the foundation upon which families are built and the environment in which children are raised. In all the executive strategies and the policy documents, I would like to see a greater willingness not merely to regulate marriage, but to recognise and promote its value as a union between one man and one woman, as a stabilising force within society.
Timothy, could you take your seat? So, the marriage as defined in this bill is marriage. It's not about marriage for women and men, men and women, or women and women and men. It's marriage. So I just ask you to go back to the substantial part of the bill. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker. And finally, I just want to make a brief comment on the fact that this bill creates scope for belief marriages as distinct from religious ones. That wouldn't be my own worldview, but I have 2 points to raise on that issue. A marriage is a solemn occasion on which individuals make lifelong commitments to each other. I do not see anything in this bill designed to preserve the solemnity of the marriage ceremony. Does the Minister have any plans to address this concern, or would his attitude be to amendment that he would be broadly supportive of that? Finally, is there anything here to ensure that marriages do not become a profit-making exercise for those who perform the ceremony? I trust the Minister will pick up some of these points, if not them all, during his next comments on this bill.
Thank you, Timothy. Much appreciated in terms of your timing. So as question time begins at 2 o'clock, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, when the next member to speak will be the Minister to wind and conclude on this aspect of the bill. Thank you.
Members, it is time to start questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Question number 1.
To ensuring that appropriate steps are taken to protect water quality and the environment, and to that end I have moved as quickly as possible to complete the public consultation on the draft remediation strategy for the Maboy site. The summary report and consultation responses was published on the 12th of March and took into account the responses in terms of what the revised strategy should be, which will be with me later on this month. Overall, Northern Ireland Environment Agency's review and assessment of responses has not indicated any need for fundamental changes to the proposed integrated remediation techniques. However, there are areas where further clarification and refinement will strengthen the strategy. This work is being progressed to ensure the strategy is robust and provide the necessary basis for considering the overall financial requirements for remediation of the site. Consideration will then need to be given in relation to next steps and realistic timescales in line with the Department's responsibility to protect water quality. I plan to meet with both yourself and other Foyle MLAs, the local MPs and the Mayor and Chief Executive of Derry City and Strabane District Council, along with NI Water and DFI in May, and that will be an important opportunity for a discussion on the way forward. It is vitally important that the environmental monitoring programme continues to be delivered, and I am committed to ensuring this remains in place until a long-term solution is delivered.
Ms McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your engagement on this matter to date. There's a really serious issue, concerns around Maboy, But what actual financial proposals have you submitted for consideration by the Finance Minister and by the Executive? Because a concerted effort will be needed by all in order to correct this damage.
Minister.
Thank you, and I share your concern and our collective desire to see remediation of this site. To date, my department does not have a cost estimate which has been assessed and approved through the required public finance processes, such as an approved business case, in order to inform a financial bid. There are several reasons for this. There is no agreed preferred option, and there will not be until the updated draft strategy further to the consultation is adopted and the cost estimate is completed and decisions taken on next steps. There are also a range of approval processes which must be carried out to ensure that any remediation proposals are technically sound, cost-effective and affordable. These processes can only move forward once the final draft remediation strategy is completed. I'm looking forward to this discussion with yourselves in regards to this. I'd also remind members that Mavoy is one of the reasons why I've been seeking agreement in terms of an independent environmental protection agency for Northern Ireland. I'm absolutely gutted that that's been blocked by the DUP. Mavoy is a clear example why we need stronger environmental protections in Northern Ireland.
And I thank the Minister for his answer so far and actually for his engagement with both ourselves and with the public and foil on this issue. So I suppose my issue around this is around the water quality, and you've already given some assurance of the fact that there is going to be engagement from NI Water and other bodies on this. But can I ask the Minister for clarity around specifically what metrics are going to be used and how those are going to be evaluated on an ongoing basis to ensure the water quality in Derry and in the wider area remains at a high quality, and that any variance in that will be monitored and picked up as quickly as possible?
Thank you, and I want to reassure you that safeguarding public health and ensuring safe drinking water is of paramount importance. That has to be the first thing that we are considering in regards to this. So my department is committed to protecting the water quality of the River Fawn and working in partnership with NI Water to safeguard drinking water in the North West. My officials have put in place a comprehensive environmental monitoring programme at the Mavoy site. This includes site and riverbank inspections, detailed monitoring using international quality standards, use of on-site groundwater and surface water, together with daily laboratory testing of water quality at the Northern Ireland Water drinking water abstraction point. NI Water monitors the water abstracted from the River Fawn, water at the various stages of treatment and final water supplied from Carmoney Water Treatment Works. Monitoring data is shared and interpreted by both NEA and NI Water. The monitoring data is used by my department and NI Water to continually assess any changes in risk to water quality in the River Fawn and the quality in terms of the water abstraction point. Water quality reports are regularly published on the DAERA website, and to date there has been no adverse impact on the safety of drinking water being supplied from the River Fawn. I think it's important I set this out, that that's the action we're taking, and that has to be of paramount importance, and it is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, given the uncertainty around the budgetary demands on the Mavoy issue and the constraints on budgets more generally, can he give us any information on his department's financial outlook under the proposed 3-year budget and how that relates to these issues?
Thank you, John. So I know the concerns from many people in this House is that in terms of remediation of the site, is that when that is going to occur and how is it going to be funded. And we're doing the work in terms of finalising that strategy. I'm going to engage with local elected representatives in regards to that. But the other issue is in relation to funding for that. I've already set out in terms of the process we're going to follow, but I've been previously on the record that the costs associated with remediation could be between 107 million and 700 million. There are significant costs, and that's why it's important the UK Government also realise the cost of that to the Northern Ireland budget is a very, very difficult amount for us to be able to bear, and that's why I continue to support the Finance Minister in terms of his engagement with the UK Government in regards to this issue. We need financial support to do not just this, but other issues that are affecting our budget around that. The budget position in the draft budget, which was consulted upon, are very significant for my department. We have a very grim outlook in terms of finances for the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. It's no secret we're carrying over 800 vacancies. I asked for the compensation for bovine TB to be prioritised at monitoring rounds. That is not in the current documentation. Also, in relation to capital support, I need the support for the Sustainable Farm Investment Scheme. I also need the support for new campuses at both Loughrea and Greenmount, and I will continue to engage with the Finance Minister on this, because the support we deliver for all the communities in Northern Ireland, particularly in terms of rural communities which benefit from the services that we deliver.
Honourable McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 2, please.
On the 2nd of April, I launched the Wildfire Action Plan to accompany the wildfires in Northern Ireland, a strategic framework 2025 to 2030. This action plan contains time-bound actions for each of the 35 key areas of development identified in the strategic framework, covering strategic objectives of wildfire prevention, preparedness, response, recovery and enforcement. The actions will be delivered collectively across a range of wildfire stakeholders. Key actions within the plan that will assist with land management in the Mournes will include developing wildfire management and response plans for the Eastern Mournes area of special scientific interest and special area of conservation, developing guidance about land management practices which would reduce the likelihood and impact of wildfires, and also ensuring what wildfire awareness and management courses are available. Some of this work has already been initiated. For example, my department recently appointed a consortium of international wildfire experts to deliver a range of wildfire mitigation and management work across Northern Ireland, including wildfire management and response plans for the Eastern Mournes. The project will involve engagement with local landowners and a range of stakeholders, including the Fire and Rescue Service, Ulster Farmers Union, Northern Ireland Water, Forest Service and other stakeholders and NGOs. To further assist the landscapes of the Mournes, my department is supporting a range of projects to restore its peatlands, coastal erosion, to control erosion, repair paths and also to assist with wildfire recovery from previous fires. Alongside land management, I'm also very keen to enhance enforcement for rural arson and advise and urge that if anyone sees anyone lighting such fires in the countryside, they should report it immediately to the police.
Mr. McMurray.
Minister, can I ask what difference the Wildfire Recovery Project, which is led by the Pau Costa Foundation, will make in the Mournes?
Thank you, Andy. The project will produce plans which will lead to increased resilience to wildfires in the Mournes that will reduce the risk of significant wildfire spread. This will provide benefits for the biodiversity, landscapes, land managers and recreational users of the Mournes. Specific outcomes will include detailed wildfire management plans for the Eastern Mournes ASSI and SAC based on the ecology of the Mournes, the wildfire risk assessment and wildfire spread modelling, which will inform interventions. This will be combined with a complementary emergency response plan to assist with wildfire response should such incidents occur. Similar work will be undertaken in relation to Western Mournes and Kilfegan Upper ASSI to advise upon interventions. An investigation will also be undertaken to gain insights into the drivers and causes of wildfires across the Mournes.
Cathy Mason.
Gormagat Can Corlia, and I thank the Minister for that information and the important work being done in such an important area. Would the Minister agree with me, though, that the introduction of an Areas of Natural Constraint scheme could actually support improved land management in the Mournes and help to reduce the risk of wildfires through better grazing practices and sustainable upland maintenance?
I'm conscious that private member's bill is now going through its scrutiny process, and I know the committee will actively engage in regards to that. I think there's a case for conditionality associated with those payments, so then you could drive what you're desiring in terms of outcomes. The key intervention which will assist in terms of the issues you outline is a Farm with Nature package, and we're continuing to roll that out in Northern Ireland, and I think it's important that we do that.
And I thank the Minister for the update on this. There's hardly a year goes past when there's not some serious incident with wildfires in the Mournes, and it is devastating. I want to ask the Minister a little bit about the response plan that he has mentioned, because quite often whenever these fires start, we see them in the distance and they're not that big, but the rate at which they progress is so fast and difficult to contain. But in terms of the response plan, and you talked about other emergency services, a regular issue that we have is, for example, you're driving along and you see the fire. I've rang 999 myself. the response that you get from the handler, from the police is, where exactly is it? What road is it at? How do we connect to water? How does the fire engine get to it? Members of the public don't know that. So is there something in the response plan that will actually feed that back down so that when members of the public just see the fire, that we can get someone to be able to explain it, get connected and deal with it at an earlier instance?
Thank you, Dan. I think that's a constructive comment and something I'll take back through my colleagues and also through the Fire and Rescue Service. A key element in terms of the wider action plan is in terms of community response, because the community will know the situation on the ground, and collectively we can be much stronger in terms of how we can turn this around. So I'll take that back. What I would say, and it's probably something I would share with yourself, is that the weather is starting to improve, and that's when our worry arises in terms of the risk of wildfires in Northern Ireland. And I think we're all united in the message here today is that to urge people to be cautious in the countryside, and for anyone who's aware of anyone who's deliberately setting malicious fires, for people to report that through to the police, because that's harming our environment but also putting at risk people and their houses and businesses.
Thanks, Minister. In regard to the Wildfires Action Plan which you published earlier this month and the pledge to look at existing legislation regarding those starting wildfires, you did touch upon enforcement there. What measures are you considering to tackle enforcement, to be basically harsher on those who are found guilty of engaging in and starting these wildfires? And secondly, do you have a timescale for the overall work?
Thank you, Patsy. So the action plan's on the departmental website, and it sets out the various actions that we're going to take forward. They can be taken forward at faster pace if we have the resources to do that. That's what links through in terms of budget and also resourcing. Two fundamental actions can be taken in terms of enforcement. First of all, if people are aware of cases that could result in enforcement action, to report it through promptly and be prepared to give witness statements. The second of which is that we've committed to look at the legislation around this, and we will review that in terms of the effectiveness associated with that, because we need to ascertain, is it the legislation or is it about encouraging people to come forward and to give evidence so we can bring cases to trial.
Thank you, Minister. You'll be aware that the Black Mountain area in my own constituency has been subject to wildfires over the last few years. Can you advise how the strategy and action plan that you've announced will take into consideration that and other mountainous areas also? Thank you.
Thank you. So there is good work being done in the Belfast Hills by environmental organisations, and I want to thank them for that, and that helps us in terms of management of those areas. A number of the actions within the Wildfire Action Plan do cut across the whole of Northern Ireland. I think it's important that I say that, because I'm very conscious in terms of the impact that this has had. It's been in the news and it's affected those local communities, and we need to build resilience. The last thing I would say is that the issues associated with wildfires in Northern Ireland are not unconnected with the issue of climate change. That we're seeing weather changing, our patterns changing, and places more susceptible to wildfires. And that's why we also want to take action in relation to climate change. That's why we published the Climate Adaptation Plan for Northern Ireland. It's the first one in the UK, which also involves the non-governmental organisations working with government, so it's a collective approach. But also we need to take action in terms of the Climate Action Plan for Northern Ireland. I think it's really, really important we recognise that.
Peter Martin.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to group questions 3 and 12. Since becoming Minister, I have had regular engagement on coastal management issues, including meetings with stakeholders, briefings from my officials and discussions with the Minister for Infrastructure. The Coastal Forum is a collaborative partnership involving local councils, the National Trusts, my department, the Department for Infrastructure, supported by an effective working group that continues to deliver the agreed work programme. Key achievements include a £2.5 million investment by my department in coastal evidence gathering, resulting in complete coverage of the coastline. Building on this collaboration, partners have also secured €9.6 million from the Peace Plus programme for the Coastal Monitoring and Adaptation Planning project. As witnessed again this winter, coastal communities and infrastructure are already experiencing the impacts of climate change. These impacts underline the urgent need for action, which is set out in the 3rd Northern Ireland Climate Change Adaptation Programme, which was published last month. This includes actions on coastal resilience to take account of the Climate Change Committee's recommendation that the Executive should consider bringing forward legislation on coastal change and designation of responsibility to a department. The Climate Change Adaptation Programme also outlines that role that nature-based solutions can perform in coastal areas, where blue carbon habitats such as salt marsh, seagrass, kelp forests and mussel beds not only store carbon but also improve coastal resilience by reducing wave energy and to limit coastal erosion and storm impacts. More broadly, actions to restore peatlands, woodlands, grasslands and healthy soils reduce flood risk by slowing and storing water, while nature-based solutions in urban areas such as sustainable drainage systems and urban greening help manage surface water and reduce heat impacts.
I would say, Minister, I find the grouping somewhat tenuous, but nonetheless we'll let you off with this time. I call Mr Martin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for his answer. Minister, your co-chair, the Sinn Féin Minister for Infrastructure, I asked about some of the key developments over the last 2 years, and she replied telling me that £2 million, you referenced that figure, had been invested in establishing the baseline, and as I said, you made that reference yourself. Is it therefore acceptable that for the last 2 years, £2 million has been effectively spent on research and little has been done to practically protect the North Down coastline, or in fact any other coastline in Northern Ireland?
Thank you. Just in response to the Speaker, I'm happy to take question 12 separately if that's so desired. In regards to this issue, I find it a bit rich for the DUP to lecture me in relation to climate change, when the actions that I'm trying to take in terms of addressing the impacts of climate change have been stymied by your department again and again and again. In terms of the Climate Change Adaptation Programme, that sat in the Executive for months before I could get agreement to publish it. We're seeking to take action in regards to this issue. These institutions didn't sit for 2 years. I'm seeking to catch up in terms of the progress that should be made in regards to this. We're clear in relation to the impact of climate change around Northern Ireland, and we're seeking to take forward the Climate Adaptation Plan and also deal with the issues associated with coastal erosion. But the most fundamental thing we could do is first of all acknowledge that there's a problem with regards to climate change rather than continuing to deny it.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the update on the nature-based solutions and their role that they will have in the third Climate Change Adaptation Programme. I should declare an interest as I'm a member of the Ards Peninsula Coastal Erosion Group, and I have also been out at Anne's Point at Mount Stewart, where you can see how nature-based solutions are solving some problems of flooding. But Minister, you've mentioned already the Climate Change Adaptation Programme sets out a lead department, or there needs to be a requirement for a lead department. Could you provide maybe what the next steps would be in designating what that lead department is to oversee coastal management?
So there's steps set out in NICAP in terms of designating of that department. I think it's important that that takes place. That will also require legislation, which will have to be taken forward in the next mandate. There's a number of actions that need to be taken forward around this, and we're seeking to do this collaboratively across government, but also with stakeholders.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And whilst the Minister mentions lots of the investment in terms of preventative work, and the mapping exercise, there are still a number of examples in constituencies such as mine in South Down where people fear that they're going to lose their gardens, lose their homes and lose roads. Is there any way where it is perilously close to something happening where some finance might be made available to try and help them with those imminent issues as well as looking into the future?
I'm very conscious of the impact this is having in terms of local communities, and coastal erosion, as you know, is a cross-cutting issue, and that's why we need to designate a department and also put legislation in place in regards to that. Within the existing framework, responsibility for infrastructure such as seawalls, roads and harbours sits with the Department for Infrastructure, which manages and maintains those assets and has carried out repairs and assessments. For example, at Dungnadee, where damage occurred just recently. I would highlight the need for everyone to work together in regards to this, including district councils. We have to take a holistic approach to this, and part of that is also in relation to nature-based solutions, because we're very conscious in terms of hard infrastructure, not only the costs associated with that, but also potentially that moves the problem down the coast, and we need to take a much more holistic and wider approach in regards to this. If there's particular issues in your constituency, I'm happy to consider them in correspondence and follow it up with relevant ministers.
Alan Robinson.
Number 4, Mr.
Jubilee House currently has 358 workstations available. This includes 187 workstations for DAERA staff, 145 workstations for Department of Community staff that occupy the second floor, and a further 26 workstations that are provided in the Department of Finance's Connect 2 hub, which is located on the ground floor and is available for all Northern Ireland Civil Service staff. Daily occupancy is not monitored by DAERA as workstations are allocated to DAERA business groups and are managed in line with hybrid working policy. A workstation booking app is available to assist this process, and whilst its use is encouraged, it's not mandatory, and therefore occupation levels cannot be confirmed using the booking app data. The booking app data, however, indicates that on average 51% of available workstations were booked by DAERA staff each month. DFC average weekly occupancy of 77% for its accommodation, and monthly occupancy average was 17% between March 2025 and February 2026 for the Department of Finance, Northern Ireland Civil Service Connect 2 Hub.
Mr. Robinson. Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. Has the Minister looked at basing more staff at Ballykelly, either within his own department or in conversations with other ministerial departments?
So I'm very conscious of the resource that we have in terms of Jubilee House and the importance in terms of regional balance. In terms of increasing occupancy levels within the building, the implementation of hybrid working and its requirement for staff to attend the workplace for 40% of their contractual working hours each week reduced the space requirement that my department needed within Jubilee House. Consequently, my department implemented arrangements with the Department of Communities and the Department of Finance to maximise building usage. So we're seeking to make sure that everyone is able to use that building. And as you know, the Department for Communities is on the second floor, and that will enable it to deliver its wider creation of jobs in terms of the services it delivers on behalf of the Department of Work and Pensions in Great Britain. I think this is a good relationship. We have flexible working arrangements in Northern Ireland for Northern Ireland Civil Service staff, and I'm glad that Jubilee House is part of that.
Sure, Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, may I ask you just in general terms how vacancy rates in your department are affecting your ability to deliver work in the department, in your department?
Thank you, Stuart. So the issue in terms of vacancy rates in my department is the biggest issue that's inhibiting me to be able to fulfil statutory services, but also deliver upon the priorities that many members have within this House. We have over 800 vacancies within the department, and it's important that they are filled. The Northern Ireland Audit Office report in terms of civil service resourcing is quite relevant to this, and no doubt the Public Accounts Committee will pick that up in terms of an average time of 7 months to be able to fill vacancies. This is something that needs to be addressed so that we can ensure we have the right people in the right posts so they can deliver for the people of Northern Ireland.
Anyone else? 5. Mr.
Work is well advanced on finalising Northern Ireland's first climate action plan following completion of the public consultation and recent publication of the summary responses on the DAERA website. Responses highlighted strong support for climate action alongside clear expectations around fairness, affordability and deliverability. The Climate Action Plan is a significant cross-cutting statutory document that will provide clarity on how we will cut emissions, improve our environment and achieve sustainable growth in a way that is just and fair for all. My intention is therefore to bring the Climate Action Plan to the Executive for consideration before the summer recess. Whilst work continues to finalise the first Climate Action Plan for publication, it's important to note that work on a more ambitious second Climate Action Plan is already underway, reflecting the scale of the long-term challenge as set out in the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022. A low-carbon future will bring multiple benefits, which will only be achieved by working together.
Mr. McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for his response, and it's good to hear the positive response there's been as well to the Climate Action Plan. But Minister, what is your assessment of the Climate Change Committee's recent report on the cost-benefit analysis of the 7th carbon budget?
The Climate Change Committee's cost-benefit analysis reinforces that early, well-planned action is economically preferable to delay, and that the cost of inaction would be significant and rising for households, farmers and businesses. In particular, the report highlights that a single fossil fuel price shock can cost as much as delivering the recommended route to net zero, underscoring the economic risk of continued exposure to volatile fossil fuel markets. Not acting on climate change could cost the UK between £10 and £20 billion per year by 2050, and for every pound invested in climate action, the benefits outweigh this by 2.2 to 4.1 times. For Northern Ireland, these findings are relevant because inaction would increase our exposure to climate impacts such as more frequent and extreme weather, increased flooding and risks to food and energy security. Delay also increases the risk of higher future costs. By contrast, taking forward a planned route through the Climate Action Plan supports a fair and just transition, enable people and businesses to adapt in a manageable way. The benefits of acting now are lower energy bills over time, improved energy security, new green jobs and skills, and greater resilience in farming and rural communities. It helps ensure the transition delivers economic, social and environmental benefits for Northern Ireland, including protection for the most vulnerable.
Mr McReynolds, Quebec.
Thank you. Minister, can you give assurance that the Climate Action Plan and the actions which flow from them will be underpinned by the principles of just transition?
I can, because the issue of just transition runs right through the Climate Change Act, which was passed unanimously by this House back in 2022. I believe in a just transition. That's why we set up a Just Transition Commission, to ensure that those voices are heard and that no one is left behind. This will be the first time that a Just Transition Commission has been set up in law in the UK and Ireland.
Wilson.
Mr Minister, you will be aware of your wide-ranging role in the Climate Action Plan and the fact that this work is, as you have stated, cross-departmental. The Climate Action Plan doesn't come without cost, and in wider society people are becoming more aware of the great expense associated with what are overly ambitious emissions targets. And I note that your colleague has referred conveniently to the Climate Change Committee's reports. Those initial reports, of course, were rejected by the majority, sadly, in the House.
Mr Wilson.
Yeah, I will get to the question. Minister, will you today commit to task every department and arm's-length body with conducting a cost-benefit analysis of all net zero-related climate policies and funding streams within their remits?
As I already set out in the supplementary question to Peter McReynolds, there is clear benefits associated with climate action. The Climate Change Committee consistently reports in regards to that. There's also requirements in place in terms of managing public money for any expenditure within government, as everyone well knows in regards to this. The issue here, in terms of people pushing the mantra that climate action is something that we can defer and it's something that we shouldn't take, actually it just defies belief, frankly, because what we're seeing yet again is another fossil fuel crisis where people are being pushed into fuel poverty. We're at the behest of dictatorships in terms of supply of oil and gas. What we want to do is we want to take climate action so we get off that fossil fuel roller coaster and we have a decarbonised society and everyone benefits from it, and that's what I intend to do, rather than parrot the Trump playbook, which the DUP are obsessed with.
Timothy Galston.
Mr Speaker, Minister, your draft Climate Action Plan stipulates a reduction by 2030 of 18% in dairy cattle, 17% in beef cattle and 18% in sheep, pigs and poultry. Can you give the agriculture industry, remember that's the one you're meant to champion, a commitment that your draft or your action plan won't include any stock cuts?
If the member cared to read the Climate Action Plan, he would realise that it doesn't, and that we're not following the advice of the CCC, and we're working with farmers to give that thriving, resilient and environmentally sustainable future. That is what we're doing, and it's important that we recognise the course that we're following in regards to this. We're committed to climate action, but we're also committed to a just transition, and we're also not going to jump on the bandwagon of rejecting science and evidence, which your party does day and daily.
Speak the truth. Order, members. Moving to topical questions. Question 1 has been withdrawn, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his responses so far. Minister, not only does Strangford have the longest coastline, but we also have an interest in fishing. Could you provide an update on the development of the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill, please?
Thank you, Kelly. So the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill is a key piece of legislation. It's currently being drafted, and I would hope to be able to bring it to this House before the summer recess for second reading, and then also then committee stage to be able to commence. The legislation is important because we're currently operating on outdated legislation from 1966. It's important we bring ourselves in line with modern operating practices, but also modernise fines and penalties and standardise those in line with our colleagues across in Great Britain. This is important legislation. Many stakeholders are asking for it. Hopefully we get it to the House before the summer recess, and that scrutiny can take place, because that's where this place should be focused upon, which is delivery of legislation, and particularly for our inland fishing sector.
Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, can you outline just for the House and for those watching what benefit there will be from the legislation for the fishing industry?
Part of it will be a requirement to publish an inland fisheries policy statement, and that will be really important so that we are able to look at the challenges facing the fishing sector today, but also in terms of making sure that there's a level playing field for everyone. That's where we're standardising fines and penalties and bringing ourselves in line with our colleagues across the rest of the UK. It's long-awaited legislation, and hopefully it gets to this House as soon as possible so that we can have that scrutiny associated with it.
Brett.
Speaker, Minister, the A5 road project, the Enniskillen bypass and the York Street interconnector in my constituency have now all been shelved as a result of targets that cannot and will not be met. Do you now, Minister, recognise that those targets need to be reviewed so that lives are no longer lost on those infrastructure projects and our economy is not any longer damaged?
I'm very conscious that this is a matter in front of the courts, as I set out last week in terms of the debate around this, so I'll have to be careful in terms of my response because I want to respect the legal process underway. What I'm very clear about is in relation to the benefits associated with climate action. I don't want to see Northern Ireland left behind. We now have a situation where China, for example, is a larger exporter of EVs. We also are very conscious of the benefits of clean local energy for our citizens in Northern Ireland, and that's why it's important that we give certainty to businesses. This legislation was passed unanimously in the House back in 2022, and it's important we respect the democratic mandate of this House and we continue to take action in relation to climate change, which is what I'm seeking to do.
Mr. Speaker, and as the Minister knows, there is no consensus around those target levels. The best way to provide assurance to business, the business community want projects delivered. They want to see an investment strategy from this executive. We cannot have one whilst the projects are going through the courts and are being shelved. These targets are costing lives day and daily, and they're also costing millions of pounds of undelivered projects. When will the Minister wake up to the folly of these targets?
Minister.
The question back is when the DUP are going to admit to the folly of the climate change denial in regards to this. People are suffering the consequences of Northern Ireland being subject to the fossil fuel rollercoaster in terms of the impact in terms of oil and gas prices upon the citizens and businesses of Northern Ireland. We need to get off that and we need to take climate action and let people benefit from it.
Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for an update on his actions in relation to wastewater pollution?
Thank you, Kate. In my oral statement on wastewater regulation and enforcement delivered to this House at the beginning of March, I set out a number of key interventions to strengthen the regulation and enforcement of wastewater activities and to reduce pollution across our water environment. These interventions include introducing the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill to strengthen fines and penalties, reviewing the sentences for environmental offences through the Department of Justice's planned sentencing review, a proposal for the Northern Ireland Environment Agency to withdraw from the SORPI administrative arrangement with Northern Ireland Water, seeking executive agreement to designate the Shellfish Water Protected Area as a sensitive area under the Urban Wastewater Treatment Regulations 2007, reviewing and updating standards within discharge consents, and also introducing wastewater regulatory reforms to improve compliance and compliance reporting. The situation that's occurring in Northern Ireland, where we're having sewage pumped into our waterways, is wrong. It's a disgrace, and it's important people back me in the actions I'm trying to take to strengthen regulation and enforcement around sewage pollution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. This is an issue that residents in South Belfast raise with me on a regular basis, and I know he's very passionate about tackling it. Is the Minister able to quantify the impact of wastewater pollution on Belfast Lough and our waterways?
The situation is quite stark. Our rivers, lakes and lochs are under mounting and unacceptable pressures. Only 29% of our surface water bodies now achieve good ecological status, a deterioration from 2011. Northern Ireland Water has reported that more than 20 million tonnes of untreated sewage and wastewater spill into waterways every year, with storm overflows discharging over 24,500 times annually. Wastewater and sewage discharges have significant environmental consequences that extend into the wider economy, affecting new development, public health, fisheries, industry, recreation and tourism. The impacts of excess nutrients are already evident, including 3 successive summers of blue-green algae blooms in Lough Neagh, and the likelihood that that's going to occur yet again this year. Evidence is demonstrating a deterioration of water quality in Belfast Lough. Nutrient contamination in Belfast Lough is damaging the Shellfish Water Protected Area, reducing both the quality and market value of local shellfish and posing risks to the sustainability of the shellfish sector.
Gareth Wilson. Thank you. Minister, at a very useful meeting at Gosford Forest Park on Friday with senior representatives, including the Minister of DFI, ABC Council and Forest Service officials, to discuss the important pedestrian safety issues associated with crossing the main Newry to Armagh Road from Market Hill Town to the Forest Park. Minister, do you share the concerns of local people and park users that a pedestrian footbridge is vital and would transform access to and from the town and the Forest Park for all users?
Thank you, Gareth. So I'm aware of the concerns around this, and I'm glad you were able to have that constructive engagement last week. If you want to follow up and have a chat with myself about that later today, I'm happy to do that, because the safety of pedestrians and park users must always be paramount.
Mr. Wilson. Thank you, Minister. And just given that the park, of course, is a DAERA asset, would you commit to encouraging and resourcing your department to work in a collaborative approach with other stakeholders to conduct a technical study for the creation of a footbridge?
What I'll do is I'll engage with yourself, get a bit more information in regards to it. We need to scope this out. If there's actions required, we're not going to be found wanting in regards to this, but we need to follow a proper process. The safety must be paramount.
Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for an update on his expert review on the dog breeding regulations?
Thank you, David. This is an important issue. It's regularly been raised with me, and that's why it's part of the animal welfare pathway. The expert review is finalising its work. That report will come to me soon, and then once I'll consider that and then publish it in the next number of weeks. Once that report is published, we'll have to give consideration in terms of implementation of the recommendations associated with that, and also the prioritisation which comes in conjunction to that. What we want to do is we want to engage with stakeholders around that and get their views in regards to what is a really key issue, and I get regular correspondence on.
Mr. Honeyford.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your response. What further actions then will you be delivering in this mandate to improve on the welfare of our pets?
Thank you, David. So the animal welfare pathway sets out a number of actions that we're seeking to take, largely in relation to companion animals. There is also actions that have taken place, not just within this pathway, but also in addition to it, in relation to farmed animals, and it's important I give assurance that that is a priority for me in my department, whether it's in relation to TB, but also in relation to, for example, the issues associated with blue tongue, avian influenza and other areas that we need to take action in relation to animal welfare and managing disease in Northern Ireland. Specific in relation to companion animals, we're taking forward legislation associated with Lucy's Law. That'll be coming forward to the committee very soon. We'll also be commencing a consultation, and it's important I say that this is a consultation so we can get views on this issue, this will include, and there's correspondence going to the committee very soon in regards to this, a ban on specific adversive training devices, the regulation of rescue and rehoming organisations, strengthening microchipping requirements for dogs, call for evidence of mandatory microchipping of pet cats, and also in terms of dog licence fees. There's a lot of action needs to be taken in relation to this. We lost 2 years of the mandate, but we're seeking to catch up in terms of legislation around this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your questions so far. Minister, something I'm very passionate about, as you know, Rathlin Island achieving a world first in removing non-native ferrets from its ecosystem. What can we do to learn from the Life Raft project and its successes?
There's lots we can learn from it. First of all, give thanks and recognise the importance of working together, particularly in relation to the RSPB and the work that they have undertaken in regards to this. In conjunction with the local community, this has been a collective effort, and I'm very, very proud of the community in Rathlin for what they've managed to achieve in regards to this, but also in terms of understanding the importance of biosecurity. That's been elevated. It's important we keep it at that level so that we ensure that we don't have any further incursions around us. But this is a positive moment for Northern Ireland and something that we should be very proud of what we're able to achieve by working together.
Ms Mulholland.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. And given that the puffins arrived in Rathlin a couple of weeks ago, can you give us an update on the seabird conservation strategy as it links so much into the work of the Life Raft?
So the seabird conservation strategy, I just checked before I came down here, is on its way to my desk. It should be here imminently. I will promptly consider it, and hopefully we can publish that because it's a good piece of work, and it's important we get that out and we deliver actions around this in conjunction with our stakeholders, particularly in relation to the RSVP, but more broadly because there's a wide range of people who are committed to the same goal that we're all seeking to achieve, which is a thriving environment.
Paul Free.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will know it's coming to the time of year when I asked him what support he has given to agricultural shows, namely Ballymena and Ballymoney agricultural shows.
So, as the member will be aware, we deliver support in relation to the food programme. You're also aware of the budget situation that we are within and the challenges associated with that and previous decisions that were taken in order to ensure that we manage our budget appropriately. But I'm very aware of the benefit that rural shows have in terms of the rural community in Northern Ireland, and it's important that we recognise that in terms of future rural policy for Northern Ireland, and that all government departments have a role to play, because those agricultural shows that take place across Northern Ireland are something where the rural community will get together, and it's important other departments also consider their role in regards to this.
Mr. Free.
Minister for his answer. Given the fact that farming communities and farming families are under so much pressure now, what message will he be sending to those people who attend these agriculture shows? And what solace can he give, given the cost of diesel, the cost of fertiliser, and the heavy burden placed on farming families re his net zero policies?
Mr.
So the action we're trying to take in regards to climate change is about getting off that fossil fuel roller coaster so that people aren't subjected to those price increases. The message I would send to everyone in Northern Ireland, particularly in relation to our farming community, is that we're with you. It's important that the UK government steps up. They have the fiscal firepower to be able to deliver that support, particularly in relation to fuel and energy, and it's important that they step up. As Minister, I am committed to continue to deliver on our Sustainable Agriculture Programme in Northern Ireland and working with the farming community to deliver that thriving, resilient and environmentally sustainable future. But the challenges that are being faced, most particularly in relation to the agricultural community, in relation to fertiliser prices, are something of concern with me. We will continue to work with stakeholders. We're convening a round table of relevant parties this week to consider these issues in more detail in terms of practical supports that we can deliver, and it's important we do that.
Robert Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, quite often farmers feel the brunt of some of the decisions that has been made from your department. That said, many of them are facing the difficulties now where they're making sensible, conscious decisions to build larger storage capacity so that they're responsible about when they spread in the land. So can I ask specifically, what conversations have you had with the NIEA in relation to that, in terms of those planning consultation processes, to allow these farmers to get on with their business and actually allow them to be the custodians they plan to be, so as they can continue to have additional storage and then use that at the right time of the year?
Thank you, Trevor. So you raise an important issue. I've had significant engagement with officials around this issue. They're coming to conclusion around this in terms of how do we achieve a future with regards to slurry stores and in terms of hopefully getting to a situation where there's permitted development rights associated with that. That's where we need to get to. Alongside that, but separately, because what we're talking about first of all is a policy issue, particularly in relation to the issue of ammonia and the challenges associated with that. But separately, in relation to plan and performance, there's been significant effort been undertaken by Northern Ireland Environment Agency in terms of improving those response times. I was briefed about that again this morning in terms of submissions sent through to me, in terms of ensuring that people are given more timely and more detailed updates in regards to that, but also that we improve the turnaround times. There's a plan and performance improvement plan that's in place around that, and it's important we continue to deliver upon it. But they get the issue associated with the matter in terms of slurry stores and the need for us to be able to have a more agile response to that, and we're seeking to deliver upon that.
Moving on to questions to the Minister for Communities. No points of order during question time. The question 2 has been withdrawn. Matthew O'Toole.
Question 1.
Mr. Speaker, I remain firmly committed to providing practical assistance to those most at risk of fuel poverty. I am pleased that the Executive has agreed to my proposal to provide targeted support for families and people across Northern Ireland who are feeling the pressures of increased home heating oil costs. £36.4 million will be allocated to my department to the support of delivery of that scheme. This means assistance of £100 for oil will be offered to over 340,000 households in Northern Ireland. This covers a range of vulnerable groups, including those with disabilities, older people and those on a low income. This scheme goes beyond those who are on benefits and recognises that many working families still struggle with heating costs. It targets public support to the households that need it most, including people in low-paid work. This is about helping the right people in the right way based on real household pressures. And while I recognise the scheme's role in providing short-term assistance to households using home heating oil, my ambition is to move beyond this and deliver lasting, meaningful support. Alongside this new measure, I will reform my department's discretionary support scheme to ensure grant assistance is available to those in need, regardless of the type of home heating they rely on. And in parallel, I'm actively focused on long-term solutions for families. I will be seeking financial support from the Executive for proposals for a warm, healthy homes fund to make cold, damp homes a thing of the past as part of our implementation of our Warm, Healthy Homes strategy.
Mr. O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, I welcome the fact that an announcement came last week after weeks of the Executive bickering and shifting blame. So it's welcome that there was an announcement, though we will want to hear more. I welcome that he indicates more is to come. It needs to properly also help people who are on gas, particularly on lower incomes. Can I ask specifically about the oil support? Given that home heating oil is entirely unregulated here in Northern Ireland, there are obviously many reputable providers, and I'm not in any way saying that they're all going to profiteer, but there's nothing legally stopping home heating oil providers simply jacking up the price of 500 litres, for example, of home heating oil before his scheme starts. What conversations has he had with home heating oil providers to ensure that the benefits of this are properly passed on and there is no profiteering?
Well, we haven't had those conversations yet, but we will be engaging with a number of stakeholders. I think that is a valid concern that many people will have. However, if we are providing direct support to people, that does need to be done in the right way, and it's why we will be looking to have a list of those suppliers so that people will be able to get the support out to those who need it most for that particular reason. But I think this is something that should be welcomed, because the member has talked about how long it has taken for that put in place. I don't make any apology for that, because the reason why it has taken time is that this simply hasn't just gone to those that are on benefits. We wanted to extend it to others who are on low incomes. That's where the added time and complexity comes from. But as a result, 70% of households in Northern Ireland who use home heating oil will get that benefit. The member was saying for a long time we weren't doing anything on this. That was wrong, and we'll have to just file that again under things that Matthew O'Toole gets wrong. It's a pretty big file. We were working hard, and now we're going to deliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for delivering on this. While others news talking shops and sound bites on the media, the Community Minister is actually delivering 4 homes across Northern Ireland, and I want to thank him for that. He will know, obviously, rural areas feel this most acutely, given the nature of living there. And will he commit and ensure that those homes receive help and support as well?
Apologies, Mrs. Erskine.
No problem. I was an Armstrong once.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely right to highlight the challenges that many people are facing right across Northern Ireland. That's why we're doing what we can with what we have by putting this scheme in place. But what I and others have been saying, in fact, this was raised by our party leader in Westminster 6 weeks ago, is the need for help to come to everybody who is in need at this time. Now, the most simple, straightforward way for the government to do that is to reduce tax and duty on fuel. That's simple, that's straightforward, and that will not just provide immediate relief to those who are filling up the tank of their car or their tractor or their lorry or whatever else it might be, including their home heating oil. But it helps with everything that comes from that. It helps with inflation, and it helps to pare back on the increases that will come as a result of that. So we're doing what we can, but the government must step up and deliver real relief, and that will help her constituents in Fermanagh and South Tyrone and beyond.
Ryan Kingston.
Question number 3.
Mr. Speaker, further to my answer to the member's previous question on this issue, I can advise that the Housing Executive wrote to my department on the 24th of February seeking approval for an extra statutory payment of approximately £2,500 per property for up to 88 properties to a total cost of £220,000. This payment would enable the private homeowners to proceed with the works and ensure that remediation can be progressed for the scheme as a whole. Mr. Speaker, the Department has referred this request on to the Department for Finance for approval, and I am happy to announce, literally fresh off the press, I've just been handed this information that the Department of Finance has now provided their approval to allow the Housing Executive to make the extra statutory payment, and my officials will now write to the Housing Executive to advise them of this approval, which will enable the Housing Executive to proceed with the replacement of the Finlock gutter. Some good news for your constituents.
Mr. Kingston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, through you, you have answered my main question. There will be celebrations in Ballysillan tonight with the news that these Finlock gutters in blocks of houses in mixed ownership, that there is now a clear pathway forward. I thank the Minister for his attention to this matter, and the only remaining question is just to ask him to continue to lobby just for works to proceed post haste, and I thank him again for his good work in this matter.
I'm grateful to the member for his comments and actually for bringing this to my attention in the first place. It is good news. It is essential work that needs to be done, and I'm pleased that we have that approval from the Department for Finance. So I will now make sure through the Housing Executive that this work proceeds as soon as possible.
Pam Cameron.
Question number 4, please.
Mr. Speaker, I undertook a total of 15 engagements during the course of my visit to the United States. These were wide-ranging and engaged with key partners in both Savannah, Georgia and Washington, D.C. across the political, cultural, business and tourism sectors. I spoke at an event in Savannah hosted by Georgia Southern University alongside my Irish Government counterpart Patrick O'Donovan TD to highlight the influence the Ulster Scots community and their values had in the development of that region. My officials are exploring several promising opportunities for collaboration. I also welcomed the opportunity to build upon existing relationships and further collaboration with the National Archives and the Library of Congress within the framework of the Memorandum of Understanding my department signed with the America 250 Commission. These relationships have borne tangible results, and I'm pleased to confirm that I have secured the loan of key historical records that will come for the first time to Northern Ireland. However, one of the highlights of the visit was undoubtedly the special reception that was jointly hosted with the America 250 Commission on Capitol Hill. Over 250 distinguished guests attended, including senior politicians from both sides and both parties in the House and Senate, business leaders, cultural figures and representatives of the diaspora. I strongly believe that personal connections and relationships matter. Our shared stories and experiences build trust and mutual respect that help open doors and create lasting opportunities. In an increasingly global world, Northern Ireland must seize those chances to tell our story, a story of resilience, creativity, innovation and deep historical links.
Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for that very detailed answer and giving us the detail on what was clearly a very busy and very worthwhile visit, representing not just the Unionist community, but in fact all of the community in Northern Ireland. Can the Minister outline the cost and what he sees as the value to this visit to the US?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so the total cost of the visit, including flights, accommodation, advertising and the catering at the event, along with entertainment and the commemorative coins and books, as well as the pop-ups and displays, was £39,727. And in terms of the value, we were able, in a way that we haven't done before, to promote that Ulster-American connection. We got exposure during the St Patrick's Day parade to the New York media market, a media market of 8 million people, telling them about the historical links between Northern Ireland and the United States and inviting people to visit Northern Ireland as well. We have also, as I've outlined, received the material for loan from the Library of Congress, which will be of value, especially to the Public Record Office and its responsibilities and objectives there. But if she wants to know more, I would encourage her to speak to the business leaders and the groups from Northern Ireland who were there and who greatly valued the opportunity to engage with so many people in the United States.
Minister, at a time when people are struggling to heat their homes and fill their cars, and you've been raising that here today as well, you've been able to find hundreds of thousands of pounds for this US 250 project, and you've yet to demonstrate value for money. It's okay telling us what you think was good about your trip, but can you actually outline the projected return on investment for these projects and confirm how your department has assessed value for money before proceeding with all of these?
Well, Mr Speaker, she will be aware, of course, there have been business cases that have been carried out for this work, both for the visit and for the funding pots that I have put in place, and I think it's important that that is considered. And the second thing that I would say is, yes, I completely understand that we are living in a difficult period and people need support. I've brought forward that support. But I don't think that we should do that at the expense of arts and culture in Northern Ireland, that we got those budgets in order to help elsewhere. I think that we can do both. We're going to continue to do both. And I think that the promotion of Northern Ireland, getting more people to visit Northern Ireland, be aware of Northern Ireland, is actually a good thing and something we should all want, something that we should all celebrate. Because I hope that we will have visitors that will have been watching the St Patrick's Day parade on NBC in New York that will say, I want to come and visit Northern Ireland, that I want to come and visit South Down, and that I want to hear more and see more about this place. So it is worthwhile. It's absolutely something that we should be doing. I would encourage her to look into some of the projects that have been funded. Many people applied. We weren't able to fund everything that we wanted to, but local communities see the value in this. Our museums see the value in it. Tourism Ireland see the value in it as well. So I hope that she will find out more and that she will understand the value that can come as well.
And Minister, as a representative for the Downpatrick area, where the resting place of 3 patron saints, but particularly that of St Patrick, do you think that it might be an opportunity next year for an executive minister to actually visit Downpatrick on St Patrick's Day and help sell the wonderful area, which is the true home to St Patrick, and make sure that as many people as possible know about that?
Well, of course, Slemish will be coming into my constituency very soon. I think it is important that we don't forget Slemish and the connections to St Patrick there either. But this is something that we should continue to do, not just on St Patrick's Day, but throughout the year. Tell our story, but who we are, what we've done, where we have come from, and why this is such a good place to visit. We've also been pushing the historical and family connections and relatives and the research that can be done at the Public Record Office. The Open was an incredible opportunity for us, and the Public Record Office was full of people who came for the Open and explored more about their history and heritage, and we've had more people come back. So I think this is a good investment. We need to continue to do it, and I'll happily promote the story of St Patrick, his Christian values and his connection to Downpatrick.
Question 5.
Sure. Mr Speaker, I'm keen to ensure that supported living accommodation is available where it is needed. This is not just about increasing provision, but ensuring that the right services are being provided in the right places. Given the budget constraints that we face and the significant spend by my department annually on the Supporting People programme, decisions must be based on where there is evidence of need. Any increase in supported living provision requires not only capital investment through the Social Housing Development Programme, but also adequate Supporting People funding to resource the additional or expanded support services needed. In 25-26, I allocated a total of £83.7 million to the Supporting People programme. This included £1 million for additional or expanded services services, resulting in 124 units of new and expanded services for 7 supporting people providers. The programme now provides approximately 800 services, which help to support almost 20,000 individuals. The Housing Executive is now finalising its strategic intent for the programme, which will guide its future direction. This includes a strategic needs assessment, which will provide evidence of current and future need for housing support services, highlighting any gaps in supported living provision. The Housing Executive will draw on this assessment to inform future commissioning decisions, including reprofiling and expansion of services where need is identified.
Mr. Malone. Thank you, Minister, for your answer indeed, and this is invaluable work, and entirely support that work where there are people, many of whom require that supported living, many of whom are coming from institutional care and do require that reintegration back in the community. However, Minister, there is, and there has been, indeed I refer to a constituency issue, what duty of care do the organisations responsible for placement of individuals, some of whom have severe mental health problems bordering on high risk to others living about, what responsibility have the likes of, say, Praxis, what duty of care have they to individuals living in close proximity to someone with those high-risk behavioural problems?
Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, that's why we have the Supporting People programme in place, because we recognise there are additional needs there for the individual concerned, but of course there needs to be support and help for those that are also availing of that sort of accommodation, and that is hopefully right for their needs as well. I don't know if the member has a particular case in mind. He says he does. Then I am more than happy for him to come through my office so that we can raise this directly with the providers to try and make sure that we sort out any of those issues. This is complex. This is often difficult needs. We need to be sensitive to those. We need to help those who need it, but we also need to make sure that we're helping others around that situation as well, whether those are members of the public with no connection apart from proximity to the service, and those that may also share that accommodation with the individuals he's describing.
Minister, for his answers so far, and could I remind the Minister and the member opposite that St Patrick established his church in Kilrathane. It's worth noting. Can I ask the Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, does he accept that there are areas of Northern Ireland that lack sufficient supported accommodation?
I certainly will note the first comment that he has made, and if anybody else has any other connections to St Patrick, I'm happy to note them and put that into the Assembly Library, Mr. Speaker. In regards to his other question, of course, we recognise that need varies across locations and client groups as well, and the investment required not only in the physical accommodation itself but in the housing support services means that the Housing Executive's commissioning decisions must be based on evidence, and this must be informed by how needs have changed over time as well. So the purpose of the strategic needs assessment is to provide this robust data to help inform future commissioning decisions that are informed by levels of need.
Alan Robinson.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, can I thank Mr. Robinson for his invitation to visit Limavady in March, when I was able to see firsthand the benefits of my department's recent £150,000 investment in the revitalisation scheme, which benefited 35 properties in Main Street and Irish Green Street. My officials are currently engaging with Causeway Coast and Glensborough Council on their next regeneration priorities for Limavady, following the 2024 review of the Limavady Master Plan. Limavady includes several key opportunity sites which my department will progress in partnership with the Council and other strategic stakeholders, subject to priorities agreed by elected members and the availability of funding.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly thank the Minister for that visit. On behalf of those tutors that he met, they too pass on their very sincere thanks for the interest that is shown. Could I ask him what actions his department has taken to tackle dereliction?
to explore ways in which my department can support addressing vacancy, particularly in urban centres, I've asked my officials to conduct a review of successful vacancy initiatives taken forward by councils to date. And to inform this work, my officials have been engaging with all councils over the last number of months to agree the parameters of upscaling this type of intervention to enable more schemes to be taken forward. And I've tasked my officials to explore how we can roll out the vacant to vibrant scheme across all councils, following the very successful pilot by Belfast City Council. I'm pleased to say that officials are now drafting guidelines on the department's approach to funding future vacant to vibrant projects, and once finalised, officials will work with councils to develop projects subject to necessary approvals and budget availability. Mr Robinson's very passionate about Limavady, very passionate about the area as a whole, and wants to see something done about those high rates of vacancy. Unfortunately, it's not just something that he's experiencing in his own constituency, which is why we want to take this approach to help urban centres right across Northern Ireland.
McAllister.
Mr Speaker, I'm very aware of the significant rise in private rents over recent years, both in Belfast and across Northern Ireland. While Northern Ireland continues to be regarded as one of the more affordable regions of the UK, the rate at which rents have risen has outpaced wage growth by around 16%, meaning many renters are now spending a greater share of their income on housing costs. To help address affordability challenges, in April last year, I introduced legislation to limit rent increases to once every 12 months with a 3-month notice period. Ultimately, the root cause of rising rents remains the imbalance between housing supply and demand, and increasing supply across all tenures is essential to improving long-term affordability. That's why we now have a 15-year executive supply strategy for housing, and I will shortly bring forward the first detailed action plan to support its delivery. I remain focused on increasing the supply of affordable homes across Northern Ireland. This includes building substantially more social homes, and that is why last October I set a grant rate that challenges housing associations to deliver more homes per pound of public funds. It's why I am introducing new homes at an affordable rent, and it's why I continue to support co-ownership to help people achieve affordable home ownership.
McAllister.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far, and I think the Minister would agree, like many others, that outpacing wages by 16% is just mad. And in my constituency in North Belfast, rent is increasing in areas that have never seen the likes of the increase before. There are people who cannot get onto the property ladder, but they turn to rental. However, the rental price is much more than any mortgage would ever be. It's absolutely infuriating. The Minister outlined some rent control measures, such as the third generational control measure, but is there anything else on the Minister's agenda that he is going to look to, either in this mandate or commence work in the next mandate, that might be able to help our constituents more?
Well, of course, any further work in this mandate in terms of the sort of legislation that she might be talking about wouldn't be feasible in a practical point of view, but I don't think those sort of controls ultimately help and achieve what we want them or what we think that they may achieve. In fact, nearly all of the evidence that we have collated shows it has a severely negative impact on rents. This ultimately, as I said in my original answer, comes down to supply and demand. So that means we need to do everything that we can and stretch ourselves so that we can build as many homes as possible. There's a number of ways in which we are trying to do that. I have set those out already, but I am committed to doing everything that we can to increase the supply of homes, because ultimately that's the only way in the long term that we can actually deal with the cost of rent.
Very cool.
80% increase in the cost of private rents is disgusting, but not surprising, something I and many others warned about years ago. The truth is, Minister, you've allowed landlords to run riot and to rip people off. So, Minister, when are you going to introduce rent reduction and rent caps? And it shouldn't fall on my shoulders to bring forward a private member's bill on the issue, but I am, because you have failed to act on this really important issue.
I understand that the member is passionate about this issue and he brings forward what he thinks is a solution, but as I've said repeatedly, his solutions will actually make things worse. What we need, it is true, because unless you deal with the issue of demand and the lack of supply, you're never going to be able to tackle this issue. And I have provided in the past, and I'm happy to provide again to this House, the information and the research and the evidence that shows that it simply won't work for people. So our focus needs to be on what has been proven time and time again to work, which is the need to increase the supply of housing across all tenures in Northern Ireland. And that's what I want to do.
Linda Dillon.
Minister, can you outline what, if any, plans you have to give further assistance to Women's Aid, particularly in terms of refuge provision, given that rents are actually, the cost of rents are actually meaning that women in really, really dangerous positions are unable to leave the home that should be their home, but actually is the most dangerous place for them to be right now with their children?
Yeah, absolutely, and the member's absolutely right to raise this issue, and there are many factors that are affecting those that are leaving their homes as a result of domestic abuse. We need to make sure that we're covering all bases and that we're doing what we can to provide the assistance, and the Housing Executive has been very key on that, and of course has their strategy in relation to that work as well. I'm happy to look again at some of the figures and see where demand is in particular, but if she has any particular concerns, I'd be more than happy to hear them, because this is something we absolutely need to be receptive and responsive to, and I will certainly work with the Housing Executive to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help those that are most in need. We often talk about the vulnerable in our society. There are few more vulnerable than those that she has described. I've worked with Women's Aid in the past, both at a constituency and at Northern Ireland-wide level. I'm happy to do so again to make sure that we provide the support that's needed.
Increasing cost of rents is having a huge impact on family finances, and I welcome the Minister's work on addressing this so far. But Minister, what more can be done so that we can ensure that we have more housing here in Northern Ireland?
Well, as I've said, we need to make sure we have more supply. So how do we manage that? We clearly have our housing supply strategy now in place, and the action plans will follow from that. But we need to make sure that the funding is in place first of all, so that we can build more social homes. I've done what I can by stretching the money that we have and asking housing associations to stretch themselves more so that we can deliver more homes. That's right thing to do, and we will see the benefit of that. But we need to make sure that the Executive properly funds housing as well. It is said in the programme for government that is a priority. It is set a target, so the money needs to be followed up by that. Now, I understand that there is a very difficult budget situation ahead of us, and capital is no different to other money. But when you make a pledge to build so many homes, you need to see the money follow up so that we can do that. But it doesn't just come down to funding for housing. We need to make sure that the right infrastructure is in place as well. That includes wastewater. But we also need to make sure that the right planning policies are in place. To make sure that our councils have local development plans as well, that properly zone land in the right places to make sure that we can build more homes. Some of this rests with ministers directly, such as DFI, in terms of wastewater, but there is a responsibility on the Executive collectively, and I am bringing proposals forward to the Executive. Some are with the Executive right now, some will be coming forward shortly, but we all need to make sure we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we build more homes, and there is a responsibility on our councils as well to make sure that our local development plans are fit for purpose and allow us to build homes where they need to be built.
Shalma Hall.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to confirm that the preparation of public consultations for each of the policies within my Heritage, Culture and Creativity programme is now at an advanced stage. I expect the first consultation in respect of the museums policy to launch next week, and my officials are currently finalising practical arrangements for that. Public consultations for libraries, arts and the historic environment will follow in sequence, and I expect that the majority of the process to be complete before the summer. This approach will see consultations for each policy launching in a staggered fashion to ensure those with overlapping interests have adequate time to provide a response to each one in turn, should they wish. Final policies will be published once consultation responses have been analysed and fully considered, and a collated Heritage, Culture and Creativity Action Plan will follow when the suite of policies is finished.
Ms. Mulholland, briefly.
Thank you. Minister, many in the arts sector say that you talk the talk but they are still waiting for you to walk the walk. This is going on for so long. They have waited so long for these policies. What is the hold-up? Why is your department not bringing forward these policies in a timely manner?
We are bringing these forward, and as you said in the answer, public consultations will follow in sequence, and the majority of the process will be completed before the summertime. We do want to give that time so that people that do have interest in the overlapping policies have time to respond, but I want to make sure that this is done, and I'm driving it forward.
Mark Durkin, on topicals.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the financial support scheme announced for heating oil customers, and I do share the frustration that it isn't enough to go far enough to help all those who need it, be they gas customers or indeed hard-pressed households above the £30,000 threshold. Can the Minister, however, give any assurance or even any idea to those who will qualify for this assistance when they might get it?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, this is the difficulty with having a policy in place that doesn't have the necessary infrastructure right now to support people. I've said it will take at least 3 months before we are in a place where we can get that out to people, and there will be further consultation that will be required with some of those key stakeholders, with those that will assist us in the work that we are doing. There will be processes for the committee as well, and I want to make sure that is done as quickly as possible. But this is far from perfect. It doesn't target everybody that needs help. It doesn't target everybody that's struggling at the minute, but we're doing what we can with what we have. But I will impress again, and I will say it again, there is a very simple, straightforward way to provide relief to those who are in need that targets everybody and helps with some of the inflationary pressures that we're facing as well, and that is to see a cut in fuel duty and tax on home heating oil, because that doesn't just provide immediate relief, but it helps in the longer term as well with so many of the other issues that we face.
Mr. Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to digest that information or work out when, therefore, this money will become available to those who need it. My colleague Matthew O'Toole had asked around engagement with oil distributors here. I'll come at it from a different angle. I think it's extremely important, and perhaps the Minister can answer me, if he will engage with them and to make sure that this card can be used with local oil distributors in all our towns, villages and cities, rather than have maybe one or two big suppliers providing right across the north.
I can assure the member that's not the intention. We want to make sure this covers everybody and anybody that can supply, and that's the work that we'll be doing over the coming months to make sure that that is the case, and one of the reasons why it is going to take longer, because of course that's not a distribution list that we currently have.
Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could ask the Minister, following on from communication on the 24th and 25th of March, I believe, there was notification given to small pockets of deprivation recipients to say that there would be a change in funding. Minister, I'm a little bit concerned that the groups are going to be asked, they're going to get some money in advance which will pay for salaries, but they'll have to apply retrospectively by receipts every 6 months for the rest of their costs. Do you think this is a fair amount or a fair way to do funding, because those groups will have to use existing monies to actually run schemes?
Yeah, this had been raised with me briefly, and I know the concern that many have expressed over that. She'll understand where we are at right now with the budgetary situation, and that we're not able to provide all the certainty that we might otherwise like to. But I'm more than happy to take any specific example she has or pressure that people can be under, and I'll see if we can find a way to help in that. But I know it's creating an additional layer of difficulty, so if there is a way I can help, I'm happy to do that.
Ms. Armstrong.
And I thank the Minister very much for his answer. Indeed, all of the MLAs representing the Ards and North Down area have been invited to a meeting on Friday with those groups. I just hope that the fair funding principle as outlined in the partnership agreement with the community and voluntary sector can be followed, and that those groups aren't asked then to go into their reserves and other things that will actually take them outside of the Charity Commission's rules. Does the Minister agree, therefore, that it's important that those groups are still sustainable and that they can continue on delivering the work under the small pockets of deprivation?
Very important work that's done. Of course, we want them to be sustainable, and I'd appreciate it maybe if the MLAs could jointly write to me after that meeting, or whatever political representatives are going to be there, with any of the suggestions about how we might be able to help out. And if there's something that we can do, of course, we will do that.
Sinead Ennis.
Minister, this week is Lesbian Visibility Week, a fact of which I'm sure you're aware and promoting on the Department's various social media websites. Can the Minister therefore provide an update on his work to deliver the much-awaited LGBTQI strategy?
Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, over recent weeks I have considered the work of the co-design group and the draft strategy in depth, and I have to say I do have some concerns about what is in there. I think that it is being or it's portraying itself as a document of inclusion, but I'm concerned about the ideological nature of that work. And in particular, I don't believe that it has been evidence-led. I believe that it has been activist-led instead. So I do have a number of concerns around this issue, in particular around some of what is proposed in relation to some of the transgender issues in particular. I don't think that within the work that has been done there is proper respect for those that would take a different view in regards to gender ideology or parental views or sex realist views or biological reality or free speech or the protection of women and girls or safeguarding issues or evidence-based policy at all. The groups themselves have said that there is a notable lack of available data, yet it makes sweeping commitments in this. So this is a concern to me. I have had an engagement already with some of those groups interested. I was due to have another one last week that has to be postponed because of the executive meeting running on, but I'm prepared to sit down with those groups and see whether there is room for us to make sure that we help people, because I do want to be in a position where we're providing help, but unfortunately the work that has been done doesn't come anywhere close to what would be acceptable to the executive.
Dennis.
At a time when LGBTQI rights are under attack across the globe, it is vital that we have a strategy in place here that actually will help us progress a ban on harmful conversion practices, for example, that will improve non-discrimination and equality legislation. So, Minister, why are you continuing to fail LGBTQI people by refusing to bring forward this strategy?
Minister.
I don't think the member listened to what I have just said in my original answer. Maybe she had her supplementary prepared before she actually listened to what it is that she wanted to say, because this is the problem whenever you're driven by ideology. You don't care about evidence, you don't care about alternative views, you don't care about facts or proper debate. I have concerns with the work that has been done. I don't think that what is there will get passed and get agreement at the executive. She'd mentioned conversion therapy in particular. There's a reason why the UK government and the Scottish government have not been able to pass any legislation in terms of conversion therapy, because so much of what people want to see outlawed is already outlawed in legislation that we already have, and what's left goes into the area of free speech and debate, which would not be appropriate for us to go into that area and put limitations on what people can think or what people can say to other people as well. So I'm not prepared to present something that isn't right, that doesn't work for Northern Ireland. So I'm happy to engage with anybody who wants to engage. I'm actually happy to have that debate, because some people just say, give us a strategy. What's in the strategy? What do we actually want it to do? And unfortunately, I think far too much of this debate has been driven by ideology, and what's there in terms of the sexual orientation strategy right now simply won't fly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, we all know the challenging times that we're operating in, but whenever I engage with the veterans community here in Northern Ireland, they have additional barriers and challenges when trying to seek support. Minister, could you outline what you're doing to support our veterans here in Northern Ireland?
Well, I'm grateful to the member for her question, and I'm pleased to say that work on the dedicated Armed Forces liaison pathway is well advanced. My officials are finalising the design of the single point of contact model, including referral routes, support processes and staff training requirements. Once these elements are completed, the pathway will move into implementation. Whilst I'm keen to see the phone line operational as quickly as possible, it's vital that we invest the time in ensuring the appropriate operating principles and guardrails are in place so we can build the trust of veterans and they can engage with our services with confidence. Raising awareness is also a key priority. My department will promote the pathway through veterans roadshows, jobs and benefits offices, veterans champions and partner organisations such as the Northern Ireland Veterans Commissioner and Office for Veterans Affairs. None of this work was done before I came into office. None of these preparations had been made. I believe that our veterans should be treated on an equal basis, that their service shouldn't be held against them, and this is one of the ways in which I'm going to make sure that that happens.
Ms Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answer. This is incredible news, and it is saying loud and clear our veterans will not be left behind any longer. Minister, could you provide a time frame for your work and when it will start to be implemented?
Yes, Mr Speaker, I expect to confirm a launch timetable shortly with the intention of ensuring the service becomes available as quickly as practically possible for veterans, transitioning personnel and their families. For too long, our veterans have been taken for granted, and I have been proud to be able to use resource within my department to deliver this service, and I look forward to it launching in due course.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister agreed with me that one of the practical obstacles that many, particularly women, victims of domestic violence face in leaving an abuser is being able to access an alternative home, often with their children. What steps has the Minister taken to ensure that victims of domestic violence can very speedily access social housing if they need it?
I'm grateful to the member raising this question. It's absolutely right that we have that support in place, and the Housing Executive has a policy in relation to this so that that support can be provided, and so that people can help and understand the unique nature of the challenge that are faced by those who are contending with domestic abuse. We know the control and the impacts that that has, and the difficulties, and that's why we do have that plan in place through the Housing Executive, and I'll certainly do everything that I can to support that, and acknowledging Linda Dillon's question earlier on as well. If there are issues of concern, I'm happy to chase those up and make sure we put in place what needs to be done so that we can help those who I truly believe are vulnerable.
Mr Burrows.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer. It's shocking also that some perpetrators actually deny their victim the ability to build up a credit rating, so they can't even get private housing because of that. Does the Minister feel that a clear statutory duty on the Housing Executive to provide priority access to victims of domestic violence would be beneficial?
Well, of course, this is one of the reasons why we are making the changes that we have to intimidation points, because I believe that it was wrong. That certain groups of people who are under threat of violence or other threat had priority over some other groups. So that is work that is going to be carried out by the Housing Executive to make sure that our policies there are right, that they are up to date, and that they ensure that those who are in need actually get it, and that those circumstances are taken into consideration.
Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could the Minister kindly update the House on the Northern Ireland Community Infrastructure Fund?
Yes, Mr Speaker, I'm very pleased to say that on Wednesday I will be making an announcement in regards to those who were successful in the Northern Ireland Community Infrastructure Fund. You know, I think it's often the case that in this chamber we get a hard time and we get accused of not delivering or not getting things done. Oftentimes it may well be justified. But the Northern Ireland Community Infrastructure Fund is a prime example of where we have been able to deliver against a need, and the significant oversubscription to this fund demonstrates that need acutely. It's also not lost on me the importance of timing of this fund, given the recent impact on the voluntary and community sector of the Local Growth Fund. I also have to say that the Community Infrastructure Fund is a good example of two departments working together, and I want to put on record my thanks to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and his team for ensuring that additional funding is now going to be put in place, so we're going to maximise delivery for rural communities. But I think it is right that we reflect on the fact that a need was identified. I put in place a system, it has been stepped up, and from Wednesday we will hear about those communities that are going to be transformed by the funding that is made available.
Mr. Robinson.
I very much thank the Minister for that, and all of us in this House will look forward to Wednesday. Can the Minister advise of any future rollouts of this fund in the future?
Mr. Speaker, ensuring the long-term delivery of this scheme is vitally important to me. One of the key bits of feedback from the voluntary and community sector was that these schemes are too few and far between. So I am now working to ensure this scheme is baselined into my department and will continue to deliver for these sectors. And it's also important to give reassurance to those who will have invested in making their application. I'm also pleased to say that this has been open to faith groups and churches who play an incredible role in our local communities, and I look forward to seeing the churches that are going to benefit from that, because this is important that it is supported, and the Department for Communities under my leadership has been a faith-friendly department, because it's right that we recognise the incredible work that churches do along with other organisations, and I look forward to revealing more on Wednesday.
Thank you. Danny Donnelly has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health to outline his plans for reducing the number of deaths resulting from long waits for care in emergency departments.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Royal College of Emergency Medicine's State of Emergency Medicine in Northern Ireland report highlights the serious risks which are associated with prolonged waits in our emergency departments, and those associated risks include avoidable harm and indeed death. The report estimates that long waits could be associated with 1,032 excess deaths in 2025, and while my officials would want to point out that's a slight reduction compared to 2024 and 2023, the level of preventable harm remains unacceptably high, and it is not a trend. The reduction is not a trend. I'm very conscious of the concerns raised in the report about the clinical risks linked to prolonged waiting times. Although it's difficult to establish direct causality between waiting times and outcomes, there is clear evidence that extended delays in EDs increases overall clinical risk. The Getting It Right First Time review of emergency medicine here highlighted the significant patient safety risks associated with ambulance handover delays and with prolonged waits in EDs. In response, my department is working with the Health and Social Care Trust, including the ambulance service, to implement release to rescue guidance to try to ensure no ambulance wait is longer than 2 hours for a handover at an ED. And my officials have briefed the Royal College of Emergency Medicine on this guidance, and we hope to begin to implement it from the 27th of this month. Alongside this, my department has worked with trusts to improve flow through unscheduled care system, contributing to a small improvement in Category 1 ambulance response times in the Belfast area. And while that's welcome, performance remains below the required standard. My department continues to act to improve hospital flow, reduce ED congestion, and ensure patients receive timely, safe and effective care. Urgent care centres, minor injury units and phone first services are fully operational across the region, helping to divert appropriate demand away from EDs. Funding has also been provided to expand hospital at home and same-day emergency care services, alongside additional support for the ambulance service, strengthening hear and treat and see and treat pathways.
Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that answer. Minister, over 1,000 excess deaths a year associated with overcrowding and long waits in A&E is a catastrophe. In previous written answers regarding excess deaths in A&E, the Minister has pointed to urgent care centres, phone first, minor injury units and additional emergency medicine consultants. These steps are welcome. However, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine is clear that attendances at EDs have barely changed, while long waits and associated deaths have risen sharply. Does the Minister accept that unless patient flow improves across the wider system, particularly through tackling delayed discharge and strengthening capacity in our communities, these measures will not be enough to reduce dangerous waits and the harm associated with them? And what will he now do about it?
Well, I agree with the member, and I've made the point several times in this chamber. It's about flow through the hospitals. The focus of the media and of this House has on many occasions been on the front door, about delays in ambulance handovers, about delays in getting patients of whom there has been a decision to admit in the emergency department into a bed in an acute hospital But the problem is at the back door. It is, as the members use my phrase, it is about community capacity. And what are we doing about it? We're looking at a long-term solution, because you can't flick a switch and fix that. And the first thing we have to do, and the members well aware of this, is get to a point where we can introduce the real living wage, something that I wanted to do last September. And I am standing ready to do it and backdate it to the 1st of April. But to do it, I need a budget, and as yet the Executive has not come to an agreement on a budget for this year, or indeed the much more preferred multi-year budget.
Wigan.
Minister, people go to hospitals, emergency departments, because they're sick and need help, and they do so in the belief that our health system is supposed to care for them and that it should function to save lives. And I want to differentiate the words health system and healthcare staff who go beyond care. But in the scenario of the health system, this is a damning report. The Royal College of Emergency Medicine details what they describe as an unfolding catastrophe in our hospital emergency systems. As you've said, 1,032 excess deaths in 2025 associated with 12-hour emergency department waits. Minister, can I ask you if you accept the report, its 8 recommendations and its conclusion that our emergency department overcrowding is a result of not growing demand but system failure? And more importantly, Minister, in terms of the actions that you have outlined, when will our population here in the North see measurable changes?
Well, I do accept that it is about the flow, as I said to Mr Donnelly, and I can't give you a timeline for the fix, because it will require investment. The more investment that is put into it, the quicker the fix will be realised. And now you're saying it was 1,032 excess deaths last year. The year before it was 1,122. The year before that, again, it was over 1,000 at 1,063, and that was in 2023. So there is a trend there, and we're not introducing a trend of reducing it. But I have to say, I was looking at the last report that I'm aware of from the same Royal College of Emergency Medicine into the NHS in England. And in 2023, 1.5 million plus people waited over 12 hours in emergency departments in England, and that led to nearly 300 excess deaths per week. It's not right in England, and it's not right here, and we are struggling to find the fix.
Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, this is a catastrophic situation for our community here in Northern Ireland. The Royal College of Emergency Medicine indicate that the number of people attending ED has been relatively static since 2016, yet the number of patients who waited 12 hours or longer in 2025 was 26 times greater than in 2016, 4,955 compared to 132,606, and that more lives are being lost, almost 20 per week. It is clear that care packages and the lack of domiciliary care in the community is one of the most significant issues in trying to resolve this issue. The winter plan was threadbare on this particular issue. And you only talk about increasing the living wage. You need to increase capacity within the community. And if you don't increase capacity, we will continue with more lives being lost and more families being plunged into grief. Will you increase the capacity?
Minister.
If I have the budget to increase capacity, of course I will increase capacity. And if I wasn't clear, let me say, when I talked about introducing the real living wage, that was the first step that I was referring to. So I want to make that clear, Mr Speaker. It's not the be-all and end-all, but with a budget, it's the first thing that I can do with relative ease. But yes, we do need to increase capacity. We need more people finding care at home, so-called domiciliary care, and we need more beds in care homes within the community. And that will take time, but it will also take budget and commitment.
On Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, what other urgent care services are available that can safely manage non-emergency demand outside of emergency departments?
Sir.
There are several, and I think when you factor in the number of people who visit these centres, it maybe talks to what Mrs Dodds was referring to, that the fact that the number of people presenting at EDs has not radically increased. But one of the reasons for that has to be the fact that we are providing so many alternative pathways for them. So there are approximately 40 rapid access clinics that have been either established or enhanced, and that's across all the geographic trusts. The pathways offer around 100,000 appointments per annum, and these can all be scheduled, so they offer timely access to specialist opinion and investigation, and they are actually fundamental to providing ED alternatives, with referrals from GPs phone first and our urgent care centres. Urgent care centres offer treatment to patients with urgent medical conditions that are not immediately life-threatening, but do require face-to-face assessment and or timely access to diagnostics within a 24-hour period, and that's a viable alternative to ED attendance. And in the absence of a physical structure which is capable of accommodating one or more urgent care services or streams, these are individually referred to as streams, which sit within or alongside other units of our healthcare services. My department has successfully commissioned urgent care centres and streams in all trust areas. We also have same-day emergency care. We also have a number of alternative pathways.
Colin McGough.
Mr Speaker, Minister, the RCEM report recommends ensuring, and I quote, that there is senior accountability for ending overcrowding and that hospital trusts, HSCNI and the Northern Ireland Executive play their role in ending overcrowding. It is really difficult to find a solution whenever nobody's prepared to accept responsibility for the problem. So can I ask, is it you that is not fixing the problem, or is it the Executive for not giving you the money to fix the problem that is the actual problem? Because until we know what it is, we're never going to find a solution, and we're just going to continue to go round and round.
Minister.
I'm not sure it is an either-or question that we should be posing. Certainly, I am working within my brief and my responsibility, and in terms of health and social care, the buck stops with me. But how you fashion the delivery and the improvements that are required depends on certain aspects that can be provided by the Executive, and one of them is budget. And you know, we are currently in a financial year which started on the 1st of April, with us facing current estimate is £760 million of a shortfall. So in terms of doing something that would be very important in EDs, which is increasing the number of hours in the day when there are senior decision makers in the ED, because that really helps, and we know that from previous periods of industrial action. When you have senior decision makers making those decisions, then that does help the flow within an ED. So that's on me, but being able to afford to put in more senior decision makers depends on budget, and you can argue that's on the Executive.
Linda Dillon.
Minister, just on the back of the previous question, I mean, everybody has already mentioned the need for additional domiciliary care. Firstly, can we get a guarantee that real living wage will be implemented if and when a budget is agreed? But would you agree with me that actually the Executive does not have the capacity? You've just said 760 million of a shortfall. The Executive does not have the money. So we pay our taxes. People here work hard. Those people that we're talking about, those domiciliary care workers, those healthcare workers, those nurses in the district are all paying their taxes. The British government is not giving them back their taxes in order to be able to actually put diesel in their cars, because we do need to increase that as well. The mileage is ridiculously low. It was already low, but considering what they're facing now at the petrol pumps, it is out of anybody's ability to be able to cover it. So would you agree with me that the British government actually need to step up here, and we need to be united on that?
Minister.
Well, I do agree with the member that we need to ask the United Kingdom government to look again at our budget provision, because if you look at Scotland, you will see that they are being funded above assessed objective need. If you look at Wales, they are also being funded above and beyond assessed objective need, and we are arguing that we are not, and that clearly is not fair. Because, as the member says, we pay our taxes the same as the Scots, same as the Welsh. And we haven't given up as an executive, and the member, I think, will be aware that a letter was sent to the Prime Minister asking for a meeting with the four parties of the executive so that we can eyeball the ultimate decision maker and make that case that it's not fair. And, with a shortage of money, that plays into a public perception that devolution isn't delivering. And for anybody who values the peace process, the 1998 agreement and the subsequent agreements, that should be a matter of the utmost concern, that the public are losing faith in the devolved process, which is the only way to go in this place.
Alan Robinson.
Speaker, there has been a lot of focus, and rightly so, within the report of the large number of deaths. But can I ask, Minister, how are staff in emergency departments being affected by current pressures? And how is the department supporting ED staff given the reports of stress, poor mental health and unsafe working environments?
Minister.
Well, the staff, particularly working in emergency departments, and I have visited emergency departments a lot in my time as Minister, suffer a moral harm because they're all trained to a very high level to deliver world-class healthcare. And whether it's a nurse or a doctor or an allied health professional, they find themselves under such a pressurized position that often, although they know exactly the best thing to do for patient after patient after patient, because of that pressure and because of that environment in which they're operating, they're not able to deliver the best that they know they can, but they're making decisions based on what is the least worst option for this patient. So as an example, you may have in an emergency department 4 resuscitation beds, but there may be 5 or 6 patients who need resuscitation. So you're making a horrible decision about which 1 or 2 patients can I leave in the emergency department and outside the resuscitation unit. And that is not something that I believe that is something that those nurses and doctors are actually trained for, because I do ask when I'm in those emergency departments, were you trained to expect this situation? And the answer is no.
McAllister.
Thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today. But Minister, so many times you come to this Chamber and you agree with members and you say, yes, it's bad, it's really bad, so it is. But in case you have forgotten you're the Minister, do something about it. We have heard this time and again, how things are getting so bad and crippling in our health service. And since sitting on the Health Committee, I've come to the realisation that actually, if the Health Department had 100% of the Executive's budget, would things actually be any better? Because since you've been in office and your predecessor, we have yet to see a prioritisation of what it is that you want to work efficiently, for savings to be made, to actually make changes. We had the winter plan that was essentially services dressed up in different clothes that already existed and didn't deliver for people. You said you couldn't implement the real living wage. You had a budget last time and you didn't implement it. That's what we were talking about last time. So what is actually going to change so that we do not see an excess of 1,000 deaths again this year?
Minister.
I invited Professor Rafa Bengoa to come back in 2024 and reboot his report, Systems Not Structures. He gave me what I felt was a very valuable piece of advice. He said, be really tight on what you want to achieve and articulate it clearly so people understand, but be very loose about how you achieve it, because you're not a nurse, you're not a domiciliary care worker, you're not a GP, a surgeon, a clinician, you're not a hospital administrator. So go and ask the people who understand how the system works how we make it better. And that's what I did in terms of what we call the big conversation when we had those 4 workshops which led to the winter plan for the winter just past. Now, if the member wants to say that those experts don't know what they're talking about, she can fill her boots.
Timothy Gallison.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My office was recently contacted by a constituent whose family member recently had 2 spells in the South West Hospital. In spite of being at the hospital for over a week and a half, The lady was never admitted to a ward and spent the entire stay in a trolley or a chair in A&E. In the final few days in a ward corridor, the family are very clear that they have no criticism of the staff, quite the opposite. I simply ask this: how can it be that a relatively new hospital has been overwhelmed to such a degree?
Well, I'm not aware of the circumstances of that particular case, and I very much regret that was what happened to that individual and to their family. And unfortunately, it's probably not an outlier. I'm sure many, if not every member of this House, has similar stories of constituents who are not getting the service that we would want them to get. And I certainly get contacted frequently by people who make the point that Mrs. Dillon made, that they're taxpayers and they pay their national insurance and have done not just over years but over decades, and so they believe they are entitled to a better service, and I do not disagree with them. I don't know the specifics of why the South West Acute Hospital was over capacity in terms of the challenges it faced on that occasion. But we have a growing population and we have an ageing population. And if anybody can crack how we better deliver care for the elderly, they will basically crack most of the problems with the health and social care system.
Jerry Call.
Thank you, Minister. These figures are completely shocking, and the underfunding of our NHS and the waits in ED is leading to mass death. And I think there's been a desensitisation to this in some quarters. In 2016, 60 people died in ED. Since then, 6,000 people have died. This is shocking. And who's going to be held accountable for this? Whose head is going to roll because of this shocking figure? And Minister, you're talking about solutions. 60 million is spent on private ambulance over the last 5 years. Do you not think this is an extortion spend by our health trusts? And if so, will you commit to putting that back into the NHS, the NIS, and ensure we have capacity to look after and treat sick people?
Well, in an ideal world, I would be with Mr. Carroll in saying the entire delivery in terms of health and social care would be done by the health and social care system, but we're far from an ideal world. So, for example, in tackling the waiting lists with the initiatives that we began last year, with last year's budget, and which we hope to continue once we get a budget for this year, inevitably we're going to have to go out to the independent sector. Otherwise, we don't have the capacity within the HSC. And yes, I get that the member said his argument would be, but that's because you're putting money into the independent sector rather than investing it in building capacity. But if we do that, the waiting lists will slow down, people will suffer, and the logic of that is more people will die.
Matthew Till.
Minister, I just want to be absolutely clear. Your Permanent Secretary has said that without a multi-year budget, healthcare transformation, which would include tackling what Jerry Call correctly says are the shameful levels of excess deaths because of emergency issues, he said without a multi-year budget that couldn't be tackled. Your party leader earlier on today in this chamber lambasted the failure to set a multi-year budget. You, on the other hand, here today have said that effectively we can't set one in the current context because of lack of funding. Is your position that a multi-year budget is required, and do you support the proposals from the Finance Minister put down earlier this year in relation to a multi-year budget or not?
I believe a multi-year budget would be much better than a one-year budget, but a one-year budget would be much better than the position we are in currently. Now, I am not unique, I believe, amongst the current executive ministers in saying that the budget allocation that was proposed by the Finance Minister is not enough for me to do everything that I need to do, never mind everything that I want to do. So I don't think I'm an outlier that way. It just happens that my quantums are a lot bigger than anybody else's, even education's. But as with last year, should we come to a position where the question is put to me, do you support this allocation, even though it leaves you hundreds and hundreds of millions of pounds short of what you think you need, my answer will be yes, but. And the but is a reference to the fact that it is short of what I need, and something will need to happen between now and financial year end, otherwise there will be an overspend. And last year, as the Leader of the Opposition knows, The thing that happened was the loan on the Treasury Reserve, and I got the thick end of 200 million for that, and had I not got it, we would not have been able to balance the books by that amount. It's worse this year, and I just hope for some sort of Hail Mary pass, some sort of miracle along the way. But I'm not for walking away, because challenges should not be viewed as insurmountable obstacles that justify inaction.
Flynn.
Minister, at Thursday's Health Committee, we had a discussion with the Royal College of Psychiatrists around obviously the pressures they're facing in their workforce and their own waiting lists, but importantly it was around vulnerable people who are basically left waiting without getting the life-saving care and support that they need. And so obviously we're speaking about the same types of issues with people presenting in emergency departments. Does the Minister have any sense of how many numbers of people are presenting to emergency departments in mental health crisis, but in many instances, which I'm sure we all know from our local constituencies, are leaving without that help and support, ending up worse and potentially ending up dead?
Minister.
I don't have that number, but I'm sure it exists, and I'll certainly try and get that for the member. My focus in terms of that issue that you're mentioning is the desire of the Police Service of Northern Ireland to move now, I think at pace. They want to move more quickly than before towards this system called Right Care, Right Person, where the police service are saying our officers are not trained in terms of mental health, and therefore we need to withdraw. Also, our officers should not be spending many hours sitting in EDs with patients. And I get all that, but my concern remains that there may be a hiatus between police withdrawing and the health service being able to fill that gap. And all we need is one patient to leave an ED and self-harm or harm somebody else, and we have another crisis and another moment where people will describe the health and social care system as broken. And I don't think it is broken. I think many of the pathways in are very badly damaged, and hence the very long waiting lists. But I do believe that once you get to the point where care is being administered, that it tends to be world class. There are exceptions, of course, where things go wrong, but by and large it does tend to be world class.
Pam Cameron.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine brief, when you read it, one line stands out, and that's Northern Ireland has the highest rates of long waits in emergency departments and deaths per capita associated with them of any UK nation. And they further state that almost 20 lives are lost each week because of long waits in ED. This is a catastrophic situation, and it has been outlined to you that this winter plan was threadbare. What are you going to do to ensure that other families are spared this grief and that no more lives are lost?
Well, the initiative that we're working on at the moment is Release to Rescue, and that's to try and improve the waiting times for ambulances. There is a proposal that we start to roll it out on the 27th of this month, which is only a week away. But I have been engaging with stakeholders recently, with trade unions, with the ambulance service, and more recently with the chief executives of the trusts. And I think we're a little bit shy in terms of certainties and reassurances. And I think one of the things we need to do actually is start discussing how we might perform this release to rescue, emergency department by emergency department, hospital by hospital. And to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this is release to rescue is, I think, an intent that no patient will wait more than 2 hours in an ambulance before handover to the trust.
Justin McDelday.
Minister, last week we heard the disturbing news that there were over 1,000 excess deaths in emergency departments in the north in 2025, with corridor care being referenced as a contributory factor, often with staff and medical teams and patients overwhelmed by overcrowding and long waits. Will the Minister commit to working towards the report's recommendations that corridor care will be eliminated by the end of this decade?
Well, that would certainly be an ambition, and I have to say to the member, corridor care is not unique to Northern Ireland. I think I've said before, I was in a a brand new build in Washington, D.C., something in the order of $700 million to a new wing of the Georgetown University Hospital. And they have a very large emergency department compared to ours in terms of its physical size and capacity. And there was corridor care right the way throughout, trolleys head to toe. And I asked the clinician, has something happened? Is this unusual? And he said, no, this is a day-to-day occurrence, to the point where we have corridor care teams. We have doctors and nurses, and all they do is corridor care. So that is just to define how difficult this is going to be. But no, I don't want anybody waiting in a corridor, on a chair, or in a trolley. So yes, there is an ambition to see the back of it as soon as possible.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, I'd asked some questions to the Minister, written questions on this issue a number of months ago, and the answer I got back was that the Department doesn't retain this data to be able to answer this question, which begs the question, and it's not my question here, I'll come to it, but is there an issue with collating data, or is there an issue with sharing data? A real question around transparency there. I would also caution the Minister about pointing to a minuscule reduction in the number of deaths on the previous year as some measure of success. The sad fact is that there are people who are really sick who do not want to go to an emergency department for this very reason. And given the links with overcrowding and long waits, I've raised the issue of Anthony Galvin.
Mr. Durgan, we're already out of time for the half hour, so don't you take another half hour? Could you ask a question here?
Times. Have we got a geographical breakdown of these deaths?
I don't have a geographical breakdown, but I can certainly ask whether one can be made available or whether we can do the research to provide the member one. And just to be clear, when I said there's been a small decrease, I was clear to say that it is not a trend. It's not good enough. And yes, we say these figures are shocking, but they're very similar to last year and very similar to the year before. So in one sense, they shouldn't be shocking, but they are shocking because of the scale.
That's it. That ends questions to the Minister on the urgent oral question. We're now going to return to the matter before question time on the debate around the second stage of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill, and our Speaker is the Minister to Wayne to conclude on the debate. Minister.
Pre-Vlas Concordia, and I wish to thank members for their welcome contributions to today's debate on the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill. As I said at the outset, the bill has been developed through a process of research, analysis and public consultation. Its proposals regarding the minimum age for marriage and civil partnership reflect the recommendations of respected specialists, opinion both local and international, and have been overwhelmingly supported by those who replied to our consultation. Its proposals for belief marriage reflect the judgment of the courts in 2027 and temporary arrangements that have been working well for close to a decade. I will now turn to the points raised by members have raised today. I welcome the support outlined by Matthew O'Toole and look forward to my officials working with him as Chair of the Finance Committee during scrutiny stage. Matthew asked about no-fault divorce. Just to clarify, this was never part of this proposals for this bill. No-fault divorce was to be introduced as a separate bill in this mandate, and he will know that we have consulted on no-fault divorce. Around the same time as I brought a policy paper in relation to this legislation to the Executive, I also introduced a policy paper in relation to no-fault divorce. I have not got agreement from the DUP yet to table that Executive paper. Time is running out in relation to this Executive's ability to deliver legislation in this mandate, and if we are to deliver that legislation, agreement would need to come forward very, very quickly for that no-fault divorce paper to move forward. I support both the principle and outlinings of moving that forward, but we require DUP agreement to have that tabled at the Executive. I welcome the commitments or the comments from the Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, Diane Forsyth, and the points which she'll raise during the scrutiny of the bill. Consideration will be given to the issues as they arise. I welcome the comments from Gemma Dole and Derry Hargreaves. I fully agree that this bill will bring us in line with the best practice on child marriage and necessary equality for belief marriages. Owen Tennyson, on behalf of the Alliance Party, raised the issue of independent celebrants. England and Wales have only consulted on independent settlements. We are keeping an eye on those proposals, but as yet concrete plans have not been put forward and they remain proposals. As I said in my opening remarks, I do not have a closed mind on it, but I believe it will require very careful policy thought out, and it could have unintended consequences if we remove our law on profit and gain. I do not want to delay the progress of this bill to do that, and there was a mixed message from stakeholders on the issue in the consultation. Timothy Gaston raised a number of points which I'll deal with in turn. First was the issue of disparity between the age of voting and marriage age, and why children can vote at 16 but may not be able to marry at that age. However, we're not comparing like with like, and it's unreasonable, and it's not unreasonable that different types of decisions have different minimum ages. There is talk of lowering the voting age, but no formal policy proposals or draft legislation has been introduced as far as I am aware. Deciding to marry is different from type of decision than deciding to vote for someone in an election. It's much easier to change who you vote for than it is who you are married to, though both have lasting repercussions. The next issue was in question as to whether the rationale for raising age of marriage is linked to cultural practices and the issue of forced marriage. There is very little evidence that forced marriage is an issue here, and the bill is not being driven by that. It's a much broader issue. I refer to my opening remarks in relation to the potential that a 16 or 17-year-old who marries may miss out on opportunities like education, training and the final years of childhood. Of course, forced marriages in any culture or capacity are wrong, in my opinion. Then was the question as to why the bill is not raising the age of consent from 16 to 18. There is no necessary connection between the age of consent, which is a criminal law matter, and the minimum age for marriage, which is a civil law matter. There was a time in the past when the age of consent was 17 and the minimum age for marriage was 16. The age of consent is 16 because it's the age at which the person is deemed sufficiently mature to consent to sex. There is no requirement that they seek parental consent to this decision, the way there would be if they wanted to marry. The age of consent is in any case a matter for the Justice Minister. The final issue relates to marriage not being for profit or gain. There's already covered in the Marriage Order 2003, and there is a power in the bill to bring in qualifying requirements which we may introduce. I welcome the comments that have been made today by the members of the Assembly, including those of the Chair of the Assembly Finance Committee and other members of the committee and other members of the Assembly. And I commend the second stage of this bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the second stage of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So, Minister, that concludes the second stage of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill, and therefore the bill stands referred to the Committee for Finance. Members, we take your ease before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you.
Members, we move to further consideration stage of the Sign Language Bill. I call the Minister for Communities, Mr Gordon Lyons, to move the bill.
Beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Members will have a copy of the marshal list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group which contains 8 amendments dealing with sign language classes and the definition of deaf community. I remind members intending to speak that during the group debate on the amendments, they should address all of the amendments on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. If that is clear, members, we shall proceed. We now come to the single group of 8 amendments for debate. Members may wish to note that Amendments 1 and 2 are paving amendments for Amendment 3, and Amendment 4 is consequential to Amendment 3. I call the Minister for Communities to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move. And I would like to start by acknowledging the Assembly debate and amendments that were made at consideration stage. During that debate, I spoke about moving beyond symbolic recognition and delivering practical, meaningful change for British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language users. I spoke about active promotion of sign languages and deaf culture and ensuring that recognition is reflected in how services are delivered every day. Now that the Sign Language Bill has reached further consideration stage, we are closer than ever to achieving these aims. We are ever closer to passing that legislation which tells the BSL, ISL and deaf-blind community, you matter and you have rights. With the support of the House today, I hope to schedule final stage at the earliest opportunity. I am sure that this will be welcomed across the Chamber, but more importantly, it will be welcomed by the deaf community, which has shown remarkable patience, for which I am very grateful. I can tell you that the deaf community is already engaging with my officials in the planning of an event to mark final stage of the bill's journey towards enactment. This will mark the realisation of their long road to recognition, statutory recognition of their languages and culture. This bill has been scrutinised, it has been refined, and it has been changed following committee scrutiny, with 19 amendments agreed with the committee and which the House approved at consideration stage. I will now address my 8 amendments before the House today. These amendments have been drafted to deliver on the 3 amendments approved by the Assembly at consideration stage, those being Amendments 4, 5 and 22, which were tabled by Kelly Armstrong, MLA. The House will be aware of my concerns that those amendments to varying degrees can be considered to impact the nature of the bill. My officials and I have been contacted by members of the deaf community and its representatives, highlighting that they share those concerns. My officials have subsequently engaged with the Office of Legislative Counsel to assess if some further amendments were necessary. Before us today is OLC refinement, aimed to better accommodate those amendments. Today's amendments do not seek to interfere with the agreed Assembly position, but seek to address some drafting inconsistencies and align an issue of procedure. I will address my further amendments 1 to 4. These make technical changes to improve the structure of Clause 2 following the amendments made at consideration stage. At consideration stage, Amendment 4 at Clause 2 added provision for classes for adults who become deaf aged 25 or over, and their families and carers. It also dealt with the matter of charging for the classes, and that regulations in that respect should be by the negative procedure. Amendment 5 was consequential to the approval of Amendment 4. Members will note that the amended wording changes the fee-paying regulations from the negative procedure to the affirmative, and I understand Ms Armstrong took the point in terms of consistency across the bill. Therefore, my Amendments 1 and 2 pave the way for the rewording of Clause 2. My Amendment 3 is mainly a restructuring of Clause 2 2, so that the whole clause flows neatly together from the headline promotion duty as outlined within Clause 2. However, the issue of whether fees can be charged or not is tied expressly to the particular category of classes. As I have stated, the issue of the statutory rule procedure change from negative to draft affirmative, as trailed in the debate at consideration stage, is also dealt with within Amendment 3. My Amendment 4 is consequential to Amendment 3 in that it omits duplication of text dealt with in Amendment 3. As I stated at consideration stage, work has continued with deaf organisations on the development and launch of a pilot programme of classes for adults who have become deaf aged 25 and over, and their families and carers. And subject to demand, these classes will be available in BSL and ISL. I now move to my Amendments 5 to 8. At consideration stage, Amendment 22 had the effect of changing the definition of membership of the deaf community at Clause 12 from deaf or deaf-blind people who normally use British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language to deaf or deaf-blind people who will benefit from using British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language. Now, members will be aware that this amendment has been the cause of unease across the deaf community, and my officials have been contacted by various deaf people, including by the the British Deaf Association, which outlined its particular concerns on this matter. The amendment has caused confusion among some who struggle to be clear on its reference to people who will in future or potentially benefit from using sign language, and how this would be assessed and or assured. The bill was drafted to accommodate these people who are already deaf and who use and rely on sign language. For example, under Clause 9, Department's manner of engagement at 9.1a, it states, a reference to persons or groups appearing to the Department for Communities to be representative or cognizant of the views or interests of the deaf community includes persons or groups appearing to the Department to be representative or cognizant of the views or interests of part of the deaf community. This is factual. It does not refer to persons or groups who appear or who will appear to the Department for Communities to be representative or cognizant of the views or interests of the deaf community. It is grounded in those at that moment in time. In future, if that changes, the wording still remains relevant and appropriate. And I refer to the BDA's concerns. They state that the amendment presents an, quote, existential challenge to the deaf community, continuing, where people with hearing loss wish to adopt sign language, they are very welcome. However, the revised definition of those, quote, who will benefit from using sign language, end quote, is a very broad one. It could be argued that all deaf people fall into this category. At a stroke, therefore, the Assembly has massively increased the size and character of the deaf community without appropriate engagement with the community, end of quote. That's what the BDA had to say. Now, during consideration stage, some members suggested that they would welcome some refining of the wording of the amended clause. On that basis, and to allay concerns from the deaf community, my officials sought the view of OLC on whether it was possible to revisit the wording of Amendment 22 while fully respecting the intent of the Assembly in approving Amendment 22, and this is reflected in my Amendments 5 to 8. My Amendment 5, which refers to who at any time use or, addresses normal use, present and future. My Amendment 6 refers to leave out will, as my Amendment 7 refers to ever benefit, which accommodates that future use of as referenced in my Amendment 8. I'm sure everyone is following along with me and understands entirely what I am saying. But I believe that my Amendments 5 to 8, which reword Amendment 22 from consideration stage, provide a sound way forward which ensures that rights under the substantive provisions are provided to people who have actual needs for the time being and which may have been perceived to have been removed or diluted. The references to who at any time use or will ever benefit from use of BSL or ISL also fully reflects the intent of Amendment 22, which was carried by this House. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the reasons I have outlined, I ask the House to support my amendments. I thank members for their time and for the work that was done to ensure that the bill can proceed to this point, and therefore I commend my amendments to the House.
Minister, thank you. And I call the Chair of the Committee for Communities, Colin McGlurney.
As Chair of the Committee for Communities, I rise to speak on the Sign Language Bill. I'd like to welcome members of the deaf community to the Assembly today and welcome those watching online. I would like to thank all of those who gave evidence on the Sign Language Bill. On behalf of the Committee for Communities, I would like to acknowledge the early notice the Department provided of its intention to bring forward a number of amendments at further consideration stage, which was helpful to us. As I outlined at consideration stage, the Committee did not have an opportunity to consider these amendments under consideration today, and therefore does not have a position on them. I will, however, speak to these from a party perspective in due course. Something that I would like to check with the Minister before the final stage is whether there has been any further consideration of the recommendation from the Committee in relation to updating the explanatory and financial memorandum to make explicit in Clause 2 what is meant by the term promote. Committee suggested wording that would convey that promotion goes significantly beyond just the provision of sign language classes. This was something that came across strongly and consistently from stakeholders during the Committee's call for evidence. I would like to take this opportunity to seek assurance from the Minister when he winds on this debate that the EFM will be updated following this further consideration stage. It is really important that collectively we make this bill and the supporting memorandum and future guidance as good as they can possibly be for the deaf community here. I will now make some remarks, a few brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for communities. I would like to start off by welcoming the opportunity to speak to the debate on the further consideration stage of the Sign Language Bill as another step forward in the passage of this hugely important bill. As there are only a small number of amendments, I will keep my remarks brief, and the Minister has helpfully outlined the detail of the amendments that he is bringing today, along with Kelly. Sinn Féin will be supporting Amendments 1 to 4, which have been jointly proposed by the Minister and Kelly Armstrong, and which tidy up the drafting of the amendments brought to Clause 2 at consideration stage. We were happy to support the amendment brought forward by Kelly at the previous stage, which allowed for people older than 25 to access the sign language classes, with the potential for these classes to be charged. I am content that Amendments 1 to 4 being debated today do not alter the content of Clause 2 and rather tidy up the drafting. Sinn Féin will also be supporting Amendments 5 to 8, which have been brought by the Minister. Whilst we did support in principle the amendment to Clause 12 brought by Kelly at the previous stage, which widened the definition of the deaf community to include those who may in the future benefit from using sign language, There was some concern that this broadened the definition too widely and risked undermining the bill, which we must remember, at its core, must be about supporting those people who rely on sign language in the here and now, and not necessarily about those who might in the future. Following the consideration stage, I was pleased to be able to meet with members of the deaf community, and they were keen to stress that they too had concerns that the definition of the deaf community had become too broad, and they indicated their support for the Minister's amendments. The greatest strength of this bill is that it has been fully co-designed from the beginning, and as Chair of the Committee for Communities, I strive to carry that co-design process into the committee stage and beyond. I think it's only right that we should take our lead from the deaf community once again and ensure that their concerns are addressed, and I am satisfied that Amendments 5 to 8 brought by the Minister have the endorsement of the deaf community, and on that basis Sinn Féin is happy to support them. Yep.
And we're giving way, I think he's talking about Amendment 22, if I'm picking him up correctly in the Amendment 12. Just in recent days, the Chair has been raising me about some concerns about Amendment 12, about broadening out the scope of the deaf community. And has there been any discussions on the committee, Chair, about maybe increased funding and increased support by the Minister or by the Executive to these organisations so they can supply services, classes and the like, and maybe to meet some of that demand if the definition has been broadened out, if that's right?
I think it's inherent within the bill that supports right across the range will increase. There's also an acknowledgement now that other people will be included within it. There will be a potential for some charges in that. However, those charges will not exceed the cost of classes. But it's very apparent that there will be a huge need and requirement now to see additional interpreters, additional classes, additional respect and promotion of the culture of the deaf community, and that's all very, very important. And this will, I think, be transformative and a landmark bill in that sense. And I acknowledge the work of the Department in bringing the bill to this stage. I also acknowledge the very strong co-production that they have done throughout with the community in relation to this. So I want to once again thank the deaf community for their support and advice throughout the passage of the bill. I have absolutely no doubt that the bill that we have ended up with will deliver real and tangible changes to the lives of so many people in the deaf and deaf-blind communities. And it's clear to see from the huge level of excitement and interest in the bill that its final sign-off is eagerly awaited by so many. In that spirit, Lascian Corlia, I look forward to coming back to the Chamber in the coming weeks to vote in support of this transformational bill at final stage.
Thank you. And I call Mark Durkin to speak for the opposition.
A truly inclusive society isn't measured by parrot and slogans or by words alone. It's measured on whether children have the support that they need in the classroom or adults in their place of employment. Did they go in and have a chat with their GP or at a hospital appointment? And this bill helps to create that. At consideration stage, I spoke in favour of and voted for amendments brought by my committee colleague Kelly Armstrong, and during that debate I urged or encouraged the Minister and his officials to go back, given his misgivings, which I accept entirely, but to work up a sensible compromise. And I think what we have today before us represents that reasonable compromise. The amendments tighten the criteria by clearly defining two eligible categories, but do so without creating restriction or barriers. They recognise the distinct needs of younger deaf people and their families, guardians and carers, while also recognising those who become deaf later in life and the support that they and their families may require. Just as importantly, the amendments protect free access for those in the first category while allowing a framework for fees for those in the second. That, to me, strikes a fair balance between accessibility and, very importantly, sustainability going forward. I'm therefore content to support these amendments in their entirety before us. I thank the officials for their efforts on this, and the many campaigners, organisations and members of the deaf community who have brought us to this point. Progress like this doesn't happen overnight, nor does it happen by accident. These voices, these actions have helped shape this legislation, and they deserve enormous credit. They've made good and well-intentioned legislation even better. So, Gurmaiagow, support the amendments.
Thank you. Call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak at this further consideration stage of the Sign Language Bill. And I want to place on record my appreciation for the engagement that has taken place throughout the passage of the bill. Deaf people and representative organisations have played a key role in shaping this legislation, and that engagement has, of course, strengthened it. It is important that this approach continues as we move beyond today, of course, and into implementation. I also want to acknowledge the work of the Minister and his officials in bringing this bill to this stage, and in particular I recognise the effort has gone into tidying up and integrating the amendments, in particular Amendment 3, which deals with amendments passed at the previous stage. And that work has helped ensure greater clarity and coherence in the bill as it now stands, and it is important in making the legislation more workable as it moves toward implementation. Again, in relation to Amendment 3 and the eligibility categories, I strongly welcome the focus on early access to sign language, particularly for children, young people under 25 and their families, guardians and carers. Early and free access to sign language for this particular grouping is critical. When children have meaningful access to language from the outset, outcomes improve across education, communication and wider development. And this is, of course, a practical, evidence-based measure that I believe will make a real difference to lives. Mr Deputy Speaker, as the bill has progressed, there has quite rightly been careful consideration of how it is framed and how it will operate in practice. And in that context, I want to reflect concerns raised by the deaf community organisations, including the British Deaf Association Northern Ireland, that the bill could be unintentionally diluted. The concern is that the changes to the definition of the deaf community risk weakening the bill's focus. Recognition of the British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language is rooted in shared language, culture and lived experience. If that focus becomes too broad or unclear, there is a genuine risk that the core purpose of this legislation is undermined. There are also practical concerns. The bill places duties on public bodies to make services accessible to the deaf community as they are to others, and if defined community is widened too far, then limited resources such as funding, specialist expertise and the provision of information in sign language risk being stretched too thinly. That could reduce the level of support available to those who rely on sign language as their first or only language, and that's really important. These concerns are not about excluding anyone from learning or benefiting from sign language. They are about safeguarding the intent of the bill and ensuring it delivers meaningful change rather than becoming diluted in practice. So I do believe that the amendments before us do make the best of what was passed in the last stage, and I completely understand that some within the deaf community are anxious about opening up this legislation. It is important that the focus remains on those who need the legislation most. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also fully recognise that many people become deaf over time. In my own family, including myself, we live with a hereditary condition, which means we are likely to experience increasing deafness as time goes on, and in these circumstances it is more likely that we rely on hearing technologies and other forms of support. I share that to make an important distinction. While many people experience hearing loss, it will benefit and will benefit from accessibility measures. The primary intention of this bill is to support the deaf community, those who have been completely shut out for too long and for whom sign language is their first or only means of communication. It is vital that we hear and that we prioritise those whose only method of communication is sign language. We must continue to listen to and act for those who are most directly impacted by the decisions that we make. In that context, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to make a specific ask of the Minister and the Department. As the bill progresses beyond today, I urge commitment to continued and meaningful engagement with the deaf community organisations in the development of the statutory guidance that will follow. That guidance will be critical. It must make clear that when duties under the bill are being fulfilled, priority is given to those for whom British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language is a first language and an essential means of communication. For those individuals, sign language is not an added benefit. It is a fundamental to equality of access. Clear, co-produced guidance will help ensure that public bodies understand their responsibilities, that limited resources are directed where they are most needed, and that the intent of the legislation is protected. Ongoing partnership with deaf organisations will be essential to achieving that. Mr Deputy Speaker, the legislation has the potential to make a real and lasting difference. It will improve access to services, strengthen inclusion and ensure that the needs of the deaf community are better recognised across Northern Ireland. As with all legislation, delivery will be key. Proper resourcing, clear guidance and sustained engagement with those who have lived experience will determine its success. Today marks an important step forward. This is a good bill, a necessary bill, and one that can deliver meaningful change. And I am pleased to support all of the amendments tabled before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is a good day for the deaf community, and I have to declare an interest as I am a member with a hearing impairment and a member of the deaf community. Until the amendments were made, I wasn't going to be a member of the deaf community, so I'm delighted in the last stage we brought that forward, and today we have from OLC better defined and tidied up legislation that has included the group of people that I belong to. Today, I am absolutely delighted to say that I will be accepting all of the Minister's amendments. I have no issue with any of them. In fact, I went to the extent of having my name added to some of the amendments, as I agree with the tidying up. And some of those amendments completely make it clearer to read, easier to understand, and are fantastic. I wish I hadn't, as an individual member, had to bring forward amendments at consideration stage. I just wish the department had have listened a little bit more. We now have Clause 12, and Clause 12 defines members of the deaf community as individuals who rely on communication on British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language. Deaf and deaf-blind people, and I know there's some changes there, who in the future may need, or now and will need, to use British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language, like myself. And children of deaf or deaf-blind people. So, to be honest, it's wonderful, and today is a good day for the deaf community. What I would say is that, to reiterate what Ms Cameron was saying, is there's only the start of the work now. There's a lot more to be done, and I believe that the deaf community has a very intrinsic role to play. And part of that role will not just be taking part in helping to write the guidance and potential regulations, but we also need to accept that these people are professionals. These are the people who know about deaf community, who know about BSL and ISL, and therefore should be funded appropriately to take part. Moving away from tokenism to actually being an integral part of how this bill will go forward when it becomes an act. I am delighted that we have got to this stage. I am delighted that the House saw fit to agree to the amendments at consideration stage. But at further consideration stage, we have a bill that I believe that is workable. And I would like to thank the Minister and all of the officials for tidying up the wording of the amendments brought forward now. For those in the deaf community, and I have met quite a few, including BDA very recently, they have spoke about the importance of recognising the whole of the deaf community, that all of us matter and that all of our needs and requirements will be taken forward. That's why I will hope to, in my position, whatever that may be in the future, to help with the Minister and the Department on devising and bringing forward guidance. Because for too many people, and we have to remember there are 26,000 people who are sitting on a waiting list for up to 7 years waiting on an audiology appointment in Northern Ireland. That's their first test to see whether or not they have damage to their hearing. 10 years ago, whenever I went to my first appointment and I finally got to see, after many years, an audiologist, I was told that my hearing had gone down by over 40%. It's now closer to 50%. I will have to rely on sign language as I go forward in life. As I get older, I would have missed out under this bill if I was a child, because I wouldn't have had it. It only came along in my 30s. And I believe, after speaking to Caroline Doherty of the BDA, the growing number of people, older people, and people who have, through illness, age, trauma, are losing their hearing, will need access to sign language to engage in particular with public services and to not be isolated and left lonely. And we've seen some TV programmes who have talked about that. We have a huge opportunity here. And the bill, I have to say thank you to the Minister and to the Department, the bill builds in a requirement for deaf people to be engaged with from this process moving forward. But I would just like to say, and I'll bring it up again at final consideration stage, that we need to ensure that those deaf people can take part. And that means ensuring transport, ensuring payment if necessary, so those people they don't face any barriers when taking part in this legislation or in the regulations as we move forward. I believe that there's a celebratory event coming up, sponsored by the Minister and the Department on the 28th of April, and I wish everyone very well with that. I'm hoping, I've written to the Minister through his private office about a potential play coming to Stormont about Francis McGinn, one of the founders and one of the people who pushed sign language, and I would love to see that coming forward, if possible, from the Minister and from the Department, because they are another step in this progress towards the delivery of BSL and ISL across Northern Ireland. Having met BDA and Caroline, I was delighted to hear that Northern Ireland is already leading the way across the United Kingdom, in fact across these islands, in the work that has been done. To those in the Bill's office who have been involved in the development of this bill, to all of the committee, to the members in the department, to all of those organisations and groups. And believe me, whenever I was looking at my amendments, I consulted with many people within the deaf community, friends, family and others, to ensure that what I was bringing forward was something that was wanted. In fact, when I met with Caroline on Friday past, she confirmed that her previous work with older people in the deaf community, it was a vital part to add into this bill. So Northern Ireland is doing something wonderful, and I thank the Department for Communities for bringing that forward. I know it's a very difficult time with regards to the legislative programme that we have for the end of this mandate. Like the chair of the committee, I would be quite keen to ensure that those areas within the explanatory and financial memorandum are updated, to ensure that we have all of the best guidance sitting in the background, because whoever may be the Minister for Communities, maybe the same Minister moving forward, or whoever it may be, has very clear intentional guidance there to make sure that when they take forward the issues within the Sign Language Bill, which will then be the Sign Language Act, that they know what to follow. Just for the deaf community, because quite often a number of people within the deaf community, their first language is not English, and it's not written English. So just to be clear, our next stages, we know today we've got the further consideration stage. That's the last of the amendments, and I'm delighted it looks like it's going to be a unanimous agreement on that. The next stage is the final stage, and that is it within the Assembly, and the Minister will be bringing that forward very soon. Fantastic. And just after that, then hopefully very quickly, the King will sign off and it will become an act of law. I know that the deaf community has been asking me, why is there so many stages? We've already agreed all of this. It's coming, it's almost there. This is a fantastic piece of legislation. It's an inclusive piece of legislation. The good thing is that the Assembly will be included, because quite a lot of the regulations will have to be brought back to the House to be agreed upon. So it means then that the deaf community will be consulted with through the Assembly moving forward. Again, Deputy Speaker, I just want to say thank you very much to all those who have been involved. I now feel like I am part of the deaf community, that I am not excluded from the deaf community, that my hearing impairments are considered, and that my communications and other people like me, and there are thousands of us in Northern Ireland, will be considered when we need to depend on sign language for communication. Thank you.
And I call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Amendments 1 to 4 before us today do make things clearer, so we will therefore be supporting them. As the Minister set out, Amendment 1 removes the earlier general provision for classes to be free of charge, but replaces it with a more structured approach that retains free access for those under 25, and Amendment 2 replaces previous wording with a reference to two eligible categories. As mentioned, these are paving amendments to Amendment 3, which sets out the aforementioned categories clearly, and Amendment 4 finishes that off by removing the earlier subsections to avoid duplication. This group of amendments would result in two groups being set out on the face of the bill: those under 25 who are deaf and those aged 25 and over who have become deaf, along with their close families, carers, and for under 25s, their guardians. That keeps the original intent, but it now lays out in a better and more easier way to follow, and hopefully easier to deliver. Amendment 3 maintains the intent of the original amendment, allowing fees to apply for the second group, retaining that safeguard that income cannot exceed the cost of provision, and changing the regulations from negative to affirmative procedure. So overall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these amendments set out clearly Clause 2 more clearly. But as before, the issue isn't entirely structure, it's delivery. This framework won't mean much if the support isn't there when people need it. If fees are going to apply in some cases, they need to be handled carefully. They cannot become a barrier in practice, even if they make sense on paper. So the point is a simple one, Deputy Speaker. The Department needs to ensure this is properly resourced and that it actually works in practice. Otherwise, what's set out here won't match what people experience on the ground. Turning to Clause 12, Amendments 5 to 8 proposes some targeted changes to the wording following what the Assembly agreed at consideration stage. We didn't support that change at the time, and those concerns remain. The amendments which we will be supporting change the definition so it now covers those who at any time use or will ever benefit from the use of British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language for communication. It is clear these amendments aim to add a bit more clarity while staying within what the Assembly has already agreed. That matters because the definition shapes who the bill is aimed at and how it will work in practice. If it's too broad, as we have previously highlighted, there's a risk the focus is lost, particularly when resources may be under pressure. If it's too tight, people get left out. At the minute, it still feels like the balance hasn't quite been struck, but we appreciate the Department is constrained by the bill as passed and the need to stay true to the will of the House. That doesn't mean the bill won't work, but it does mean how it is interpreted and applied will matter. And it's important that the Department makes sure that the resources are in place to support delivery. What matters now, Deputy Speaker, is delivery, whether people can access support when they need it, whether provision is consistent, and whether it makes a real difference in their day-to-day lives. That's what will be judged, or that's what this will be judged on, rather, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, and all those who have spoken. I now call on the Minister for Communities to wind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank everybody for their comments today and for their commitment to the aims of this bill. Throughout the progression of this legislation, the tone of debate and scrutiny has been collaborative, and even though we have had a divergence of views at consideration stage, I think this was done in a respectful way, which I think reflects the importance of the issues that we are discussing. Let me just say that this bill was developed through co-design with the deaf community in order to improve their lives and to ensure access to public services. But through dialogue with the community, I realise it's actually more than that. Sign language is how they interact within their own deaf community, how they interact with a largely hearing society, how they socialise, work, laugh, learn and mourn. And by recognising their languages, British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language, we finally get what that community has been telling anyone who would listen for decades, that these are languages of need. It's not simply one of a number of options that are available to them for communication. By recognising and promoting BSL, ISL and their culture, deaf culture, this is our way of saying that you matter and that you are equal to your hearing peers. But by promoting their languages and their culture, it's also a way for the deaf community to share their rich heritage and history, a fascinating history, but one often featuring systemic unfairness. Many deaf people will know of the infamous Milan Conference in 1880, which outlawed the teaching of sign languages in schools across Europe and the US. And they will tell you that this was a decision taken by a hearing establishment, and therein lies the roots of the establishment of the British Deaf Association, and from that, many deaf organisations in Northern Ireland, the Foyle Deaf Association, Action Deaf Youth, Hands That Talk, to name a few. And I'm conscious that this place is viewed by the deaf community as a largely hearing establishment. I'm also certain that due to the progress of the Sign Language Bill and the progress made across many assembly processes through its embracing of the use and facilitation of BSL and ISL, that it is now viewed as a more welcoming place for the deaf community. And whereas I recognise concerns across the deaf community about the change of the definition of the deaf community within Clause 12 at consideration stage, which now includes people who have hearing loss who wish to learn sign language, which I opposed, I am sure that it was not the intention of Kelly Armstrong to cause offence or concern. But as a result of the amendments that we make today, I think that we can confirm that the deaf community encompasses those deaf people who use sign language, as well as accommodating the amendment to include those who become deaf and wish to learn sign language. And I think it is important that we make that distinction and that we understand that it is very different for someone who has hearing loss that progresses compared to other members of the deaf community. There are additional needs. There is a different culture in place. There are not the options that are available to others. Indeed, there are not the languages that are available to others, and that has been highlighted during the debate, that it is not the same. It is not simply signed English or signed Irish, that they are separate languages altogether, and there needs to be respect for those. I agree with Mr. Allen. I do fear that the changes that have been made dilute that. That is a concern that is shared by members of the deaf community. However, we're doing what we can today to resolve some of the issues that were created by the amendments that were tabled during consideration stage, and in doing so, I believe that we will get to final stage on time by the end of this month. That has not been easy, and I would like to thank the office. Yes, I will get away. Remember?
I'm sure, like myself, the Minister's engaged with the wider community, but some of the concerns that were raised to me, and I mentioned it in my remarks, were resourcing. Can the Minister state clearly that he will leave a directive within his department that if he isn't a Minister beyond the next mandate, that resourcing will not be an issue?
Well, it would be a great idea if I could leave instructions for the next Minister. I'll certainly see what I can do on that score, but no, it certainly will be during my time in office, and I hope that I can establish a precedent that we help those that are most in need, and that we give them that support for that particular community that exists because of the unique circumstances that they find themselves in. And that does need protected, but it needs resourced instead. And again, I say I don't think that it was the intention of Kelly Armstrong to cause offence or concern. I think that she did it in good faith. I think that she saw her own circumstance and wanted to make sure that that was taken into consideration. However, I want to put on record the need to support that community as originally defined, and that there are issues with us going out and changing that without proper consideration, which is why we have this amendment today. And it is why this House, and I could give many examples of how so often in this place we, I'm sure in good faith, vote for things because we think it's the right thing to do, or that it sounds like it's the right thing to do, or it sounds as if it could be positive or popular. But that's the point of this chamber, is to scrutinise that, to explore the arguments that others are making, to take on board what others are saying. And I think it was a mistake. We're not able to change that completely. However, we are able, I hope, to make this little bit of a distinction, and I can assure Mr. Allen that I will do what I can to ensure the funding goes towards those communities that need it most. I'll give way to the member.
Thank you very much, Minister. I appreciate what has been said so far. Having held over 50 meetings with members of the deaf community in advance of putting forward amendments and listening throughout the community's committee stage, this was a matter that was brought forward by a significant number of people who have hearing loss and are left out of the deaf community, had been left out of the hearing community. I think that the scrutiny is very important. I just wish the department had been able to understand that a little bit more during the committee stage and might have actually been able to bring forward an amendment at that stage. But we've got to a stage where we have an inclusive bill that accepts the whole of the deaf community. And for those of us, thousands of us, who will need sign language, that there have been programmes about in the older people, that will come forward. And this includes people who have chemotherapy, people who have lost their hearing from meningitis, veterans who have lost their hearing because of the noise and the bangs that comes from shooting ranges. There are a lot of us out there.
With respect to the member, it's not a case of me not understanding or listening to different groups. It's simply a matter of disagreeing with what she has proposed based on the representations that were made to me, and not just me, over my time in office. And indeed, this is an issue I've had an interest in long before I came into office, and I was the first along with Mrs. Cameron long before we were in this position, where we lobbied the then Speaker to make sure that there was provision for those who are in need. It's not just that, but it was also the work of my officials who have been engaged on this issue, in some cases for longer than a decade, to make sure that we try and get this right. And I understand the argument that she makes, that she believes that everybody should be treated equally within the deaf community, and whether you're someone that is hard of hearing or whether that hardness of hearing has progressed to full hearing loss, that they should be considered the same as those that have been deaf, for example, for the entirety of their lives. I take a different approach because I believe that we're talking about different languages and different cultures. That is the view, that is the mainstream view of most people. That is the point and the case that I made at consideration stage. The member and this House decided to go against that. I think what we have here now in front of us is an opportunity to try and steer that a little bit more in the right direction. But I think that whenever the member includes the language of inclusivity, what she is doing is taking the focus away from those for whom sign language and deaf culture is not a choice, and she is she's shaking her head, but that is the case. That is what the representatives have said. Look, I think I have expressed my view on that. She has taken a view contrary to that. I don't think that we are going to come to agreement on that. However, I do welcome the fact that she accepts that there is value in the amendments that I am making, and will support those amendments. But I simply make the case to the House that sometimes things require a little bit more consideration and understanding of what it is that we are actually doing. Let me just comment on some of the other speeches that were made. One point in particular by the chair of the committee, who asked whether the EFM will be updated. I can assure him that it will. I know that was a concern, I think, of other members in the House as well. And both Pam Cameron and Andy Allen talked about the need for ongoing engagement and resourcing, and I can assure them both that that's absolutely something that we need to make sure that we do. I do not see royal assent of this Act being the end, that we pack up our bags and that we dismantle the unit and that we all go home. There is work that needs to be continued. We will do that, and we need to continue to listen, because we need to make sure that the legislation is actually doing what we want it to do. You'll be aware of the reviews that take place as well, so we'll need to make sure that we are liaising, and there have been other issues that have been raised through amendments to this bill that we need to be able to keep an eye on as well. So I want to thank all of those who have been involved for OLC for their engagement, advice and support to my bill team in getting us to this stage through some tricky drafting issues. And I'd also like to thank the Speaker's Office and the Bill Clerk and her team as well. But most of all, I would like to thank the deaf community who have campaigned for many long years for this bill. I applaud the dedication and commitment of the deaf community to maintain their language and their culture. And finally, I was reminded by one of my officials of a piece of advice given to them by a deaf professional many years ago on how we should interact with each other, hearing or deaf. And he said this: we can't all hear, as that as a physical sense some of us don't have, but we can all listen, as that is a choice we can all make. And I would encourage members to make that choice and listen to the deaf community and support the amendments before the House today. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Members, that takes us to the amendments individual. The amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 16, leave out words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2, members, has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 2. Minister, thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 18, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 3.
I beg to move.
Minister, thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 19, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4, members, has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 4.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Amendment 4. Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 20, leave out words as printed in the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 5.
Beg to move.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 12, page 8, line 1, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 6.
Beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Amendment proposed to Clause 12, page 8, line 1, leave out the word printed on the Marshall list, although the question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 7 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 7.
Beg to move.
Minister, thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 12, page 8, line 1, insert the word printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 8.
Beg to move.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 12, page 8, line 1, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, that concludes the further consideration stage of the Sign Language Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Just take your ease for a moment before we move to the next item. Members, those who are going to be seated could be seated. Members, the next item on the order paper is the further consideration state RHI closure of non-domestic scheme bill, NIA Bill 22-22-27. Further consideration stage of the RHI closure of non-domestic scheme bill. I call the Minister for Infrastructure, Liz Kimmins, on behalf of the Minister for the Economy, to move the bill.
Beg to move.
Thank you. As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the RHI closure of non-domestic scheme bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at final stage. The further consideration stage of the RHI closure of non-domestic scheme bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. And if once again, member could just take the reins to allow a change of papers here. Thank you. Members, we reach consideration stage of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. I call the Minister of Finance, John O'Dowd, to move the bill.
Moved.
Minister, thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshal list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group which contains 3 amendments and opposition to Clause 20 stand part. Members should note that Amendments 2 and 3 are linked. Amendment 2 removes negative resolution as the Assembly procedure for regulations under Clause 17, and Amendment 3 inserts draft affirmative resolution in its place. If members want to make that change, they should therefore vote in favour of both amendments. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the group of amendments, they should address all of the amendments, including the opposition to Clause 20 standing part of the bill, on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in this group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. The questions on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. If that is clear, we shall proceed. Members, I intend to remain seated for the first batch of these. There are many more of them, unlike the previous bill. So, Clause 1, stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 2 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 2. The amendment is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 3. The question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 4. The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 5. The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 6. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 7. The question is that Clause 7 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 8. The question is that Clause 8 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 9. The question is that Clause 9 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 10. The question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to the single group for debate, which concerns opposition to Clause 20, stand part, and 3 amendments. I call the Minister of Finance to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister.
Moved. With your permission, I wish to make some remarks in this regard. So firstly, I will begin by thanking my executive colleagues for their contribution to this bill and for their agreement that I bring forward my proposed amendments. I would also like to thank the Finance Committee and indeed the other committees that have undertaken detailed scrutiny of the bill. I believe that it is worth taking a moment to recognise this, as this has been no small undertaking. The last Financial Provisions Bill was in 2024, some 12 years ago. This bill is well overdue, reflected in the number of diverse clauses that have been sought by departments. Indeed, there are some 20 clauses in all, which is significantly more than the 7 included in the 2014 bill. I appreciate that this has brought with it a degree of complexity to the workloads of committees, a challenge which they have risen to meet. I now turn to the first amendment that I have tabled. Minister Given wrote to me in October 2025 and detailing the new policy initiative, the initial teacher education bursary scheme that is to be implemented by the Department for Education. This new bursary scheme aims to increase applications and enrolments in subjects that are experiencing the most acute post-primary teacher shortages in key subjects such as mathematics, chemistry, physics, ICT, technology and design, and in Irish medium education. The Department of Education has the necessary legal cover to establish bursary programmes through Article 66(2)A of the Education and Libraries Order 1986, which gives the powers to pay grants for the training of teachers. This clause will provide a bespoke power which express provision for bursaries covering tuition fees and living costs and would therefore further strengthen DE's position. Minister Given therefore requested this amendment be accommodated in the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. I, along with my executive colleagues, are content to agree this request, and as such I bring forward this amendment. I understand that Minister Given intends to begin a pilot of the initial teacher education bursary scheme in September. This is an important scheme, and I trust members today will lend their support to this amendment. Amendments 2 and 3. Clause 17 proposes to provide the Department for Infrastructure with the power to introduce a fee for Smart Pass applications. Renewals and regulations with the details of this free fee scheme to be set out in regulations. This fee is to help recover the costs currently incurred by DFI in administrating the scheme. As currently drafted, the bill provides that those regulations will be made by the negative resolution procedure. Both the Finance Committee and the Infrastructure Committee indicated a strong preference for these regulations to be instead to be subjected to affirmative resolution. In light of these views, Minister Kimmins wrote to me on the 4th of March, confirming that she is content that the affirmative resolution should apply and asked that I would table the necessary amendments to give effect to this change. I, along with my executive colleagues, are content to support the Infrastructure Minister with this request, and I trust the members here today will also lend their support to these amendments. In regards to the opposition to Clause 20, I would also like to draw members' attention to Clause 20, which I now intend to oppose. Clause 20 of the bill concerns the appointment of the external auditor for the Audit Office. My department originally proposed this clause following previous Audit Committee recommendations that the responsibility for the appointment of the external auditor of the Audit Office should transfer from the Department of Finance to the Assembly's Audit Committee. Following the introduction of this bill, the current Audit Committee wrote stating that it does not have the capacity nor resources to take on this responsibility. The Audit Committee recommended that my department retains responsibility for approving the external auditors for the Audit Office. I have considered this advice and I am content to proceed according to their wishes. I will now oppose the question that Clause 20 stand part of the bill. I trust that members will support this advice. I will support the advice of the Audit Committee in this matter, and they will likewise oppose Clause 20. I have no further comments at this stage. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole, speaking as Chair of the Finance Committee and Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his comments on the amendments today. I'm going to speak on behalf of the committee in relation to our scrutiny of this bill, including the amendments today, albeit the committee has not reached a final view on the amendments. This is the first bill of its kind in 12 years, with a wide-ranging scope originating from being drafted to bring together administrative and financial provisions from 7 different departments. Normally, these provisions would have been legislated for in separate bills or on more regular occasions. It started life, I think I'm right in saying, the Minister may be able to correct me, as it was going to be a financial provisions bill to tidy up the provisions under the sole provision of the sole authority of the Budget Act, which is sometimes colloquially referred to the black box. It then took on a range of other provisions which were more administrative than financial and became a much broader bill. The committee led detailed scrutiny of the bill. It sought written evidence from key stakeholders, carried out a public survey, commissioned research, took oral evidence from officials of the Department of Finance, the Department of Infrastructure and the Executive Office. So on behalf of the committee, I would like to offer thanks to all those who provided written and oral evidence. Their input was greatly appreciated. While public engagement was limited, perhaps predictably, in a relatively technical bill, the committee is confident that detailed and appropriate scrutiny was carried out in view of the technical nature of the bill. And despite the relatively technical and at times legalistic nature of the bill, the measures are extremely important and required very detailed scrutiny, and I'm confident that our committee undertook that and did it insofar as we were able. As a number of clauses in the bill fall within the remit of other statutory committees, the Committee for Finance requested that those committees provide additional scrutiny of provisions relevant to their remit. I won't be so bold as to rate other committees on how well they engaged with our legislative process, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Suffice it to say, I think certainly the Committee for Finance has completed very exhaustive scrutiny of this bill, despite the fact that it took in provisions which relate to the remits of other departments and actually relatively limited direct responsibility changes for the Department of Finance itself. The committee stage of this bill provides an exemplar for cross-committee working and scrutiny. Although the Committee for Finance was ultimately responsible for the scrutiny of the bill, I would like to thank and place on record thanks of the committee for the engagement of other statutory committees in the committee stage. I'm just going to speak to the main groupings of clauses considered by the committee, if that's okay, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Clauses 1 to 4 relate to economic and financial support powers. These clauses clarify confer powers for the Department of Finance and the Department of Economy in relation to investment funding, economic assistance, higher education loans and employment and training provisions. The committee paid particular attention to ensuring the powers were appropriately framed to regularise existing practice and to address issues identified by the Northern Ireland Audit Office. The committee consulted with the Committee for the Economy, and neither committee had objections to these clauses as part of the bill. Clause 5 and clauses 15 to 17 related to fee setting, charging and powers for tourism NI and marine licensing activities. The committee acknowledged the rationale for improved cost recovery, while also acknowledging the importance of proportionality and transparency in the operation of such powers. Again, neither the Committee for the Economy nor the Committee for Finance objected to these clauses. Clause 17 provides the Department of Infrastructure with the power to charge a fee for issuing or replacing concessionary travel passes, and it received considerable scrutiny. Members considered thoroughly the potential impact of any fee on vulnerable users, the level of Assembly oversight, and the importance of clear communication that the charge is for the recovery of administration costs and not revenue raising. In consultation with the Committee for Infrastructure and following a briefing from infrastructure officials, the committee felt the regulations in this bill should be agreed via the affirmative resolution procedure in the Assembly. The committee welcomed the Minister's agreement to amend the clause, increasing committee oversight of policy. The committee commends the Finance and Infrastructure Ministers for their approach to making this amendment, and we are going to be voting on it today, and I'd like to say that is a positive step forward that the Finance Committee was able to contribute, we will now be any future change to how the administrative costs of smart fares are recovered by a fee will have to be voted on by this Assembly. It cannot simply be done via a pen stroke from the Infrastructure Minister in the future. Subject to this amendment, the committee was content with Clause 17. Clause 6 to 10 and Clause 14 relate to Executive Office provisions giving statutory authority for services in relation to victims and survivors, asylum and immigration integration support, public appointments development, delivery of ending violence against women and girls strategic framework, and flexibility in terms of the appointment of the Commissioner for Survivors of Institutional Childhood Abuse. The committee considered carefully the breadth of certain powers, the safeguards in place. Members recognised that many of these clauses place existing expenditure on a clearer statutory footing, replacing reliance on annual budget acts. In light of the evidence received, both the Committee for Finance and the Executive Office Committee raised no objections to these clauses standing part of the bill, and it's important to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, we did considerably interrogate those provisions in the relevant clauses of the bill. They do at first glance first reading contain very expansive powers for the Executive Office in relation particularly to spending on violence against women and girls, which we know is rightly an executive priority. Those powers are then constrained in further clauses later in the bill. So anybody who's reading that and might think, is this a little too expansive in terms of some of the language? We believe, the committee was assured that the powers have sufficient checks and balances in further clauses in the bill. Clause 11 to 13 relate to education and communities provisions. Clause 11 addresses funding for postgraduate educational psychology training, and by the Minister's amendment, bursary schemes for teacher shortages and school leadership development. The Minister has touched on this in his opening remarks. The committee received written briefing from the Department of Education on this, as well as a further amendment to the provision. Both the Finance and Education Committees were content with the clause and the amendment to be made. Clause 12 enables the Housing Executive to undertake tenancy fraud investigations on behalf of the Housing Association on a cost recovery basis, and Clause 13 transfers responsibilities for setting councillors' basic pay allowance from councils to the Department of Communities, I'm sure a subject which will be of significant commentary in the future. The committee considered these provisions along with additional scrutiny undertaken by the Committee for Communities and was content with each of these clauses. Clause 18 relates to increasing the limit on advances from the Consolidated Fund from 2% to 4%. The committee undertook scrutiny of the justification for this increase. The committee recognised the Department's commitment to notify the Assembly and the committee when advances were made, and were content with this clause in the light of the additional information provided. And I think it's extremely important to underline that in this debate and put it on the record that the committee's agreement to the clause relating to increases in advances in the Consolidated Fund was, I think it's fair to say, particularly contingent on getting information, timely information, from the Finance Department in advance of when these claims are made. Where that is practical, in some cases it will be very sudden, but that we have timely information about the use of this power. We do not want to be hearing about it weeks or months later. Clause 20 relates to the transfer of responsibility for appointing the external auditor of the NIAO from the Department of Finance to the Audit Committee, and was subject to significant scrutiny by both the Finance Committee and the Audit Committee. While the committee supported the principle of strengthening Assembly oversight, it recognised concerns raised by the Audit Committee regarding capacity, resources and governance. As a result, the Minister has given notice of his intention to oppose that Clause 20 form part of the bill, and we thank him for that. Indeed, some of the debates that happened around Clause 20 were useful cross-reference points in relation to our scrutiny of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, having completed our scrutiny, the committee was content with the clauses of the bill, subject to the amendments aforementioned. The committee views this as an important piece of tidying up legislation which regularises existing practices and improves transparency and while maintaining appropriate Assembly oversight. I will just make a few comments in a party capacity and as Leader of the Opposition. We had welcomed the arrival of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill in part because of someone who's now been on the Finance Committee when this Assembly has been sitting for most of the past 6 years. There has been a consistent frustration with the use of what is termed the black box, which is this kind of effectively catch-all term that allows large amounts of spending to happen in a very legally unusual way. It should have been more we should have had more regular updates to financial provisions legislation. That's welcome. It was added on to in a slightly kind of lean-to kind of granny flat way with administrative provisions. So this bill is a very unwieldy and I suppose fair enough to the Minister for making this bill available for various administrative provisions, lots of which are necessary, sensible and uncontroversial. Others required more interrogation. There was very meaningful, real question around smart passes. I think lots of people wanted to understand whether this meant smart passes were effectively no more. It does not mean that. It means that there will be a power in the future, should a minister wish to do so, and an infrastructure minister, to bring forward secondary legislation allowing for a small charge for the cost of processing the fee, rather than not for the cost of the journeys, but for the cost of processing. And were such a regulation to be brought forward, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would be voted on in the Assembly and members could give their view. It was an important change that happened after Finance Committee pressure. And there are other really important measures in there that will hopefully strengthen the ability, for example, of the Executive Office to do work on integration and work on violence against women and girls. So it is our hope that these legal changes will make it easier for civil servants and ministers to make positive change in this area. I do have to say, we as the opposition, and this is without challenging any judgment made by the Speaker, the Chair's office, we had hoped to make meaningful change using this bill, in part because there is deep frustration in Northern Ireland about the slowness of change here. This bill is full of very, 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 very modest changes, mostly technical. You'd be hard pressed to go out and tell your constituents that this is going to achieve dramatic change. It's legal, technical tidying up. Important though all that is, we know that both the creation of an independent environmental protection agency, something that is hugely important to people in this society, and indeed minimum unit pricing have not been allowed. We had attempted to make an amendment. It was not allowed. I think that is deeply unfortunate, but I'm not in any way challenging the judgment of the Chair. But I would say, and I make absolutely no apology for it, as the official opposition, will use absolutely every opportunity open to us to try and make amendment and make change in this society, because the public are frustrated and crying out for it, and we make no apology for that. But going back to the main provisions in the bill, we welcome them, so as far as they are, we support them, looking forward to the bill making progress today.
Thank you. Call Gemma Doran.
This legislation helps address several issues across several departments, including clauses which provide clarification or new powers to departments and public bodies to deliver funding, support services and other administrative duties. The oversight of the investment fund to utilise financial transactions capital naturally sits within the Department of Finance, therefore providing them with the power to issue loans through the first clause will remove the need for these to be issued through the Strategic Investment Board, an arm's-length body of the Executive Office, and will improve overall accountability of this scheme. The second clause focuses on the ability of the Department for Economy to be proactive in taking initiatives which provide financial assistance to support the local economy, which the Audit Office highlighted as something which was missing during the pandemic. The ability to create companies is a further intervention which the Department for Economy could use in future as a result of the changes being made in this bill, rather than having to rely on Invest NI to do that. The Executive have prioritised tackling violence against women and girls in the programme for government, and I'm pleased that a clear focus will remain on this, as Clause 9 provides the Executive Office with the statutory authority for implementing the strategic framework in the coming years. This is an area that we as a society need to continue to be proactive in and do all we can to bring an end to the scourge of misogyny to protect women and girls. The bill will also enable TEO to coordinate the integration and support for asylum seekers and refugees locally, thus permitting TEO to utilise funds that have been provided to it by Whitehall for those purposes, rather than having to rely on the sole authority of the Budget Act. Improving financial stability is another aspect of the bill, and clauses 15, 16 and 17 will enable DFE, DERA and DFI to have additional fee-raising powers. I welcome confirmation from the Department for Infrastructure that the fee for replacing smart passes is not intended to raise revenue, and any income generated will be limited to administrative costs and will be used to protect concessionary travel in the future. In concluding, therefore, I support this bill as it will close legislative gaps that have been identified and raised by members, as well as strengthening the overall accountability and functions of several departments.
Thank you. Moving forward, I'm going to ask members if they could try to refer to the amendments that they're speaking on in their address, please. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comments, and I'm pleased to speak on this bill. It's already been outlined as a somewhat unusual bill and following a range of somewhat smaller and routine legislation. This is the first quite substantial piece of legislation that's come through the Finance Committee since my time on it, and maybe it's because my predecessor, Paul Frew, was the one that was there on committee with me before, but I've really enjoyed that and enjoy having the piece of legislation and working through the details, so his legacy in the committee lives on. But as was said, with 20 substantive clauses dealing with a whole range of interpretation, commencement and some 7 departments, this has been wide-ranging, and I am grateful to the Department of Finance officials, to other committees and other officials that came to us in Finance Committee to work through this. And with one of the main aims of the bill removing items from the black box, it is good to see the progress, and as has been outlined, the financial provision bills have been brought at semi-regular intervals in the past, and there have been so many issues. We've got the financial provisions and the administrative provisions, and you can see how they could have been separate, but in grouping them together it does allow for a lot of things to happen. And I know the Leader of Opposition has referred to some of the amendments not coming forward, but I do feel that the creation of 5 new corporate bodies was quite beyond the scope of this bill that's trying to help departments operate, administer their processes and move with their finances. In terms of the wide ranges of the clauses, it was great to get to the detail of them, and they have been outlined at length from the Department of Finance powers, Department for Economy, the marine licensing through DERA. I'm really pleased to welcome, as the previous speaker was, the power around the end violence against women and girls spend. The move for the immigration spend to come from the black box across to the TEO. It's important to note that this doesn't bring any extra powers, it just moves the regularisation of the spend. The immigration policy still remains with Westminster. Moving to the amendments, the training of teachers, and as the Minister had said, this came through from the Minister of Education on the back of his scheme to bring forward a way for him to provide the bursaries that his previous announcement had made. The Education Committee looked at it, and we were pleased to see it be able to be activated through this bill. As with this mandate, it would have been difficult to activate that policy intention if it hadn't have been able to come through this way, so we're happy to support that. On the two amendments around the clause 17 and the travel passes, this was something that whenever the bill initially came forward, I was quite concerned about. On my first reading of the bill, I thought that there was a move to bring in charging and remove the travel passes completely. So I appreciated the opportunity to get to scrutinise what the intention was there. As a party, we were very pleased whenever the travel passes were introduced, and we think that they're a really important thing for people in Northern Ireland, especially older people. And we were concerned, but whenever we had the evidence, it was quite clear that this power was talking about changing the administrative process. No decisions were made, and it was a consideration for the future. But whenever we brought forward the proposal that we didn't like that it was negative resolution, we felt that to be fully transparent, it needed to come to the House, to be explained, to be costed. We were very grateful in the Finance Committee to have infrastructure officials come in to talk to us about it, for them to agree the amendment, the Infrastructure Minister and then the Finance Minister. So we support these amendments. We support the fact that when changes are being considered, that they are fully costed, that they are explained, and they're brought to the floor here to see what exactly they mean, and to give this Assembly an open and transparent place to speak about these to the public. On the final piece, on the clause 20, I also am a member of the Audit Committee, And so I kind of scrutinised this one from both sides. It wasn't a conflict. It helped to actually, I think, explain it in both places some of the time. But whenever we got it, it looked like a good process piece on paper. But whenever we actually got to the detail of it, it was very clear that a standing committee that met like once a month didn't have capacity to take on full operational tasks, as was drafted out, and the Audit Committee recommended that. The Finance Committee agreed with the piece, and I'm pleased that the Minister has agreed in terms of that. So again, we support this today. So as I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a widespread and comprehensive bill. Each clause we've looked at in detail through committee, through the cross-cutting work with the other committees, and I know myself, I work with my own party colleagues who lead in each different committee area to understand what these exactly mean, and we support the clauses as they progress. We support the amendments, and just in terms of the bill, finance is often not a department that most people would pick by choice to work in, but some of us actually did as a career at one point. But in so many ways, that's what always happens. The Department of Finance is the catch-all. It comes along, it tidies up the admin, it signs off the piece to give you the power to actually spend the money. But it is so important that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and this legislation is really, really important, and we support it today. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Deputy Hartley.
Much, and thanks to the Minister again for bringing this legislation forward. As has been said by other speakers, this is a wide-ranging bill with 20 clauses across a number of departments, and obviously there has been good work done at the Finance Committee and also engagement across those other committees that are impacted as well, who have been feeding into the process and our deliberations. And obviously, I can take on board Matthew's point that it's seen as a quite technical bill, but I suppose when you look at the implementation of it, this is about looking at strategic investment funding in terms of building our economy and looking at job creation. It is around economic support and giving DOF, I suppose, the Department of Economy the power to look at financial supports for our local businesses. It's also looking at greater flexibility and the ability to extend the scope of existing funding for victims and survivors, particularly those pertaining to the impact of conflict or mother and baby homes, the laundries and the workhouses, and of course also looking at the emerging issue of ending violence against women and girls. So whilst it is technical, the outworkings of this work is actually having an impact across many of our communities, and particularly those with vulnerabilities and those that are often left out of such support, such as women, and as I say, victims and survivors as well. In terms of the amendments then themselves, beyond the main scope of the 20 clauses, we do support, in terms of looking at the first amendment, the provision to enable teacher training and education bursary schemes. We're all aware of the huge challenges within our education system, particularly looking at areas of STEM and also Irish medium education. So anything that can address some of the challenges that those two areas of work face, then I think is a positive, and I believe that this amendment can help do that. Looking at amendments 2 and 3 relating to clause 17, again Sinn Féin are supportive of this, to apply the affirmative resolution procedure, and as the Chair said, there had been some discussion looking at this issue more broadly. I'm glad that obviously the DFI Minister herself has recognised that and has asked the Finance Minister to take this amendment forward. And I think one of the key issues that came out of that consultation and engagement, whilst there were some concerns initially looking at charges, and parties may take a difference of opinion, I think by looking at dealing with an administration charge, that would actually allow the scope of this scheme to be extended to other protected groups that maybe don't fall under the Smart Pass scheme at the moment. So I believe if we can broaden that scheme through these provisions, then that is also a positive for those communities out there as well. And again, just to reiterate our support not to bring forward clause 20 of the bill as well, and like others have said, we'll continue to look at scrutiny. So thank you.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I'll be brief, but I want to speak to Amendment 2 and 3 relating to clause 17. and I raise my concern and opposition to this aspect of the bill, as I've consistently done throughout the committee stage. This proposal, as has been discussed, allows the Department the power to set a fee for issuing or replacing smart passes. And I'm concerned, and I've stated already, Deputy Speaker, I'm concerned that charge of a fee for a service that should be free is a wrong policy, and it is about revenue raising, as we were told at the Finance Committee a few months ago. I'm also concerned that this is obviously likely to be passed, as the bill is commanding the support of the House in the weeks ahead towards the final stages. And I'm concerned that there would be nothing stopping the Department, save for a proposal through this House to actually increase the cost of the Smart Pass fee. So I'm concerned about that. It's also worth noting, Deputy Speaker, that the Law Centre have stated that a payment to register for the Smart Pass would create a barrier for people, particularly in low incomes, to access that Smart Pass. So I think it's, again, bad policy. And obviously, the Department is... I think it's also worth mentioning that a majority of the DFI response to the DFI consultation on Smart Pass, paying a fee for Smart Pass, a majority of the DFI responses said that they're opposed, as the public opposed to any fee being levied. So there's a question as how the Department of Infrastructure and Finance can stand over this proposal as well. My concern is that this will actually encourage less people to actually apply for the Smart Pass, which may be the intended consequence of the clause. A figure of £12, Deputy Speaker, is being bandied about by the Department as the cost of a Smart Pass. And I'm concerned that the last time, certainly in front of the committee when they were there was no work done to say if the number of people applying for Smart Pass drops, will the cost of the fee, Smart Pass fee, go up. So say for talk's sake, 100,000 people applied for it last year, and that's a cost of £12. If 50,000 people apply for it the year after that, will the cost go up to £24 or more? And I don't think this has been worked out by the Department. And the officials, just in closing, the officials from the Infrastructure Department presenting to the committee talked about people living longer, and for the most part that's the case, but obviously people in my constituency, in West Belfast and elsewhere, are dying 10 and 12 years younger than other people in other wealthier parts of the city of Belfast and the north. So I think that needs to be factored into the policy consideration by the Department of Infrastructure, and I don't believe that it has done up until this date. Thank you.
And I now call on the Minister of Finance to wind.
Thank you, Ross Concordia, and thank you to members who have contributed to the debate. And I also want to again put on record, thank you to the Committee of Finance and also the other committees who were involved in the scrutiny of this bill. It is worth noting this chamber and we as legislators are criticised for not bringing forward enough legislation and compared to other legislators, and by the way that comparison doesn't stack up. But here today in front of us today we have a piece of legislation which covers 19 areas of public policy and allows interventions in areas which are very, very important to our society. So I think that this piece of legislation, maybe perhaps the title of it is a bit dry, but it doesn't certainly reflect the importance of the legislation and the impact it will have across many areas of public policy and expenditure, and give services to the general public. So there's been general agreement with the amendments and the clauses set out on the bill. Some members have concerns around the issue in relation to concessionary fares. The DFI Minister has moved to hopefully allay most people's concerns around that and bringing any decisions in the future back to this Assembly for final decision. It's worth noting that the DFI Minister has protected concessionary fares and has allowed free travel for a wider range of people in this society than exists anywhere else on these islands. So I don't think there's any justification in suggesting that there's an attempt to undermine that. The fact of the matter is they have been greatly protected. But in terms of the famous black box, and those who remember the debates in this chamber between Mr Ulster and my predecessor, Mr Murphy, will understand the significance of those debates. But this bill also removes significant black boxes from the budgetary process and sole authority of the budget bill, and from that point of view, is accounting and administrative process is much improved by what we're doing today. So I have nothing further to add to my comments, Deputy Speaker, other than to recommend the amendments and the clauses of the bill to the Assembly.
Minister, thank you. Members, the amendment proposed before Clause 11, insert new clause, training of teachers. The question is that Amendment 1 be made and that the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 11. The question is that Clause 11 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 12. The question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 13. The question is that Clause 13 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 14. The question is that Clause 14 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 15. The question is that Clause 15 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And no amendments have been tabled to Clause 16. The question is that Clause 16 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2, members, has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 2.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. I would remind members that Amendment 2 removes negative resolution as the Assembly procedure for regulations under Clause 17, and Amendment 3 inserts draft affirmative resolution in its place. If members want to make that change, they should therefore vote in favour of both amendments. Amendment proposed to Clause 17, page 10, line 31, leave out words as printed on the Marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 3.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. Amendment proposed to Clause 17, page 11, line 3, insert words as printed on the Marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 17, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. There are ayes from all sides of the House and only one dissenting voice. Mr Carroll, I will ensure that your dissenting voice is recorded. No amendments, so the ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 18. The question is that Clause 18 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 19. The question is that Clause 19 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the Minister of Finance's opposition to Clause 20, but the question would be put in the positive as usual. The question is that Clause 20 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. The noes have it. If there's an aye there that needs to be recorded, please let me know. No. Okay. The noes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 21. The question is that Clause 21 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 22. The question is that Clause 22 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 23. The question is that clause 23 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is then that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, that concludes the consideration stage of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. If you take your ease for just a moment, and we'll prepare for the next item on the order paper. Mr O'Toole, point of order.
For the record, I agree with the Minister's position on opposing that clause 20 stand part, and I'll be having a tutorial with some of my members in my lecture about legislative process and reminding myself to pay attention as clauses are worked through.
All of that, Mr O'Toole, is noted. Members, the next item of business is the final stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. I call the Minister of Health to move the final stage. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the final stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill do now pass.
Thank you, Minister. Final stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister of Health to open the debate. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. So today's final stage debate concludes the legislative process for the Hospital Parking Charges Bill in this Assembly. And I want to thank all members for the contributions they brought to the process. Now, the purpose of the bill is to defer the abolition of hospital parking charges as provided for in the Hospital Parking Charges Act of 2022. And I want to be clear, it's not a reversal of principle, nor does it reflect any lack of readiness on the part of the Health and Social Care Trust to implement the Act. The 2022 Act was agreed with the best of intentions to reduce the financial burden on staff, on patients and on visitors. And that remains a legitimate and a compassionate aim. However, members will be acutely aware the financial context facing the health and social care sector has changed significantly since that Act was passed. And in response, the purpose of this deferral is to protect frontline services from the immediate and unmanaged loss of income which the abolition of parking charges would have entailed, removing approximately 7 million each year from trust budgets. In the current financial environment, that loss would inevitably have to be offset through reductions elsewhere, directly affecting services provided to patients and to families. So that's the context in which we're working. Wider financial challenges are facing the HSC sector, and those challenges are unprecedented. The projected deficit facing my department is currently approximately 760 million in this current financial year, and that's expected to grow further in subsequent years. Although we pride ourselves on having a National Health Service, the reality of the budget proposals published by the Finance Minister is that the funding available for health services in Northern Ireland in the coming years will be relatively lower than in England, Scotland or Wales, where it's been confirmed time and time again, need here is higher. That means difficult and responsible decisions are unavoidable. And in that context, proceeding with the abolition of parking charges at this time would simply be unaffordable. So I want to reassure members this deferral is not being sought because trusts are unprepared. On the contrary, the trusts have worked responsibly to prepare for the implementation of the 2022 Act. Significant investment has already been made in traffic management systems designed to control parking, protect blue light routes and safeguard designated spaces once the charging is removed. That investment, Deputy Speaker, will not be wasted. The new traffic management systems will be required when charges are eventually abolished, and in the meantime, they will provide valuable data to help trusts improve car park management and efficiency. Turning briefly to the details of the bill, rather than specifying a single new commencement date, the bill provides for the date to be set subsequently by regulation, subject to the affirmative resolution procedure. This will ensure that the Assembly retains oversight and has the opportunity to debate and improve the timing of implementation. This will be informed by the reports to be prepared on the cost implications of the 2022 Act and its delay, and this follows amendments to the bill proposed by Mr Colin McGrath, which were accepted at consideration stage. The bill allows for deferral for up to 3 years, with May 2029 acting as the backstop. Importantly, if financial sustainability is achieved sooner than expected, the legislation allows for the 2022 Act to come into operation at an earlier date. During the deferral period, staff parking permits will remain free of charge, and a needs-based system will continue to operate to ensure that those with the greatest need have access to on-site parking. The deferral of the Act means that staff will continue to be able to access the public car parks, which I know was a concern. In terms of the impact on the most vulnerable, the Department's current car parking policy already provides for free and concessionary parking for patients on specific care pathways. A regional eligibility matrix applies free parking not only to patients, but also, where appropriate, to next of kin, to partners and to visitors for those receiving radiotherapy, chemotherapy, renal dialysis and critical or high dependency care. Trusts are given discretion to extend these exemptions in other circumstances, particularly where the frequency or duration of visits would otherwise result in significant parking costs. In response to the concerns expressed by members at the introduction and consideration stages, departmental officials wrote to the Trust operational leads on the 14th of April to reinforce the need to monitor uptake of exemptions, target areas where uptake is low, and ensure ward-level staff actively advise patients of their entitlements. Eligibility information should be clearly communicated through leaflets, posters, and Trust websites. Now, while I appreciate the desire to further extend the eligibility criteria, this would result in a loss of income and thus defeat the purpose of the bill. Similarly, hypothecating the income from car parking charges for a new service, however beneficial, would simply mean that less funding is available for existing services which are already under severe pressure. I hope members will appreciate that the timetable for this legislation has been extremely tight. Executive approval was secured later than anticipated, making accelerated passage necessary to avoid the 2022 Act coming into force on the 12th of May without appropriate financial safeguards. Officials are working closely with Trusts to ensure that contingency arrangements are in place should there be any short transitional period. Deputy Speaker, being in government requires making decisions that are not always popular, but which are necessary and which are responsible, particularly in times of severe financial pressure. This bill does not abandon the Assembly's original intent. However, it does recognise the current reality and seeks to strike a balance between fairness and financial sustainability. And on that basis, I urge members to support the bill.
Minister, thank you. I call the Chair of the Health Committee, Philip McGuigan.
Gurmagad, Laskin Collier, and I'm speaking today as my party's health spokesperson. And I think it's important at the beginning of my contributions to once again correct the narrative portrayed by some members in this chamber who are trying to misinterpret this bill before us today, or indeed trying to change the narrative in relation to the original private members' bill to end hospital car parking charges brought forward by my party colleague. Almost 4 years ago, that private member's bill passed with the support of all the main parties. There was no ambiguities then. There was a clear, united position that charging patients, families and staff to access health care was wrong. And that is why we in Sinn Féin voted against this current bill at a previous stage and will do so again today. We are opposed to any further delay in abolishing hospital car parking charges. And the reason is simple. This Assembly has already made its decision. We cannot have a scenario where we refuse to implement agreed legislation by supporting delay after delay. And as I've said previously, the Health Minister himself, and he said it again today, supports the intent of the abolition of car parking charges. But supporting the principle means very little if, when the moment comes to act, we are told it must be postponed yet again. And there will be talk of cost if we don't support this bill today, but delay isn't neutral. Delay also has a cost felt by patients attending appointments, a cost felt by families sitting at bedsides, and a cost felt by staff turning up day after day to keep our health service going.
The member taking intervention.
Yeah, go ahead.
I thank the member for taking intervention, and would the member agree with me that this was again highlighted last week in the conversation around access for children with cancer to appointments and the cost to their parents, not only of the parking charges but also of the transport to and from those appointments?
Yep, and the member must have been reading my speech, because I literally am going to make that next point, but I do welcome that intervention, and it's a point well made. In the last debate I did speak about a similar scenario where real life impact on families of children and young people with cancer, and despite repeated references to exemptions, research from Young Lives versus Cancer shows that 62% of those families are still paying to park at our hospitals. And the Minister has since stated, and he said it again today, that the Department has written to trusts and expect trusts to review their existing car parking concession policies in light of this proposed legislation. But concerns have been raised, which I share, that a trust-led review alone will not be sufficient. Our current system of parking charges is a patchwork of concessions that sound good on paper but not in reality. It's inconsistent, at times it's unclear, and it leaves far too many people out, creating yet more health inequalities. The Minister has suggested the trusts will review these, but I don't think we need other reviews. We don't need more variation between trusts. What we need is clear, fair, north-wide decision to abolish the charges and implementation of the original legislation. We also come to the argument of revenue, and the Minister has outlined clearly that that's the rationale for bringing this piece of legislation in terms of delaying the original bill because of the precarious situation that our health services in, and I agree in terms of budget, but we have a health service that at times can be inefficient and where we can see wastage. Just last week, for example, the Health Committee, we heard from the Belfast Trust about major capital projects running significantly over budget to the tune of tens of millions, including within the maternity and children's hospital development. And there's no clear end point and no certainty on final cost. So these are capital projects that, I say, are costing the public purse substantial amounts of money. And I think if the Health Minister was to look deeply into the budget, he would find other examples where costs can be cut. So millions can be lost to delay and overruns and mismanagement, and yet the solution offered here today through this bill is to keep charging families to park at our hospitals. I don't think that's credible. I don't think it's acceptable that patients, staff and families are being asked to plug gaps created elsewhere within our health system. So, being honest about what's in front of us today, the bill doesn't stop charges, it prolongs them. It asks people to keep paying for longer, despite this Assembly already agreeing that those charges should go. Sinn Féin will not support that, because if we believe that the policy of charging at hospital car parks is wrong, and the Assembly has already made that decision, then the answer is not to delay action.
Thank you. Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, well, here we are again at the final stage of the executive undoing the last piece of legislation that was passed in the previous mandate. Say that again. It's the executive bill that is going to be passed. A bill that promised so much, the original bill, and delivered only confusion, frustration and anger. Free car parking for everyone at all of our hospitals, be they staff, patient or visitor. And here we stand today to hit a further pause button on that process. And we know that this bill is likely, with the numbers, to pass today. And with it, the promise made to patients in 2022 will be delayed yet again. And while it's true that every party supported the Act in 2022, it is also true that every executive party supported it getting onto the floor of the Assembly for it to be debated. Now, Sinn Féin can say many things about opposing delaying the removal of hospital car parking charges, but it is going to end up getting passed today because it's been able to get here today. It's been able to get to the floor of this Assembly as an executive bill. Yes, of course, yeah.
Would the member mind clarifying for me whether his party believes that bills should executive to the floor, or whether they should be blocked at the executive and not come to the floor? Because on a number of occasions it has been raised by your party that bills and policy should not be blocked through the executive and should actually come to the floor to come through the democratic process. So I'm just wanting a wee bit of clarity around that.
I'll just go back to my earlier sentence. A bill that promised so much and delivered only confusion, frustration, and then the anger. The confusion bit comes because we were all promised stuff in a bill here, private members' bill at the end of the last mandate. We all supported it. And then as soon as we came back into this place, the first thing that happened was to undo it. And now we come to here, and it will be undone once again. And we have said we voted for it. We supported it back at the end of the last mandate. And all that we've had in front of us since that has been bills to delay that. And we have voted against the delaying of this bill. And one has to think that that is truly the definition of speaking out of both sides of your mouth. We're happy for this to go down onto the floor, but we're not going to support it. That does not mean that it's not going to pass. And whenever it comes to the transparency that you actually need with bills, the SDLP was the only one to ensure that there was openness and transparency. The amendment that we tabled to the bill at the last stage, which was supported because it passed here and is in the bill, ensures that where money is going to be spent in this bill, the public will be told. Because if there's one thing that this executive does not enjoy, it doesn't like scrutiny. And if this delay is going to cost money, we want to make sure that people know that. So I want to follow up some of the correct remarks that the chair of the committee made, because I think it was good to see that we have this discussion, as we've all been lobbied, about the children diagnosed with cancer. And we're told that 135 children and young people every year. And for them, for those families, because part of the sort of quid pro quo here was that these people they'll be sorted out. Whenever it comes down to trust level, they will be able to get assistance. They will be able to not have to face those charges. But what we're actually being told by the charity that represents them is that they're still facing those charges. And that's now. So there's no guarantee that children with cancer can be protected from these charges. But yet we're being asked to support the delay on the basis that people such as those children will be helped. But the evidence at this stage is to the contrary. So I want to ask the executive, through the Minister for Health, what specific measurable protections will be in place during this delay to ensure that every child with cancer and their family can access free car parking. And that's not just a policy, that's the practice. I don't want to hear that trusts should or trusts might. What measurable items will be put in place to ensure that those protections are there, that we can protect them? Because if we can't protect them, all we're doing is prolonging a situation where families already under immense strain are asked to shoulder costs that they should never have had to face in the first place. And that's not something that we should be comfortable with. That's why we have acted in the SDLP to try and bring some transparency to this bill. We have made our thoughts known. It should have been brought in and implemented at the start of this mandate as per the agreement of this Assembly in its last mandate, and we should stop messing about with the public, because I think they really know whenever people are trying to talk out of both sides of their mouth, because it's blindingly obvious whenever you do that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his remarks in relation to the bill. Minister, you have explained that the deferral of the bill is due to the precarious position of Health Department finances. And I don't think there's any of us that actually are going to argue in relation to that, particularly those who sit in the Health Committee week in and week out and hear of so many issues that cannot be resolved because of a lack of money. I must say that I agree with the chair of the committee in that in the last Health Committee we did hear of enormous waste of health service resources, and as one media outlet counted up, almost 40 billion in the Belfast Trust wasted and already spent around the maternity hospital, the mental health unit, the energy unit. All of this makes the issue of actually being appropriate with public finances very, very important. I supported the SDLP amendment, and I do believe that transparency is extremely important. But I just want to make 2 points around your introduction to this final stage. And one, that you said that saving money could not mean that we would introduce new services. And I know this morning that you met the Stroke Association, Minister, and I was keen to hear good news from them as they came down the stairs from that meeting. So I'm going to ask again. In the savings on this bill, we could introduce a thrombectomy service 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for Northern Ireland. That would be transformative for stroke patients. It would mean the difference between stroke patients walking out of hospital or living lives with huge disabilities. And I would ask you again, Minister, as I've asked you in every debate on this issue, and will continue to ask you, when will we see this transformative service commissioned? Also, in every one of these debates, and I'm glad others have caught up with this issue, I asked you about the issue of exemptions. And I must say that I do believe that your responses on this are less than convincing, and actually are some of the reasons why the public, who know we are in dire financial straits in the Health Committee, but some of the reasons why some of the public are sceptical, to say the least, about what happens here. And others have quoted, and it is worth saying again, that last week Young Lives versus Cancer indicated that 62% of young cancer patients and their families still pay for parking despite those concessions. Now, Minister, you have said it's up to the trusts to actually resolve this issue, to look at their exemptions, to hear what can be done. But I do think that this House would be much more reassured if you indicated that you would ensure that this is done. And I think that this would be an important step forward in keeping faith with people. Young families who have a child diagnosed with cancer go through an enormous traumatic experience. They spend their lives devoted to that child in hospital. Their income suffers remarkably as a result. We shouldn't add to their burden. And I do hope, Minister, in your reply, that you will do more than say that a letter was sent to trusts on the 14th of April in relation to this particular issue. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am speaking today as an Alliance Health spokesperson. And at the outset, I want to acknowledge plainly that this issue has caused real frustration and real distress for healthcare workers, for patients and for their families across Northern Ireland. This was, in theory, a positive initiative. It sought to bring greater fairness and consistency to hospital car parking. It reflected a legitimate concern about how parking operates in certain trusts, so this is not where we want to be. It's important to note the impacting issues that have come to light during this time, such as parking capacity, transport infrastructure, and how staff, patients and families are expected to access hospital sites in a way that is both practical and realistic. Those issues need to be addressed in order for this not to become a permanent deferral process. That said, the reality of the financial context sets out that the removal of parking charges would cost around £7 million a year, and in the current circumstances that is not an insignificant sum. While I also think there are other issues to raise in terms of how sustainable and fit for purpose the budgeting models of our current system are, I can still understand that difficult decisions are having to be made, and this is clearly one of them. It is not lost on me that earlier today we were discussing the pressures on our A&Es and the resulting harm on that, and because of the issues, the inability to build capacity within our community. Going forward, we need to focus on ensuring that we are in a position to implement this at the right time and be working towards this in a meaningful way, rather than treating May 2029 as a default. Longer term, we need a system of action, not reaction, and otherwise we will continually end up in this position, and we cannot let this happen again. Thank you.
Chambers. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I certainly welcome this opportunity to contribute at final stage of the hospital parking charges bill. Like other members, I recognise that this has been a constructive and at times challenging legislative process. It has highlighted just how deeply this issue resonates, not only with our constituents, but with the staff and patients who rely on our health service every day. At the outset, I want to acknowledge the original intent behind the Hospital Parking Charges Act 2022. It was to ease the burden on those who already face significant pressures. That principle remains sound, and it is important that we do not lose sight of it. However, we must deal with the reality that is in front of us, not the circumstances of 3 years ago. The financial position facing our health and social care system today is stark. As members, we will all be well aware that the scale of the deficit and the pressure on frontline services are unlike anything we have seen in recent years. Against that backdrop, the question before us is not whether abolishing parking charges is desirable. It quite clearly is, but whether it is deliverable without causing greater harm elsewhere in the system. The loss of approximately £7 million per year from trust budgets cannot simply be absorbed. It would have consequences, and those consequences would be felt directly in patient care through reduced services, longer waiting times, or further strain on an already overstretched workforce. That is not a trade-off I believe this Assembly should make lightly. The bill, therefore, represented a pragmatic and responsible step. It does not abandon the objective of abolishing charges. Rather, it recognises that timing matters. By deferring implementation, we create the space needed to stabilise finances and protect essential services. I also welcome the flexibility built into the legislation. The use of regulation subject to affirmative resolution ensures that the Assembly retains control over when the Act is ultimately commenced. Equally, the provision for earlier implementation, should the financial position improve, is sensible. Importantly, protections remain in place. Free parking for staff will continue, and a needs-based approach will ensure that those who depend most on access to hospital parking are not disadvantaged, and I'm quite confident that the Minister will bear that in mind.
In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not an easy decision, but it is the right one in the current circumstances. It reflects the need for responsible governance, but grounded in financial reality. I and my party support the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
You too.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I wasn't going to stand up and speak since my colleague Colin McGrath has covered the issues fairly comprehensively, but I did feel the need, given there's a particular area of this bill which hasn't quite been reflected yet, and I think there were some comments made by some members earlier on that I think can be contextualised by a document which was published in 2024. Mr Deputy Speaker, we were fairly scathing when this bill first was introduced and then was debated at second reading, not because we think the Health Minister is being cynical. I appreciate the position he's been put in. But the other day I was watching at home with my 8-year-old son a television programme and was trying to get him to not watch YouTube. And we were talking about something and I managed to convince him to watch an old comedy, and we watched an episode of Fawlty Towers. And sometimes what goes on in this place would make Fawlty Towers look like a documentary, because this is well and truly Fawlty-esque, Mr Deputy Speaker, or Python-esque, or perhaps Kafkaesque. We have arrived at a preposterous situation where the last thing we did in the previous mandate was make a promise to healthcare workers, to staff of all kinds, medical staff, porters, ancillary staff, and people suffering from illnesses in their immediate families, that they wouldn't have to face the burden of parking. The first thing we did when we got back, the last legislative act before we left this chamber in 2022, was to pass this bill. The first act when we came back, other than a routine budget bill, was to delay it. That is preposterous and it's not acceptable, and it needs to be called out, and that's what the official opposition has done. I am not 100% sure that there would have been a division, or that Sinn Féin would have voted against this at the second stage were we not to have forced a division on it. And I do think it's important that we challenge some of the remarkable statements that have been made today. This bill could not have made it to the floor of the Assembly had the First Minister and her party not agreed to it in the Executive. That's a fact. I'm happy to take an intervention if someone wants to correct me on that. So that is a fact. That has been established through the First Minister, and indeed the Junior Minister who sponsored the bill in the previous mandate agreed to this coming in. Their party are now saying, this is awful, I can't believe, how did this bill make it onto the floor of the Assembly, this awful bill, delaying this? I mean, there is a credibility problem we have in this Assembly, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the credibility problem gets worse when we say things like that, when we claim that we aren't responsible for our own actions. That's part of the reason why the public has such low trust. But it's not only the question of whether the bill made it into the Assembly floor, it's a question of, I will in 1 second, it's a question of previous statements that have been made, because the Finance Minister, in fact previous Finance Minister Keith Archibald, published a document in 2024 after the Executive Restoration settlement in February 24. Part of that agreement was an agreement with the British Government around revenue-raising options. The Department of Finance, those of you, there are some members here who were on the Finance Committee then and now, will know that a document was published called the Budget Sustainability Plan, and that was the Finance Minister and the broader Executive's plan to raise revenues per that agreement. If you go to, that's still live executive policy, by the way, if you go to Annex D of that document published by the Department of Finance under Finance Minister Keith Archibald, Annex D sets out detailed tables of revenue-raising options. This is the Executive saying, this is the revenue we are raising to meet our commitments under the Executive Restoration Package. And if one scrolls down, you get to a line which says, car parking charges, £6 million. And into the detailed description, comments that say the Hospital Parking Charges Act, NI 2022, prohibited the imposition of parking for vehicles in hospital car parks, and it became operative on 12th of May 24. The NI Assembly passed a bill to defer the removal of parking charges for 2 years. Maintaining car park charges will save £6 million of revenue, which would otherwise have been lost. So that's the Department of Finance, led by 2 successive Sinn Féin Finance Ministers, who are scoring that revenue from delaying the bill. So don't come in here to this chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker, and discredit politics and devolution by saying nothing to do with us. We have nothing to do with this. We deplore this awful bill, which we allowed onto the floor of the Assembly, and whose revenue we have already scored in a document published by the Department of Finance, because it isn't serious and it isn't credible. People who pay people who are promised this change deserve honesty and responsibility taken from our politicians. I'm happy to give way because Ms Dillon asked for an intervention.
Thank you. I would like you to give the clarity, maybe a straight answer that didn't
Yes.
come from your colleague, on whether you think bills should be blocked in the executive or whether they should come to the floor to go through the democratic process. Because I think when we discussed the minimum unit price, and that was one of the issues, that it was being blocked and wasn't being allowed onto this floor. So either you support bills coming to the floor or you do not. Just a straight yes or no would be great.
Well, the straight answer is yes, but of course there's always context and circumstances. But I would also say this. Well, of course, it's a yes, and since I gave you the intervention, let me explain in detail what I mean by that. I think yes, but of course, I think it's then disingenuous to come into the Assembly and act like you had nothing to do with this, and your party has no awareness of it, or that you aren't leading the executive. You don't have the First Minister and the Finance Minister who have not dissented from this. I think Mr McGuigan's asked for an intervention. I will give you one in a second, and then pretend that you have no responsibility for this. You can't never take responsibility for the power you have. That's part of the reason why our politics is in the state it's in. And there's a particular challenge in those of us who are trying to advocate for a new Ireland, because we need to be credible. We are putting forward a proposition for change on this island that requires credibility and responsibility taking, not this kind of Monty Python behaviour. But yes, Mr McGuigan.
Yeah, and Sinn Féin is taking responsibility for its part in this issue of hospital car parking charges. This is a Sinn Féin bill. Sinn Féin proposed that we end car parking charges for patients, for staff, right across the north. That's our responsibility. That was supported by everybody in this chamber. In terms of we're taking responsibility for where we are today, we are opposed to this delay. We didn't need the SDLP to tell us that we were opposed to it at the second stage, and we don't need the SDLP to tell us we were opposed to it at this stage. So I know the SDLP, this mad obsession with Sinn Féin, but I think that the subject of your angst today should be those that are supporting this bill, which is delaying what Sinn Féin have proposed to end car parking charges today. Not Sinn Féin, who are today put on record that we are voting against the Minister's bill, because we want to see car parking charges that we brought to the floor of this chamber impacted.
Well, I think people will draw their own conclusions about the situation. Sinn Féin does lead the executive jointly with the DUP. We hold every single executive party robustly to account. That's our job, and I make no apology. We collectively make no apology for it. That's why Colin McGrath put down an amendment to improve transparency around this bill. I know it makes people uncomfortable, but it is our job. And just for the record, you said that this was a Sinn Féin bill that was brought in 2022, then became an act. It certainly was, but it was also a Sinn Féin Finance Minister who counted the savings from not implementing it in their revenue-raising plan, which they submitted to the British Treasury. So, you can't on the one hand say that, well, we introduced it, and then on the other hand sort of declaim the revenue that you have, on the other hand, claimed to have saved from it. Whether people are healthcare workers or simply have, themselves or family members who are experiencing perhaps severe medical issues, they might be going to oncology wards, they may have a terminal illness. They require us being honest with them. We would much prefer to have seen this implemented years ago. It's going to be delayed again. I think it's really incumbent on us, finally, in our politics, to grow up a little bit and to reflect on why people have such low levels of trust in this institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If you look at Hames in the dictionary, you can see a picture of this bill and how this has been handled by this Minister, previous Minister, and the Executive on the whole. From the start of this bill, those who could avail of free parking, Deputy Speaker, have been messed about, taken for granted, and made mugs out of by this Assembly. They were promised free parking at hospitals. Then one of the first things done by this Assembly when it was reconvened was to reverse this decision. It seems like patients and health workers are only good when it comes to photo ops for executive parties in this building. The Department in previous debates have talked about public transport for healthcare appointments and people using public transport for healthcare appointments. The Minister's comments in the last debate, in an ideal world, Minister, that would be wonderful for people to use, and they should use public transport if they can. But also remind ourselves, Deputy Speaker, just a few moments ago, this House backed a piece of legislation which will charge people to apply for their smart passes as well. So contradiction on one hand, not knowing what the other one is doing. But also there's very many areas of this of the North, Deputy Speaker, where public transport isn't sufficient, and that's putting it very, very mildly indeed. Not to mention the fact people who are being told that to go get a bus or go get a train having cancer. They're really going to expect people with cancer and other sort of serious ailments and diseases and illnesses to sit on a bus or to sit on a train. I think it's quite disgusting, to put it frankly. And the Minister talked about this bill not being about reversing the original decision made in 2022, but this is exactly what the bill is doing, Minister. It's reversing the original decision. I also want to mention, Deputy Speaker, Young Lives versus Cancer have corresponded with myself, and I'm sure others in this ahead of this debate, and they said on average families with cancer, young people with cancer, are paying £700 every single month. Like, if the Minister had the power to reduce that cost, I think he should go speedily ahead with that, but he's doing the opposite. He's lumping an extra payment on those families, and I think people should, even for that sole reason, vote against this bill today. And waiting on free parking at hospitals coming through from this Assembly, Deputy Speaker, will be like waiting for Godot. It's never going to come, especially if we pass this bill today. It's also worth mentioning, we hear a lot of talk about people working together and non-silo mentalities and all these kind of buzzwords. We had the spending of hundreds of millions of pounds on Grand Central Station, opening, what, 2 years ago, and to my knowledge there was no extra bus transport services put in place for people to get to those hospitals and healthcare sites. Happy to be corrected on that, but I don't believe so. So all this talk about using public transport, but actually the investment is not being put in place at all. And the Minister talked about finance, and it's been a financial issue. I suppose at least he's being honest, but I think also I would throw back and challenge him to say the same trust are spending £60 million on private ambulance services over the last 5 years, and the department and through the trust are spending hundreds of millions of pounds every single year on private healthcare as well. So money can be found when it's needed, and I would argue should be found in this case also. A Minister usually refers to England in debates, and he said it in previous debates, and usually to say things are bad in England, so we should be maybe less angry about things being bad here. But I would let the Minister know, I'm sure he knows this already, that in England there's a £10 million travel fund for people with cancer, but no suggestion of anything like that being in place in here. In conclusion, I would ask the Minister, was there a vote on the Executive on this? Because there's been some back and forth between the Sinn Féin to the Speaker and the SLP on this, but I would presume this went through by consensus on the Executive, and the Executive parties, and presume supported it. I also remind members that MLA still get free parking in this building, but we're telling other people to pay for parking outside their place of work. And the Leader of the Opposition talked about transparency. Indeed, I'm all for it. Also remind him that his party had the chance to vote against accelerated passage of this bill, but they refused to vote against that.
All of those who have indicated they wish to speak have done so, so I'm going to call the Minister of Health to conclude the final stage.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. A few matters arising then from comments from the members, and just to emphasise, the £7 million is not additional money, it is not new money, it is simply a question of saying we currently forecast a shortfall this year of £760 million. This prevents it becoming £767 million. I share Mrs Dodds' desire to see 24/7 thrombectomy for strokes. We're talking about up to 160 people a year who miss out because the service isn't 24/7 and live the rest of their lives necessarily with the impact of that stroke, whereas with a 24/7 service, up to 160 people could be in and out of hospital on the day with a 15-minute procedure and leave with no side effects. But, and I would assure Mrs Dodds, I have a very long shopping list of things I would like to introduce over the rest of the mandate, thrombectomy is very much towards the top of that list. I'll give way to Mr Donnelly and then to Mrs Dodds.
It was just to pick up on that point about the thrombectomy unit. I think the cost is £5 million a year, but within that investment there would be a lot of suffering that would be alleviated, there would be lives saved, and there would be a lot of disability that could be alleviated that would result in money for care not having to be spent. So it does make financial sense, as well as alleviating the death and the suffering.
I appreciate the intervention from Mr Donnelly, but he would have to concede, because I'm sure he knows, there are a lot of rules around how we spend money in our government departments, and there are a lot of legal obligations put on, and if you don't have the money, you can't spend it. And it's very hard to justify the spend when you're saying we're 760 million short of what we want. It is impossible to bring in 24/7 without a budget, and we don't have a budget now. And I'm going to say to Mrs Dodds, as I give way to her, as I say to members of the four parties of the executive, let's get the budget done so we can make these things at least possible.
Thank you, Minister. I just really, Mr Donnelly actually covered the point I was going to make. It makes no sense not to spend £5 million when we will spend many, many, many millions more than that on lifetime of disability, services, etc., that will be required for people who could not avail of a 24 thrombectomy service. So it kind of is nonsensical to say that this is a saving that we're making by saying that we don't have a 24/7 thrombectomy service, because actually we're going to spend a lot more money and a lot more suffering and a lot more pain and grief for families.
Minister, if you don't mind, just before you continue, I've given some latitude there, given the seriousness of this debate, but I'm sure members, being reasonable, will see that we are going into minutiae over other service areas and straying somewhat from the issue of the parking charges bill. So if we can get better comments to that, please.
Okay, Deputy Speaker, just to finish that off, thrombectomy is not by far the only issue where there's a very compelling case to invest to save. So to keep on the subject, as Deputy Speaker quite rightly insists, in terms of concessions, it would be a very poor minister who made up policy or made promises on the hoof. And I've heard what members said to me about what they don't want to hear me say, so I'm just going to park it there. And the final thing, Mr Carroll asked whether there had been a vote on this, and whether this should be voted on at the executive. Mr Carroll is perfectly entitled to seek the minutes of executive meetings. So, Deputy Speaker, this completes the final stage of the bill's progress in the Assembly. As we know, it though does not become law without royal assent, and I'm hoping that will be secured in the next 14 working days, so we can avoid the potential disruption from car parking charges being abolished temporarily on the 20th of May. And to try and avoid that, I've written to the Secretary of State, I've written to the Attorney General, I've written to the Advocate General, requesting they provide the necessary assistance in their respective roles to expedite royal assent being secured. And I'm very grateful for the positive response I've received, and I hope this bodes well for the next and very, very final stage of the legislative process. But in the event car parking charges are abolished temporarily, I would ask members support the trusts as they seek to minimise the inevitable disruption that may follow. So for these reasons, Deputy Speaker, I commend the Hospital Parking Charges Bill to the Assembly, and I ask members for their support for this final stage.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the question is that the Hospital Parking Charges Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order. Order, members, please. Members, resume your seats. Members, the question is that the final stage of the hospital parking charges bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Members, thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follow. Tellers for the ayes are Robbie Butler and Alan Chambers. Tellers for the noes are Philip McGuigan and Colin McGrath. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. The doors. Members, order, members. Could members resume their seats? Here we are. Clerk, please read the result.
67 members voted, 42 members voted aye, 25 members voted no. The bill has passed.
Members, the final stage of the hospital parking charges bill has passed. The bill has passed. Could members take their ease for a change at the table before we move to the next item on the order paper? Thank you.
Okay, members.
The next item of business is a motion on clean biomethane for Northern Ireland's Energy, Food and Environmental Society. Clerk, please read the motion. Thank you.
That this Assembly notes that Northern Ireland produces significant volumes of slurry, poultry litter and food waste, recognises that Northern Ireland faces a defining moment in securing its energy future, strengthening its agri-food sector and addressing nutrient surplus and food waste in a way that protects both the environment and the Northern Ireland economy. Further recognises that anaerobic digestion and, in particular, the production of biomethane for injection into the gas grid represents a reliable, dispatchable and indigenous renewable energy source capable of reducing reliance on imported fossil fuels and insulating households and businesses from global price volatility, acknowledges that biomethane production transforms a nutrient liability into a strategic asset, stabilising slurry, improving nutrient management and creating a circular system in which waste becomes energy and digestate, supports sustainable food production, improving nutrient security and returning value back to the farmer, believes that a scaled and regionally balanced biomethane sector would cement Northern Ireland's food security by strengthening farm viability, delivering genuine energy security through the production of green gas, and providing a credible pathway to long-term price stability for consumers, affirms that Northern Ireland must seize this opportunity to lead the green gas production, securing affordable energy, protecting the environment, and ensuring that the economic value of decarbonisation is retained within rural communities rather than exported overseas, and calls on the Executive to bring forward, as a matter of urgency, a cross-departmental biomethane and anaerobic digestion strategy, which includes a stable and inflation-proof support mechanism, streamlined planning and grid connection processes, and investment in nutrient recovery technologies to directly take surplus phosphorus and ammonia challenges.
I think Barbara needs a round of applause after reading that one out. I call Robbie Butler to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Robbie. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. The Minister for Infrastructure is responding to this debate on behalf of the Minister for the Economy. Robbie, please open the debate and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I think we might have set a world record for the length of the detail in the motion, but that's not by looked at, it's actually by design, because this is a really important topic that we must grasp. It's an opportunity for Northern Ireland, because I do believe that Northern Ireland is currently tied up. I believe it's being held up. Again, not in some abstract way, but in a way which people are feeling every single day. They're feeling it in their heating bills. They're particularly feeling it on their farms and in the pressure for our shared environment, because for too long, Northern Ireland has been exposed. It has been exposed to global energy shocks, it's been exposed to supply chain disruption, and it's been exposed to decisions made far beyond this place which we cannot interfere with. We've got used to being price takers, and that's the reality. But here's the thing, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. At the exact moment that energy security is becoming one of the biggest global issues, Northern Ireland is in fact sitting on an opportunity. It's not imported and it's not theoretical, it's right here. I want to be clear from the start, I am not suggesting in any sense that anaerobic digestion is a silver bullet. It's not going to fix everything, but it is part of our solution. If we treat it like a tool, like a penknife, used carefully, used properly, it could do a lot of good. Used badly, it could cause harm. Used well, it can genuinely help transform Northern Ireland. Because this isn't just about energy. It's about how everything connects. Food security, energy security, and environmental protection. Because farming doesn't sit in isolation, and we shouldn't pretend that it does. And I can't think of a better example of a workable circular economy. Look at what we already have. Every year, we produce around 10 million tonnes of slurry, poultry litter and food waste. And for years, we've viewed that and treated it as a problem. Something to manage, something to limit, but actually, if we flip it, it's a resource. A resource that can produce biomethane, a gas that we can put straight into the network that we already have. And that bit matters because we've already invested over £1 billion in that network. It's there and it works. And it can take renewable gas without having people needed to change the boilers or to even lift a finger. That puts us ahead of the rest of these islands. And I'm sure that many will be hearing and seeing the seemingly trendy strapline of drill, baby, drill. But those who chant this mantra need to accept that drilling won't manage our waste, it won't reduce our nutrient pressures, and it won't protect our farmers. So if we're serious about resilience, we need solutions that do all three. To do this, we need to be honest, we need to be clear, and we need to be accurate. So let's think about the scale of what we're dealing with. We have in the region of 1.6 to 1.8 million cows or cattle. We have around 1.8 million sheep. We have around 26 million chickens and poultry, and we have around 1.6 million pigs. And we only have around 1 million hectares of agricultural land. So therefore, that adds up to some pressures. We're dealing with a phosphorus surplus running into the thousands of tonnes and a significant number of farms operating at or above the 170 kilogram nitrogen limit. And farmers are being squeezed. They're being threatened with reductions in stock, and they're being asked to find more land, and it just simply doesn't exist. And our exports and our students are coming under significant pressure. So none of those pressures are easy. These are real and everyday pressures for our farmers, and if anybody is working in that sector, they'll understand that our farmers are under significant pressure. And the biggest issue that we have to deal with isn't just energy, it's actually food waste. It's how we deal with it. Anaerobic digestion gives us a way to process it, to stabilise it, reduce emissions, and critically and crucially move nutrients to where they're actually needed. And that's not theory, it's actually practical, and it's working today. But let me be really clear, because people are rightly concerned, and farmers in particular. This cannot become a land grab, and we won't let it. Around a third of our land is farmed under Conacher, which is short-term land agreements. And that alone puts a natural limit on large-scale crop growing. And beyond that, the policy direction must be clear. This is about waste, slurry, manure and food waste. Not growing crops for profit at the expense of food production, because if we get that bit wrong, we create a new problem instead of solving the one that we have. Principal Deputy Speaker, just want to move on to energy, because we know very well at the moment that Northern Ireland is exposed. We rely on imports, we rely on a single interconnector, we rely heavily on heating oil. And when prices spike globally, we feel it immediately. There's no buffer, and farmers feel it 3 times over. They feel it in the price of fuel, they feel it in the price of fertiliser, and they feel it in the price of feed. Now, biomethane doesn't solve all of 3, but it does help because it's indigenous. It's produced here, and from what we already have, keeping that value in our own economy, and crucially our rural economy, really, really matters. And the potential here is real. Research suggests that we could significantly offset and potentially match current gas demand. And we could deliver around 3.5 terawatt-hours of energy, a major share of what industry and businesses actually use, and that's not small, nor is it insignificant, it's meaningful. But what matters most is this. This connects energy and food. Because if farming isn't viable, we lose food security. If nutrients aren't managed, we lose farming, and if energy isn't stable, everything becomes harder. This is one system, and there's a real opportunity here for rural communities. This isn't about outside companies coming in. This works best when it's local. What I mean by that? I mean farmer-led, cooperative models, keeping the value where it's created, giving farmers another option, not adding another burden. And there are real day-to-day benefits. Less pressure on slurry storage, less risk of pollution, less reliance on trying to catch that one perfect day to spread the stuff, because we've seen it this year with our incredibly wet winter. Too wet, too dry, that's not just frustrating, It's adding significant stress. But we need to do this right. There needs to be strong regulation, clear rules and proper oversight, and support that's stable and sensible. This cannot repeat past mistakes. It has to build trust, and it has to be joined up. Energy, agriculture and environment. Working together, because that's the reality of the problem that we face. So the choice is pretty simple. Do we stay as we are, exposed to global and political volatility, reactive, dependent, or do we take a step forward into something which is more resilient and indigenous? Because even if this delivers part of the answer, 10%, 15%, 20%, it delivers far more than energy. It helps the environment, it supports farming, and it strengthens rural economies. So as I've said, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this is not a silver bullet, but it is a tool. And if we use it properly, it can make a real difference. We can keep reacting to the world around us, or we can start shaping our own. This is our chance to do it, and I would urge members around this chamber to support this motion. Let's not shrink from it. Let's not talk it down. Yes? Absolutely.
I thank the member for giving way. Will the member accept too that we've had a few debates in this chamber on nutrients action programme? Some of those haven't been particularly productive, but during the course of that, there were ideas such as those, including my own party, that we put forward, such as those to help address and alleviate that problem and support particularly the farming community through and see a better new future in a similar way to what has been done south of the border. These are good, innovative ideas and need to be supported.
I thank the member for his intervention, and he's absolutely right. In fact, I think the birthplace in this assembly was around 2021 when Minister Poots, as the Minister for Agriculture, through the SILS programme and indeed probably the genesis of the biomethane programme. But I think we need to learn from what has already happened and improve, and then use and accelerate that research and development to ensure that we extract every single benefit of everything that's within this circular economy. But I think it's really important, given the topics of debate over the weekend, and my colleague from Man and South Tyrone, Diane Armstrong, listened to her on the radio about the shrinking rural economy. And this is a real chance to rebuild that and ensure, as we should as legislators, that our rural communities have that voice and our farmers are central to any development. I commend the motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. I call on Declan McAleer.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome this motion coming to the House today. It's very timely and very appropriate as well, and there's strong merit in the direction set out in this motion, particularly recognising biomethane as a reliable and indigenous energy source that can support the North's energy security, strengthen our agri-food sector and contribute meaningfully to environmental protection. And given the volumes of slurry, poultry litter and food waste that we produce, anaerobic digestion presents a practical opportunity to turn what has traditionally been a nutrient and waste challenge into a strategic asset for both energy and agriculture. And I should say that the timing is very good, because any of us from rural areas will know that this has been a very, very long and wet winter for cattle being in. And farmers' tanks are at their they just need to get out with a slurry to do, basically, because their tanks are nearly full. So it's very timely that we start looking strategically at how we can look at the likes of slurry as a resource and opportunities as opposed to waste or a byproduct. And biomethane offers clear advantages. It reduces our resilience on imported fossil fuels, helps to insulate households and businesses from global price volatility, and contributes directly to decarbonisation targets by displacing natural gas in the energy mix. In addition, the circular nature of anaerobic digestion means that waste streams are converted into renewable energy, while digestate can be returned to the land. And with fertiliser prices in the region of £700 a tonne now, this is a good opportunity at looking at this circular economy and how those prices can also be cut down. And this would support more sustainable nutrient management, as Patsy alluded to there a while ago, and overall soil fertility. So biomethane has a real potential to strengthen both energy and food security in a joined-up way. A scaled and well-designed biomethane sector could also provide significant benefits for rural economies. Farm businesses supply slurry, silage and other organic materials could develop new income streams, while improved nutrient recovery systems could also address environmental pressures such as phosphorus and ammonia surpluses. Initiatives like the Small Business Research Initiative funded by DERA, and most of us on the ERA Committee had the opportunity to go and see that in action just up the road there at the Blackstone-Houston estate, show that innovation in slurry processing and nutrient separation is already underway. And this could play an important role in unlocking more efficient, environmentally responsible use of agricultural resources. Yes, of course.
On that, but the member recognised the fact that actually what has happened out of this is that a lot of land has come back into the animal feed space. So the knock-on effect has been, and I think there was a fear that this is all be grass-fed, but it's not. We're looking at food and manure waste. That actually what we can do is reclaim a lot of that land for producing food.
The member's an extra minute for that minute.
I agree with the member there, and I was going to come to that later on in my contribution. I think it's important that we do look at waste and slurry, because what we don't want is a situation where farmers are competing with large-scale AD plants for silage, and that's something that needs to be managed. So if this opportunity is to be fully realised, it must be delivered in a way that is both reasonably balanced and economically fair. Large-scale anaerobic digestion plants and corporate operators are naturally best positioned to benefit from economies of scale, access to finance and export markets. Many of these facilities are concentrated east of the ban, while key feedstocks such as silage is more abundant in the west of the ban. And I should make a point that certainly as of 2024, the ministerial question that I asked, there currently are no AD plants in County Fermanagh. So without careful policy design, there is a risk that this imbalance could widen, leaving smaller rural and community-based projects at a disadvantage. It's also important to ensure that farmers and small producers are not displaced within their own supply chains. Increasing demand for grass, silage and slurry as feedstocks could place upward pressure on land rental values and alter traditional agricultural practices. So this underlines the importance of ensuring fair pricing mechanisms and maintaining the viability of livestock farming alongside biomethane development. In addition, while export opportunities for biomethane and associated certificates may increase revenues, for larger operators, we must ensure that the primary objective remains strengthening local energy resilience and delivering value within the North's rural economy. For these reasons, a rural impact assessment is essential to understand how different regions, particularly the west of the band, will be affected by changes in feedstock demand, infrastructure investment and market access. Alongside this, an equality impact assessment is also necessary to ensure that policy design does not unintentionally favour larger corporate operators over smaller farms, community projects or rural enterprises, and that opportunities are distributed fairly across scale and geography. Finally, we must also look at questions around the long-term affordability and viability, and current evidence suggests a gap between production cost and proposed subsidy levels, which raises important considerations about how the sector will be supported sustainably without placing undue pressure on consumers or taxpayers. These issues do not undermine the case for biomethane, but they reinforce a need for careful, structured, stable and long-term support framework. In conclusion, biomethane represents a genuine opportunity to deliver on energy security, environmental responsibility and rural economic development. With the right policy framework, safeguards and impact assessments in place,
time's up, Declan.
We support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I call Philip Brett.
Well, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to once again contribute to a debate in this House on the issue of energy security. Because for these benches and for this party, when we discuss the issue of energy security and price control must be its top priority. And today's debate allows us to have a discussion around the role that biomethane may play in a wider, realistic green energy proposal. However, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it is important to note this House's record when it comes to realistic and proportionate proposals when it comes to the issue of energy. And if we look at the current record of this Ministerial Department. Renewable energy consumption here in Northern Ireland is falling and continues to fall. Dispatch down rate, that is the rate of renewable energy produced here in Northern Ireland which cannot be used, continues to rise and has almost hit a record 30%. We only need to read the comments of the Audit Office in relation to the Department for the Economy's energy strategy, which shows £100 million has been spent to date, and we have only met 1% of our targets. Biomethane may be part of an overall wider solution, but what we need to see, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is evidence-informed proposals come forward from the Department. This issue has been part of a wider delay and malaise within the Department for the Economy, particularly within Energy Division. In 2022, the Department undertook a call for evidence on the production of biomethane strategy. And what have we seen since 2022? In those 4 years, absolutely nothing. Does the member want in there? No, okay, no problem. In January 2025, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I raised this issue with the Minister in Assembly questions, asking for an update on the publication of this strategy. I was told that this would take place in 2026. 1 year later, I asked the exact same question, and the answer was timelines for publication or launch of a strategy will be confirmed once this work progresses further. So I think it's clear, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that work on a biomethane strategy by the Department for the Economy is not going anywhere quickly. And this speaks to wider piece within energy. The Renewable Energy Price Guarantee Scheme, which was meant to be delivered almost a year ago, nowhere to be seen. Offshore wind policy, which was meant to be introduced in this mandate, has now been shelved by the Department for the Economy in this mandate. Grid connectivity policy, nowhere to be seen. And as I said earlier, dispatch down rates continue to rise. And that's, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, where the focus of the Department for the Economy and this entire House should be. We don't need a piecemeal approach to energy. We need an overall strategy which deals with the fundamental issues of these. Happy give way.
I'm not going to argue with anything the member said, because I do know that there's a very small element within the Energy Division within Economy working on biomethane strategy. But would the member recognise the circular value, the circular economy that's attached here, and the weight that it plays when we've got farmers under immense pressure to deal with that phosphorus and ammonia surplus, and that this is really a good story for Northern Ireland if we can get it right?
Philip, you have an extra minute.
The vital point is that we need to get this right, and I had hoped to hear from the proposer of the motion in relation to the support mechanism that's mentioned within the motion, of what that is envisaged and what that looks like. There is an opportunity that funding will become available currently as a result of the forthcoming closure of the RHI scheme and the unused AME there. But, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the words on the motion are important, that what we are voting on today, and I think the House does need to have some detail in terms of what a support mechanism will look like or should look like. You know, we've come out of here, people are asked to be and vote on proposals. The settled will of the Assembly could be that we want a support mechanism, but we have no detail of what that would look like, how much that would cost and how that moves forward. And the member for West Tyrone rightly outlined the issue of competition for silage, particularly in those more rural communities. So I think our focus as an Assembly should be on a complete energy piece that finally brings together the issues that the member for Lagan Valley that sits on the committee with me continue to raise. That we need a deliverable and ambitious and a structured energy proposals right across all sectors of our economy here in Northern Ireland. And I do commend the proposers for bringing forward one issue within that energy strategy. But I think what we had hoped to hear from the Department and from the Minister and from her able replacement is that there will be a focus on an actual deliverable action plan. In the words of Lemony Snicket, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it is a series of unfortunate events that the Minister can't be here, but there is an important role that the Minister for Infrastructure may wish to highlight in her remarks, and that's the possibility that biomethane could be used in public transport, and rather than looking at electrification of some of our train provision, particularly in that Belfast to Dublin corridor, there might be an opportunity for biomethane within her department. But with that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we will let this motion go through today, but I would encourage members in this House to focus on a wider, all-encompassing energy delivery plan that will ensure lower prices and energy security for the people of Northern Ireland.
Thank you. Philip, I call David Honeyford.
Madam Speaker, I can't believe I'm going to say I agree with a lot of what Philip has said, and I commend the motion coming forward. But listen, I talk about energy a lot in here, and we need to produce more of our own, and we need to transition across to renewable, and energy costs, as Robbie has said, are spiking because of war, and we've got to protect people. But biomethane must be part of that wider transition. But it has the potential to be part of that jigsaw, but it is, as Philip just said, it's one part of a wider, much wider energy transition, and we have to proceed carefully, as has been said, and do this right, and it must be evidence-based, but there's no reason why we can't strengthen our energy security through AD and support businesses and meet decarbonisation and sustainable targets, as well as creating those new economic opportunities in rural communities and help deliver real environmental benefits. But it has to be properly regulated, it has to be properly managed, and it has to be properly scaled, because environmental protection has to be fundamental as well alongside that. And Minister Muir has already taken forward a plan-led approach to this, and you've seen investment, $12.5 million into biomethane and the wider bioeconomy innovation, and I want to thank him and put on record for that delivery. So yes, we have the resource, the slurry, the food waste, organic material that's already been mentioned. I agree with the motion that there is potential there, that every unit of biomethane we produce displaces natural gas, that we don't have to import, and we need to act in the long-term interests of people. Yeah, go.
I've heard and listened intently what some of the members have said today, but is this not the same argument that we've heard with hydrogen, that it could be used as a blend for natural gas? Is this the new hydrogen? Is this the new way this Assembly wants to head? And
David, you have an extra minute.
Yeah, I'll come to that in a wee second, because it is part of the solution, as is hydrogen, and I've sat in committees, actually in BIPA and British Irish Parliament, looking at these. So there is a wider piece of work here that all of them, and each have their individual thing. And I'm going to come on to this, because something that was raised earlier, and I want to tackle the expectation of this, because we need to be honest with people, because biomethane carries a much higher cost than natural gas, at approximately 5 times the cost today, and that's a reality we can't ignore. So the case for expanding must rest on long-term energy security. It must be on importance of dependency and taking that away from fossil fuels, absolutely. But we must invest in research and development, because the potential for all renewables, you see those costs driven down over time, and that can happen. So there's a place, but we've got to look at this, but we've got to be honest with people and not oversimplify this, because I heard and I saw the clip to promote this motion this morning, and I have heard many energy experts in committee on biogas. I sit on the British Irish Energy Committee, but I have never heard anybody give an explanation that this would be how we power stations for electricity. I've never heard that ever, and the reason for that is simply an electricity generation. We're part of the marginal pricing arrangement through the UK and Europe, so our price of electricity generators is brought online by the cheapest moving to the most expensive, and the last most expensive generator sets the pricing for all electricity on the grid. So this would dramatically rise the price of everyone's bills. Therefore, I've never heard anybody give an explanation of consideration that in the short term nor in the long term, developing biogas to displace fuel or gas on the grid is where we need to focus and be part of that wider energy transition. But at this stage, very quickly, Robbie. Yeah.
Member accept that it's already happening. We already have an element of biomethane which is being injected into our grid already, so it's tried and tested and works. And also the price will come down with R&D.
But not to supply our power stations. So the clip that came out this morning was about the electricity generation, and this is not. That would put our prices through the roof. If that was the case. We also need, and the bit doesn't talk on this, is we need a north-south collaboration here. This can't be done in isolation. If you look at Coke in our own constituency, they're trucking biogas. Some of that comes from Donegal, and there isn't a legislative framework that enables that to be connected and counted towards net zero targets. So we need an all-island approach to this and developing biomethane policy infrastructure that actually supports injection, whether that's north and south, and supports that interconnection between Donegal. So it's a practical thing that this Assembly can do. But we need, Philip's mentioned it, and I talk all the time in this, and it winds me up that we haven't got it, but we need a master plan. We need a plan from the department that gives a plan-led approach to the energy on the widest scale that sits alongside that all-island collaboration. That we have an opportunity here to decarbonise, to protect people from price shocks. We have to move towards renewables. Biomethane is absolutely part of that, but we've got to invest in research and development of this alongside hydrogen that was mentioned, and hydrogen used particularly for trucks and trains, as was mentioned, and look at solutions and start delivering for people. So that's me. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I now call Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, the SDLP will support this motion today because at its core it speaks to something that we cannot ignore. Northern Ireland is at a turning point. We're facing rising energy costs, pressure on our farming sector and a growing environmental crisis, particularly around nutrients, water quality and waste. And too often these challenges are treated in isolation. And I too found myself nodding at the remarks of Philip Brett as well earlier, and indeed David. We need a big plan, and it needs to come together, and it needs to do so very, very quickly. And we are being let down, and our constituents are being let down for the failure to deliver on it. Not only do we not have a plan, but we're falling back on progress that had been made in the past. So this offers a practical way to turn waste into value. Slurry, poultry litter and food waste, materials that are currently a problem, could instead become a source of energy, income and sustainability. That is a compelling proposition, and biomethane is not theoretical. It is already working. Elsewhere, it's actually working here too, so it's about expanding that and supporting that. It can be injected into the existing gas grid used by businesses without major change and produced right here at home. That matters because energy security matters. We're too exposed to the global shocks. We all know that. We live it every day, and we have seen it repeatedly in recent years, and so it's going to occur in the future as well, unless we grow our supplies and support for our renewables here when we can. A homegrown energy source produced in rural communities would help stabilise prices and keep value in our local community, and that matters to farmers too. Farmers are under pressure economically and environmentally. If done right, biomethane can provide a new income stream while helping manage slurry nutrients more effectively. But, and this is important, it must be, and others have said it, it must be done right. Because biomethane is not a silver bullet. It's part of our arsenal, but it's not the silver bullet. We have been warned clearly that without powers and safeguards...
Thank the member, and you're taking me into a vein of thought where I was going there just a moment. Given the current international crisis and the price of oil and the way things have been handled, particularly by President Trump in the Middle East, that has been a salutary lesson to many governments right across the world about the total reliance on fossil fuels. This is but another alternative in the pack of trying to ease that heavy reliance on fossil fuels. And I think it should be tested, particularly in our rural areas.
Sinead, you're next a minute.
Thank you. It's not often that we have solutions to these type of major global problems, but we actually do. have some of the solutions here at home to help support us in these times of crisis. And the unfortunate piece in this is what is occurring now will occur again. So we need to prepare and plan for that future. We have been just back to the safeguards and about doing it properly. We've been warned clearly that without proper safeguards, anaerobic digestion can create new environmental problems rather than solve existing ones. And if it drives more intensive farming, increases nutrient spreading or diverts land away from food production or nature, then we will simply replace one problem with another problem that we'll be looking to solve at a later date. So that cannot happen. So yes, we support the ambition, but ambition must be matched with responsibility, and that means a strategy that is genuinely cross-departmental, that it means clear environmental safeguards from the outset, not as an afterthought, and it means focusing on genuine waste streams, not creating demand that distorts farming practices, and it means getting the basics right, planning, grid connections and a support mechanism that actually gives investors confidence to invest and to act. Because without that framework, that opportunity will simply pass us by and investment will go elsewhere. Speaker, this is one of those rare areas where economic growth, environmental protection and energy security can align, but only if government leads properly and only if it plans properly. And only if it listens to both industry and environmentalists. So today we support this motion, not as a blank cheque, but as a call to get this right, to build a biomethane sector that works for farmers, protects our environment and delivers real energy security for the people that we all represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I now call on you, Murphy.
I welcome the opportunity to speak and support this motion today, particularly of what it means to our rural communities. Across rural areas, we are facing a convergence of pressures, as has been highlighted by many who have already spoke here already today, in relation to farming incomes, on our environment, on our energy security. And farmers are under increasing pressure to adapt, whilst rural communities are always being asked to absorb additional pressures and impacts of environmental change and infrastructure demands. Too often these issues are treated in isolation, but for rural communities they're all connected. What is needed now is practical joined-up solutions that work for our rural areas and not against them. Biomethane has the potential to offer some of that solution. If developed properly, it can help farmers manage slurry, poultry litter and organic waste more effectively, reducing nutrient pressures and overload, whilst also creating an additional income stream for rural areas. That's the opportunity that we have, but we all have to be cognizant of the risks associated and potential risks. And I suppose the last thing that any of us in this chamber want to see is a replay of RHA and the unintended consequences that flow from that. We can't afford to repeat mistakes seen elsewhere, where productive agricultural land has been diverted away from food production to grow crops purely for energy production. In rural communities, food production isn't optional, it's fundamental. Any biomethane strategy must be based on treating waste and byproducts, not distorting our agricultural system. There is also the need for consultation and co-production, of course, at local level. And consultation and co-production a lot of the time doesn't actually happen or properly bed down in grassroots communities, in rural communities, with a number of policy decisions that be taken in here. There is a number of risks and a number of concerns that many rural people would have in relation to hosting infrastructure, especially around odour planning issues as well. If systems aren't properly managed, poorly regulated development would undermine confidence in those communities very, very quickly. That's why we need strong planning, robust environmental regulation and proper oversight in place. Yep.
Makes a really excellent point, and I'm not going to argue with it at all, but this is slightly unique in that there are around 80 plants already operating. So what we do have is we have some history and some evidence to learn from anything that maybe went wrong and how we can improve it. So it's not a blank canvas.
Yep, no, I would agree with Robbie, and I suppose it's about using the knowledge and best practice that we already have built up there. I actually spoke with a local man on Friday, believe it or not, just in relation to this motion, and he made a number of very valid points around that space, which I was even unaware of, in terms of some of the odour issues that emanate from AD plants, where he actually said that, you know, if odour is emanating from an AD plant, there is an issue with the plant infrastructure itself. But yeah, I do concur, Robbie. But paramount rural communities must see the benefit of biomethane and AD plants. Too often they're asked to carry the burden of development without sharing fairly in the reward. Many of the same areas expected to host this infrastructure still lack basic energy infrastructure themselves, including access to the gas grid and the gas network. If rural communities are to support this transition, they must benefit from it directly through local investment, improved infrastructure and fair access to the energy being produced. Ultimately, this is about getting the balance right. Supporting agriculture, protecting our environment and strengthening energy resilience should not be about competing priorities. They have to go hand in hand. This motion recognises the need for a more joined-up approach, and it's a step forward to delivering practical solutions for our rural communities, and for that reason I'm pleased to support it.
Thank you, Anya. I now call John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise as Alliance DAERA spokesperson to support the motion on clean biomethane for Northern Ireland's energy, food and environmental security. I welcome that the motion is before the Assembly, especially following, if I may say so, the backward-looking motion from the DUP last week on climate. Where that motion sought to cling to climate denial, this motion looks ahead to how Northern Ireland can secure our energy future, support our farmers, protect our natural environment and build real resilience into our economy as well. As the motion refers, Northern Ireland produces significant volumes of slurry, poultry litter and also food waste. Whilst we have treated much of this as a problem to be managed, we need to look instead as a resource, to see it as a resource to be harnessed. Therefore, Principal Deputy Speaker, Alliance sees that Northern Ireland lacks a clear cross-departmental strategy to bridge the gap between where we are and where we need to be on biomethane and anaerobic digestion. However, any strategy must be adequately funded and help farmers meet their environmental obligations in a practical and realistic way. It must be grounded in scientific evidence and shaped by innovation, not by short-term thinking. The DAERA Minister has always been open to new and innovative ideas guided by scientific evidence. That is why the Minister has supported research on anaerobic digestion through the Small Business Research Initiative on the sustainable utilisation of livestock slurry. As with any development method, the research and evidence must be there to ensure that it can deliver and that it is sustainable and economically viable. Successful bidding companies for that project have been awarded £4 million over 3 years to help Northern Ireland's agriculture sector reduce excess phosphorus from livestock slurry as part of the Lough Neagh Action Plan. When visiting an AD plant near Dundonald, not far from here, Minister Muir described this as a significant milestone in delivery. He also noticed its potential to radically change the way nutrients are managed by the farming community, provide a sustainable future for our agri-food sector and offer an excellent example of green growth in action through emissions reductions, environmental improvements and green job opportunities. That is exactly the kind of practical, science-led innovation we should be backing here in this Assembly. That work is already producing tangible progress, Principal Deputy Speaker. To date, the Farm to Export project has reportedly removed more than 10,000 tonnes of organic solids from farms, reducing the need for imported feed and nitrogen fertiliser and producing more than 6 gigawatt hours of renewable gas. But this is not just about energy and economics, it is also fundamentally about protecting our environment and honouring our climate commitments. Northern Ireland has already seen far too clearly what happens when we ignore our natural environmental limits. The crisis at Lough Neagh is an example well known in my own South Antrim constituency of what happens when we fail to manage nutrients properly, when we fail to protect our waterways and when we allow short-term thinking to trump long-term sustainability. Of course, this motion is also in some respects aspirational in nature, and that is not intended to be critical of the motion. The workload and resources required to develop such a strategy would fall on departments that are already under severe pressure. Resource and budgetary constraints are real and ever present, and we hear about them here daily. Executive support will also be required, as will effective interdepartmental working, which we all know has too often proved challenging in terms of achieving it. A more sustainable and resilient Northern Ireland is within our reach if we choose to grasp it. That means trusting the evidence, backing the businesses and organisations with the expertise to deliver, and creating the policy framework that allows innovation to flourish rather than stifling it. Therefore, Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the Ulster Unionist Party for bringing this important motion to the House today, and I support its call for action on biomethane and anaerobic digestion as a strategy for Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I now call Padraig Delargy.
And I again welcome the opportunity to speak on this today and the role that this plays in supporting energy, food and environmental security across the North. There's no doubt that we will continue to face significant challenges. High energy costs are still placing real pressures on households, businesses, farms, and our agri-food sector is dealing with rising inputs and uncertainty. And in that context, it is right that we explore local and sustainable options that help to reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuels. Biomethane presents one such opportunity by using agricultural byproducts, slurry and food waste to produce renewable gas that can contribute to heating and industry and emission reduction. It is important to acknowledge the policy work already undertaken in this area. Dr. Keith Archibald has continued to engage with industry and with regulators, and as a major energy transition, success will depend not only on ambition but on careful implementation and on cross-party cooperation. There are already examples that illustrate both the potential and the complexity of biomethane. In parts of Tyrone and Armagh, anaerobic digestion plants are providing additional income streams for farmers while helping to manage farm waste. Companies such as Encerk and Dairy Lynn are examining biomethane as a lower carbon alternative in industrial processes, highlighting the possible links between agriculture, manufacture and energy security. These developments show what may be possible, but they also underline the need for proper planning, regulation and oversight. Looking beyond the north, biomethane is being developed in the south as part of a national energy policy supported by targets and investment frameworks. That presents an opportunity for greater cooperation on an all-Ireland basis, particularly around infrastructure and around market development. A more coordinated approach could strengthen rural economies and energy resilience, but it must be approached with realism. Crucially, we must be honest about the concerns that exist. Methane is a highly potent greenhouse gas, and any leakage during production, storage or transport can undermine climate benefits. There are also some valid concerns, as have been mentioned, around land use, feedstock sustainability, biodiversity and local environmental impacts, as well as the additional transport and logistics required in rural areas. These are real issues and they must be addressed through regulation, monitoring and community engagement. If biomethane is to play a role in our energy future, it must be done in a way that protects food production, safeguards the environment and maintains public trust. And that means resisting unrealistic targets, ensuring transparency and placing communities at the centre of decision making. All climate change measures, the scaling up of biomethane, must be based on just transition principles. In real terms, that means recognising that for some farmers, the impact of AD can create pressures that they are purchasing grass for cattle feed and now competing with AD plants. It's crucial that issues like these are considered and that small farmers are supported so that we can scale up AD whilst supporting small farmers who may be impacted by it. This debate is about it should not be about presenting biomethane as a silver bullet, as has been mentioned, nor about dismissing it outright. It should be about taking a balanced, evidence-based approach. And if we're serious about building long-term energy resilience, supporting our rural communities and meeting environmental responsibilities, then that balance is essential.
Thank you, Padraig. And I call Timothy Gasson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, last week this Assembly failed to support a motion to cost the net zero madness that each department is chasing. 1 week later, we have the Ulster Unionist Party who want to simply tinker with the climate change targets, now pushing the debate to create the most expensive form of green energy. I can't help but cast my mind back to the NAP consultation event held in Greenmount in May 2025. The clear impression I had on leaving that meeting was the solution being peddled by the department was the creation of new large-scale anaerobic digestion plants, with farmers expected to pay to have their solids separated and transported to these plants. We have not yet received the outcome of the NAP consultation, and yet here we are debating a motion which appears to be pushing support for building new super AD plants. Everyone needs to take a step back and remove their environmental tinted glasses and look at this from a farmer's perspective. There is a well-established and highly organised lobby seeking to establish AD plants right across Northern Ireland. I support cost-effective green energy, but if this is truly the answer to our agri-environmental challenges, then we must ask ourselves a very simple question. Why does it require such heavy subsidy to be currently viable? Currently, these plants rely heavily on renewable obligation certificates, which are due to end in the next 5 years. When rocks disappear, what then? Will we simply rename the subsidy and carry on, perhaps under the banner of sustainable utilisation of livestock slurry, otherwise known as SULs? I hope not. Any credible green scheme must stand on its own feet. Otherwise, the taxpayer foots the bill to build and then to run it. To operate at scale, AD plants require energy-dense feedstock. Slurry alone does not provide that. That means growing grass and crops to feed it alongside 15 to 20% of slurry solids. Every acre taken out of food production and diverted to feeding an AD plant is an acre lost to producing food for our nation. Farmers already living close to existing digesters find themselves competing for land with AD operators who can afford to outbid them. Not through efficiency or productivity, but because in some cases up to 75% of their income comes from subsidy. That is not a level playing field. It risks fundamentally changing land use here in Northern Ireland, away from feeding livestock and people towards feeding digesters. At a time when food security is rightly being recognised as a serious issue, pushing the most expensive form of renewable energy as a solution makes me deeply uncomfortable. It speaks more about pursuing the net zero ideology than to producing cost-effective, sustainable energy. This is what happens when ideology replaces evidence. The direction of travel appears to be that farmers will be forced to separate their slurry, then pay to transport these solids to the nearest AD plant. These solids then become free feedstock for the digester. The AD operator then profits again by selling the gas produced. Farmers take the cost of separating, and a foreign investor takes the reward unless these plants will be farmer-owned and farmer-led. Earlier today, I raised with the Agriculture Minister about his own draft Climate Action Plan 2030 targets, which include the reduction of 18% in dairy cattle, 17% in beef cattle and 18% across sheep, pig and poultry. If we continue down this pathway, believing that more ADs are the answer, it will reduce stock levels and will reduce our capacity to produce food. Not least because grass, happy to give way as long as you're quick and let me back in before 5.
Listen, I'm not one to stick up for the Agriculture Minister, but you're evidently not listening, because he said this numerous times. It's not about stock reduction. What we're talking about is securing herd numbers here. And also, if you'd listened to the motion, you'd also know that this isn't about land grabbing, and that has to be central to it. So there's no point in making stuff up just for a TikTok.
Certainly not making stuff
Minister,
up for a TikTok, Mr Butler, but your opening remarks did include, if we use this badly, it will cause harm. And that's indeed what the farming community are fearful of. If you go down the route, yes, we can bring in some food scraps, that's okay. But if you're going to create more anaerobic digesters, where is the feedstock coming from that will go with the slurry to go with it?
To the intent of the motion, this is not about creating AD plants. This is about actually dealing with our slurry and our food waste.
Absolutely. And how are you planning to do that without creating more AD plants? Because that is what you are bringing here, to create more AD plants, to then, no, because they already have feedstock. I have a fear that if we continue down this road, in a number of years' time, that this will be RHI Mark II, and the Ulster Unionists can be traced back as the ones that have been pushing this first in this Assembly chamber.
Thank you. So I'm now asking the Minister for Infrastructure to respond to the debate on behalf of the Minister for the Economy. Minister, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
And I will focus my remarks on the elements within the remit of the Minister for Economy, whilst also acknowledging the importance of compatible agriculture and environmental policy, upon which our colleague the DAERA Minister leads on. Decarbonisation is integral to the Economy Minister's economic vision. Reducing carbon emissions is vital if we are to meet legislative targets, remain competitive in a rapidly changing global economy, and leave a positive legacy for future generations. It is an economic, environmental and moral imperative. Recent global events have reinforced the need for us to take greater control of our energy future. Continued exposure to international fossil fuel markets leaves our economy vulnerable to price volatility and geopolitical shocks. That is why the Economy Minister is focused on delivering the Executive's energy strategy vision of affordable renewable energy, paying a fair price for the energy that we produce locally, and disconnecting our energy costs from volatile global commodity prices. The strategy recognises that biomethane could play an important role in this journey, providing a locally produced, sustainable and secure renewable energy source to decarbonise heating and industrial processes. Our region has strong foundations when it comes to biomethane. We have a modern gas network, experience with anaerobic digestion technologies and clear legislative drivers to increase the share of renewable energy in the system. This motion highlights how biomethane cuts across energy, agriculture and environment policy. Effective policy development in this area therefore requires close collaboration across departments. And that is why the Department for Economy is working with DAERA and the utility regulator through the Interdepartmental Biomethane Group. The group was relaunched last year to provide renewed focus and coordination on this issue. It works to bring together expertise across energy, agricultural and environmental policy, and is key to the department developing a holistic biomethane policy. And some of the members talked about the need to move to consultation and around the support mechanisms that may be considered. So I can confirm that a consultation on a cross-departmental biomethane policy is planned for later this year. And as well as this, the IDBG is analysing potential support mechanisms for biomethane producers across the north. And whilst locally produced biomethane can displace the need to import natural gas, it is important that biomethane production is done in a way that protects our environment. For example, it is important that biomethane production does not increase waste production here for anaerobic digestion feedstock, or worse still, import waste for processing here. One of the unavoidable byproducts of how we do anaerobic digestion here is liquid digestate, which is rich in phosphorus and other problematic nutrient content. We've all seen the impact of this on our waterways, caused in part by runoff issues. So we must be realistic about the volume of biomethane that can be produced here in an environmentally sustainable way. This emphasises the importance of collaboration between DAERA and the Department for Economy to establish the right biomethane policy. The core focus and deliverable of the energy strategy is to deliver self-sufficiency in affordable renewable energy for our homes and businesses.
We're all aware of the effects that energy price volatility has had and is continuing to have on household living costs and business competitiveness. Paying a fair price for the energy we produce locally, including biomethane, will protect the most vulnerable in our society and help to end fuel poverty. So locally produced biomethane can play a role in our energy future, but only as long as we can produce it at the right cost for consumers and to manage the waste inputs and digested outputs in an environmentally sustainable way. Given these challenges, it's important that we don't exaggerate the sustainable volume of biomethane that can be produced locally. Instead, we must grow it in an environmentally sound way. In conclusion, this motion highlights the opportunity that biomethane presents within the wider context of our energy transition and economic development. However, we must be realistic about the volume that can be produced in an economically and environmentally sustainable way. The Economy Minister remains committed to working constructively with our dear ministerial colleague and others to ensure that the potential role of biomethane is properly considered as part of the delivery of the energy strategy in a way that supports economic growth, protects consumers and is environmentally sustainable.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Diana Armstrong to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion and advise you you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, and I thank members for their contribution to this motion today. It is encouraging to hear the almost unanimous support in the Chamber for the motion. All around us, we're fully aware of the external shocks being felt in the energy markets, and our energy system is under immense pressure. Our continued reliance on imported fossil fuels leaves households and businesses exposed to global shocks far beyond our control. And we have seen the consequences of that volatility in recent years, with rising costs, uncertainty and real pressures on working families and employers alike. And we cannot allow Northern Ireland to remain at the mercy of international brinkmanship. That is why diversification is essential. Biomethane offers us a clean, reliable energy source. It presents a solution to nutrient surplus by taking farm products, byproducts such as animal and food waste, and stabilises them to improve nutrient management. This solution, also to poultry litter and food waste, is rooted here in Northern Ireland. It's not dictated to by global markets or geopolitical instability. Instead, it keeps economic value circulating within our own economy, strengthening local supply chains and supporting regional prosperity. What makes this opportunity even more compelling is its practicality. Biomethane can directly replace natural gas without requiring costly changes to existing infrastructure or boilers. That means rapid deployment, minimum disruption and a cost-effective pathway to strengthening our energy resilience. In my own constituency of Fermanagh South Tyrone, as Padraig has mentioned, NSERC are a leading glass container manufacturer and bottler based in Derrylin, with whom I've engaged on many occasions. NSERC supports biomethane injection into the gas network via anaerobic digesters as a key route to decarbonisation, uniquely suited to heat, transport and industry. And they have said that their furnaces would burn just as effectively on biomethane as they do today on fossil-derived energy sources. Using biomethane would significantly lower the carbon intensity of their fuel supply and support a decarbonisation of drinks, bottles and jars across the UK and Ireland. And if scaled up as a model for industry for the entirety of Northern Ireland, biomethane could reduce Northern Ireland's carbon footprint, provide a reliable, dispatchable, renewable energy source and contribute to energy price stability. Yet it's not just an energy policy, it is an economic strategy. Supporting biomethane unlocks a pathway for growth, particularly in our rural economy. For too long, rural communities have faced decline, job losses and pressures of the cost of living crisis. Biomethane offers a chance to reverse that trend, creating thousands of jobs, attracting investment and giving farmers the opportunity to diversify their income. It places them at the very centre of economic renewal and not on the margins of it. This is a chance to build a more secure, more self-reliant economy, a chance to reduce costs, support industry and revitalise our rural communities. And it's a chance to link up to biogas development throughout Northern Ireland. So let us move forward with confidence, let us seize this opportunity and deliver an energy system that works not just for today, but for the long-term economic future of Northern Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Can't you have any noes? Okay. No, there is noes noted. The ayes have it. Okay, so item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you. Safe home.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.